Good morning. Thanks very much for joining our conference this week. It's an auspicious week for us to be talking about space sustainability during COP29, when other world leaders are gathering to talk about how to safeguard the Earth's environment. It's quite important for us to be having these dialogues about how we accelerate progress to ensure that we don't make some of the same mistakes in the space environment that we have made down here on our own planet. We have a jam-packed program full of really interesting speakers. I'm very excited to be hearing from them. It's going to be quite a broad and diverse set of topics that we're covering, but there is a lot that we need to consider in this area. So I wanted to just do a little bit of housekeeping and tell you, you will have seen that we're recording this. That does mean that we will post the videos at a later date on our YouTube channel, but I'd really like to encourage everybody to stay present if you can and join in the conversation. There will be opportunity to ask questions throughout. So without further ado, I'm just going to tell you what we're going to be doing for the rest of today and also tomorrow. We are using a Zoom platform so that we can have a conversation. Please stay muted unless you're speaking. Feel free to leave your camera on. It's always nice to speak to actual live people. But otherwise, feel free to leave your camera off. But do mute your microphones, and we will remind you to mute if we need to. I'd like to also just really encourage you to use the chat function. You'll find the chat function, depending on your screen, at the top, at the bottom. We're going to be using that throughout the day. Please talk amongst yourselves, I guess, is what I'm going to say, which is not what you usually hear at a conference, but GNOSIS is a network, and so we do want people to be making those connections. Share your insights and post questions for the speakers in the chat as well. And we will be trying to keep an eye on that and making sure that there's an opportunity for those questions to be answered. We would really welcome feedback at the end of the conference. So please be jotting down your thoughts about what is useful and your ideas for the topics you'd like to hear us cover next. So just a very brief introduction to myself and to GNOSIS. I'm Katherine Courtney. I am the chair of GNOSIS. GNOSIS is not that old. We started at the end of 2019, but we have grown over the subsequent years to now a network of more than 700 people across the world who are a combination of scientists and policymakers and industrial leaders, all with this shared common mission to accelerate progress on the solutions that will keep space safe, secure, and sustainable, so that the space economy can continue to flourish and grow, so that space science can continue to move forward. And our keyword, our byword, is about collaboration, making new connections and forging collaboration to accelerate innovation and research and development. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Torsten Kriening to join us. I'm sure you all already know Torsten. Torsten is the founder of SpaceWatch.Global, which for the last 10 years has been bringing insights and news and bringing voices to bear on keeping us all honest, I would say, Torsten, and also aware of what is happening in space. So it's a great delight for me that you're able to join us. Torsten will be moderating the first half of the conference for us. But before we get into that, I just wanted to take this opportunity to get some of Torsten's views before we get started hearing from everybody else. Torsten, you've interviewed pretty much every leader in the space sector over the years. And I know you have a deep interest and passion for space sustainability as a topic yourself. So I'm just curious, what are the key trends that you're picking up? What are you observing? How are people talking about this? And do you notice any changes since you started on this journey yourself, a decade ago?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Katherine, for the warm words and for the opportunity to give my view here. And I think we all are aware that this view might be a view from last week and might have changed this week. So we don't know what will come over us. But there's, in my view, no doubts that space sector leaders are increasingly emphasizing the importance of sustainable practice to preserve the space environment for future generations. And it's also so fashionable these days, as space is super cool. So my spontaneous key trends that I would like to emphasize on are, first, the commitment to zero debris initiatives. So organizations actively participating in initiatives like the Zero Debris Charter by ESA, the alternative by NASA, or SSR, the Space Sustainable Rating by the WEF or EPFL, whoever runs that. So there are different of these initiatives. So, and different motivations also apply here, from inherent beliefs to green, or call it space washing. I mean, we see both of it. Then our integration of sustainability in strategic planning. That is work in progress. Agencies such as NASA are developing comprehensive strategies to address space sustainability. As for NASA, they do it now. I mean, they announced it this year at the Space Symposium as a first step. So you can argue late to the party, but hey, better now than never. Yeah, and how late is too late? But it's another question. Third point, our advocacy for international collaboration. So policy development, regulation, all of that are recognizing that space is a global commons. And I'm said it as a proud European, and I know that is very thin ice here, talking with especially with the American colleagues. But also the 5-year deorbiting rule makes them binding, makes them applicable wherever. I mean, I'm quite sure that many of these topics will be discussed in the next 2 days. Next one, or as a key trend for me, is a focus on technological innovations. And now a number of abbreviations will appear. So ADR, OOS, SSA, SDA, huge focus, in my opinion, and a huge issue is also on data sharing in LEO, but also in GEO. We have to deal with sovereignty, that data are not shared equally or openly. Both applies here. Huge issue. I mean, how do we want to solve it if we don't know it? So, fifth point, promotion of responsible space exploration. The UNOOSA has introduced the Space 2030 agenda, aiming to leverage space activities for sustainable development on Earth while ensuring the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. Yes, nice goal. Point. Sixth point, it's something what's very close to my heart, is education and public awareness. Communication. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it like we do it with climate change, because everything is climate change today. And yes, it is correct, but make it honest, make it more precise. And don't tell us the myth of space is a commercial endeavor for the next years, and then the next one is a trillion or $1.8 trillion economy that is above us. Be honest with that. And the last point is the legal and ethical considerations. There's a growing discourse on the legal and ethical implications of space activities, including the debates of property rights, liability, debris, and the ethical use of space resources, or just on the dark skies. These are my 5 cents. I think many of these issues will be covered in the next days. So sorry
Thank
to be
you.
a bit longer.
No, that's great. That sets up a lot of the topics we're going to talk about in the next few days. So I wanted to also, just hear from 2 other people. who can't be with us presently today. But first, I wanted to just share with you a quick message from we have a new government here in the UK, and we have a new space minister here in the UK. And so we'd like to just briefly share a message from him, Minister Chris Bryant. And I will hand my control to somebody else so they can do that. I hope that you can hear this. Do feel free, if you're wearing headphones, to take them off and put your volume up.
My name is Chris Bryant, and I'm one of the ministers in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. I have specific responsibility for space within the department, which is one of the areas where the UK government wants to be particularly ambitious over the years ahead. That's not just because we think we have unique opportunities in this country that we want to exploit, but also because we think that this is important for the whole world. We want to cooperate not only with our allies and friends in Europe, obviously through the European Space Agency, but also with everybody around the world. We know that there are key issues in relation to sustainability, which we can only address if we use this particular talents and experiences of different countries, but that we work as a collaboration around the world. You'll know all of this, of course, but 2,600 items went up into space last year. We know, as the UK, that tackling space debris is a really important part of what we need to do in future years, not only because we want to worry about whether there's too much stuff up there which is going to provide problems for us, but also because sometimes that debris is making it more difficult for other people to make secure investments into the future because they're worried about whether their latest bit of kit going up there is going to be safe and secure. The other area I know you'll be considering in some depth over the next couple of days is space weather. And it's absolutely vital, of course, that across the whole of the world, we have a degree of preparedness about space weather incidents that might be coming up. I'm glad that the UK has a particular expertise in this area, and I'm also glad that you're here for the conference. I hope you have an excellent time. I look forward to hearing the results of your deliberations, but you can rest assured that the UK is absolutely committed to an ambitious programme, working collaboratively with our allies and developing areas of expertise where the UK has something special to offer.
So that's a heartening message from our newest minister. And I hope that when I say our, it's because I'm based in the UK. I hope that, you know, we're hearing sort of similar levels of support and encouragement from your own ministers, wherever you may be based. Now, without further ado, I'd like to move on to our opening keynote, which has been provided by Aarti Holla-Maini, who, as we all know, is in Baku at the moment, representing the important role that space has in those deliberations in COP29. So she can't be with us in person, but she has sent this set of thoughts to kick us off for our discussions over the next 2 days.
Thank you for inviting the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs to the opening of the GNOSIS Conference 2024, and greetings from COP29 in Baku, which unfortunately prevents me from being with you in person. For those of you who don't know UNOOSA, we are Secretariat to COPUS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and we're also a gateway between space technology, data and services on the one hand, and member states' needs on the other. For example, we build vital capacity by helping member states access space data and imagery, and we train them how to use it. So much for a short intro of UNOOSA. Turning to your event, the topics being addressed at this event have never been as important as they are today. Whether we think of space traffic coordination, on-orbit servicing and space resources, all the way to assessing the impact of launches on the atmosphere and the impact of space activities on the astronomy community. There is a pressing need to address the many dimensions of space sustainability if we are to ensure safe and sustainable operations and protect space for future generations. Even if the challenge seems insurmountable, an important part of the answer lies in the ability of the international community and the space sector to take a coordinated and comprehensive approach to these various topics. Collectively, we're already cognizant of the challenges, and there are so many events the world over to discuss them again and again. But it's time to quieten the noise and to be smart about unpacking the issues and move to action on each one. So what are the challenges and how are UNOOSA and COPUOS addressing them? We all know about the growing challenge of space debris and increasing collision risk. But despite that, when our office engages with on-orbit servicing companies, they tell us that there is no market for ADR, an absurdity that UNOOSA is trying to address head-on by engaging with member states without obliging them to take commitments. We simply cannot expect the private sector to continue to invest as required to scale ADR solutions if they have no tangible prospects of an addressable market. Similarly, in discussions about space debris, the assumption is that those launching the most objects are responsible for most of the junk out there. Not true, not yet anyway. But these assumptions serve to raise the temperature of discussions between governments, creating obstacles that prevent member states from effectively moving forward. Again, UNOOSA is working to foster a better understanding of these issues among member states in view of their mandate to address them. Collision risk is on the rise, and not enough operators are proactively sharing their data with SSA systems like the Space Data Association and EUSST. Sharing relevant data and plans on space objects is a critical and core recommendation of LTS Guidelines B1, 2 and 3. The guidelines, however, are only as good as their implementation, so we're working to firstly support member states on how they can implement them. Secondly, encouraging telecoms regulators to take a closer look at the guidelines and see which part of the recommendations they can build into their regulatory frameworks. And thirdly, encouraging member states to bring representatives from telecoms regulators with them to relevant COPUOS meetings and side events to ensure that we break down the silos and foster a common understanding of what needs to happen. The LTS guidelines speak about data sharing of all sorts, and this can seem daunting for delegates who don't have a space background. What type of information needs to be shared? With who and what for? And how do we foster trust among key stakeholders around the whole concept of data sharing? Again, UNOOSA is putting a program into place to level the playing field in terms of knowledge and understanding of COPUOS delegates, because they need that common understanding if they are to deliver on their General Assembly mandates on these technical and complex issues. I wanted to address another issue that often comes up. The suggestion that the LTS guidelines lack teeth, are not enforceable, and that we need a new global treaty. The guidelines took as long as any treaty to negotiate, and they were adopted by consensus. They are the treaty of our times, but we need to go from paper to practice. That comes down in part to national implementation or potential regional implementation if we think about a potential EU space law, for example. But another important responsibility still lies with COPUOS because it depends on effective multilateral efforts. States will continue to develop and implement national capabilities in SSA and space traffic coordination, but none of them will become a successful global system without the active participation of all relevant actors. Without multilateral cooperation, we will never see an effective, unified international mechanism to ensure safe space operations. Besides obvious issues of interoperability, posed, for example, by different operational capabilities, biases, error ranges, and output formats, there's also the fundamental issue of trust that I mentioned earlier. This is addressed firstly through ensuring transparency, robustness of legal frameworks, and inclusivity in the development of solutions. But it also comes down to the composition of the group that's doing the work. Of course, the private sector has an important role to play. But if we want a global mechanism for space traffic coordination where everybody actively participates, then there is a lot to be said for a member state-driven process where all member states have equal weight, where consensus prevails, and where vested corporate interests are heard but cannot unduly influence the process. Even if driven by operational imperatives, certain frameworks and mechanisms require good old-fashioned diplomacy if they are to be successful. That does not mean that the private sector voice will not be heard. On the contrary, UNOOSA will continue to convene private actors around key issues in parallel in a less formal setting that is conducive to fostering debate and discussion with a view to synthesizing their views and their recommendations to inform the deliberations of member states. We're also ensuring that there are more presentations from industry being made to the committee under the various agenda items being discussed. We did this just last week in New York, when we convened operational experts from both industry and government as part of our first United Nations Space Bridge, or USB, dialogue on global space traffic coordination. There was considerable commonality on what needs to happen next in the views that were shared. We will continue this work in January next year by organising the UN Space Sustainability Days, involving a simulation exercise and a workshop for COPUOS delegates to help them appreciate that their work is neither a political nor an academic exercise. It truly matters to the future of space safety. The primacy of COPUOS for space governance was recognised at the highest level by heads of state in September, when they agreed on the Pact for the Future, calling on COPUOS to address space traffic, space debris and space resources. So our attention now is focused on implementing the Pact, and we're doing that by putting in place a comprehensive space sustainability programme for COPUOS delegates and member states. Finally, as a major milestone in the coming years, member states are deliberating on a proposal to host a space summit known as UNISPACE4 in Vienna in 2027. A once-in-25-year event to elevate space once more to the highest level of government and serve as a catalyst for the UN system to address gaps in global governance and how to leverage space for the SDGs. If agreed, UNISPACE4 will coincide with the 60th anniversary of the Outer Space Treaty, which, although old, is certainly not out of date, and it continues to be the cornerstone of space law and underpins the global space economy as we know it today. In light of all this, I would strongly encourage GNOSIS across the next 2 days and months to consider how your best practices and solutions can be scaled and brought to the attention of decision makers and your national experts who attend COPUOS. I hope you found these remarks helpful, and I thank you for having had me with you.
I wish she were here so I could thank her in person. I think those were very insightful remarks and really helpful to set up our conversations over the next couple of days. Just for those of you who have joined since we started the conversation, just to remind you that we want you to engage in the chat. We want you to ask questions. We've been very fortunate that very few of the people who are participating have had to provide recorded remarks. I think you've just seen the second of 3 over the 2 days. The rest of all of our speakers are here in person to engage in a dialogue. Really important points made by Aarti around the need for moving from talking to action. I think Torsten also reflected that, and the need to share best practices and to make the decision makers who participate in those governance structures aware of, in a sense, the art of the possible. And that is one of the key things, fostering knowledge sharing across international borders, across disciplines, that GNOSIS is all about. So I am delighted to move into the first session of the day, which is going to be chaired by Torsten Kriening. And I hand the virtual floor to you, Torsten.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katherine. I think the words of Aarti were very inspiring, and I did have the pleasure earlier last week, to interview her on the results of the New York activity. So for Space Cafe Radio, that is planned to be out in 2 days. So forgive me my shameless advertisement here. So I would like to call my first panelist on stage. So my role, as Katherine just mentioned, is that I will support the next 2 or the first 2 panels here on stage, on the virtual stage. And that means, as we are in an academic format here and not in a space cafe, so all of my panelists will have the opportunity for a 10 minutes intervention. So that will be very sharp. Because I'm German, so I'm using my reminder if you go over time. We also just heard, or I just heard, heard, I just read by email that Timidayu will not join us due to emergency situation. So we have three panelists. So, and I'm calling for Dr. Stuart Eves as well, are on stage, and Rodolphe Munoz.
Good morning, Torsten.
Good morning.
I'm hoping you're seeing my slides. Can you confirm the case?
Yes, we do see your slides already. That's wonderful.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
I will hand over to you in a second. If you give me two, we have a bit of time, so that's not an issue. I also like to welcome Mishaal Ashemimry. I hope that was correctly pronounced. And I'm looking forward to this first panel. So it's called the Future Space Traffic Control Obstacle and Enablers. And we will focus here on the policy and governance. Again, for our audience, and I'm very pleased to see over 100 people in the audience, we do that for you. It's not just a panel that we do for us and entertain ourselves. We do that for you. So you are highly invited to get your thoughts, your questions into the chat, and we try then to raise your questions later on to our panels after their intervention. So with that, Stuart, I'm handing over to you, and you will talk about where is the money going to come from. So that's a great start into that. Over to you. Your 10 minutes are rolling.
Thank you very much, Torsten. So yes, my aim here is to make a proposal about where some of the money might come from to do functions like active debris removal. You heard Aarti Holla-Maini reference the challenges of creating a market in ADR, and I think that's partly because we haven't got the finances sorted out. So I'm going to share with you an idea that might help with that. So I hope we can all agree that we have a huge dependence on space. All of the illustrations on this slide are data sources that were collected by satellites on various climatic issues that we face, like deforestation, sea temperature rise, etc. So we have a key dependence on space, but there is a potential problem that I think we're all very well aware of, which is that there is a whole load of space debris in orbit around the Earth, and that imperils our access to the data that we require. So the problem is space debris, and we clearly need to do something practical to prevent that problem escalating out of hand, the so-called Kessler syndrome, where the debris starts generating further debris and we lose access to certain very valuable orbits around the Earth. So this is a deliberately very busy slide illustrating all of the technological approaches to debris removal that I've been able to find over the years. And it's quite deliberate that I've tried to put them all on one slide, because it makes the point that the technological side of active debris removal is quite challenging. The reason that there are so many different proposals is that no one proposal necessarily deals with all the debris problems that we have. And quite often when people make proposals for, a particular debris removal technology, other people will highlight some of the limitations thereof. The other things that make debris removal difficult are a sort of sense of nervousness, that a lot of the technologies that you can see on the screen look rather like anti-satellite weapons if they were in the wrong hands. So there's a bit of nervousness about developing some of these technologies. The politics is hard too. We've already had some comments in the chat about, the legal status of space debris. There is no equivalent to the law of salvage from the maritime domain in space yet. Perhaps there will be one day, but you are potentially guilty of an international political incident if you mess with somebody's debris without their permission. And finally, it's very unclear how all of these concepts would be financed. So this is the focus of my presentation this morning. So there have been a couple of other suggestions about how debris removal might be funded. One is a levy on launches. I think that's liable to prove unpopular because a lot of the commercial launches that are taking place now are looking to close business cases, and an additional levy would not help with that. Moreover, most of the debris that's in orbit at the moment belongs to the American and Russian governments, and I don't think the commercial sector is necessarily very enthused about the idea of paying to clear up somebody else's mess. An alternative approach that's been suggested is a UN resolution to actually require nations to legally dispose of their debris. And I think this might be a rare occasion where both the US and the Russians might decide to vote on the same side of a proposition, because if that sort of legal resolution were to be passed, it would present them with an enormous cleanup bill. So I'd like to propose something rather different, which respects the principles enshrined in the Outer Space Treaty from 1967 that was mentioned earlier on. Which says that space and the objects out there are the inheritance of all humankind. So what I'm going to suggest is that we leave the existing large major bodies that have names well and truly alone, but that we assign ownership of all the unnamed asteroids that we've detected to a UN body that is tasked with the job of detecting, tracking, and maintaining a catalogue of such objects, and that they would have essentially ownership of the unnamed asteroids. What would they then do with that ownership? Well, they would be empowered to sell or auction asteroids, and especially their naming rights, creating a market in such bodies. And the money raised by this United Nations body could then be used to actually fund the active debris removal and other space activities as required. So what is the current naming convention? Well, there is an International Astronomical Union body that adjudicates on names for asteroids. There are thousands of new asteroids discovered all the time as telescopes improve, and there is a very large population of asteroids that just have designator numbers at the moment rather than names. There is a committee that assigns names based on scientific achievement largely to asteroids, and that is done in batches of a few dozen at a time. And I would suggest that the body that currently does this becomes part of the UN agency that I'm proposing. So I think there's quite a lot of people who would benefit from this idea. The nations that have created a lot of debris might well benefit because potentially they wouldn't have to pay for the cleanup operation. That would come from people who want to get their name on an asteroid. And I think there are quite a lot of people that might be tempted by that idea. I think the commercial companies who do ADR missions would certainly benefit because they would then have a source of funding that would pay them to go and do the cleanup operation that we require. And ultimately, those companies that work in space would have a cleaner operational environment. I think a lot of astronomers would be quite happy because if asteroids become, essentially revenue generating objects, there would be people paying astronomers to try and find new ones. And essentially everybody on the planet benefits from the continued access to the data from the satellite services that I was talking about earlier. There are a couple of people who might not like this idea so much. The IAU committee, who currently decide on asteroid names, would obviously have their responsibilities diluted somewhat. They might not like the idea. And I think there might be one or two countries who have thought about the idea of exploiting asteroids for commercial gain that might, think that the idea of having to pay to access asteroids wasn't such a great idea. The US and Luxembourg are the two nations that have formally declared a willingness to license asteroid mining. But it's not entirely clear that asteroid mining is commercially viable. You can find various pictures like this on the internet that estimate the value of asteroids, and they're measured in quintillions of dollars. I'd never met a quintillion before I saw this slide, so I had to look it up. A quintillion is a billion or 10 to the 18, and clearly that's a lot of dollars. But you'll notice that we haven't actually had asteroid mining missions, and the reason for that is that it's potentially not sustainable in the long term. If you go out and mine a very valuable and rare mineral and then flood the market on the Earth with that mineral, returning it from space, essentially what you do is change the sort of supply and demand curve such that the price of the material that you're bringing back becomes much lower because it's not rare anymore. You've just brought a ton of it back from space. So you might be able to sort of support the idea or close the business case for first asteroid mining mission. It might be much harder to make the second mission work. So I've made a quick estimate of the potential revenue that we might get. There are at least 600,000 currently unnamed asteroids. I've guessed at a value that you might have to pay to get your name on an asteroid. I think it would depend on the size of the asteroid in question. Phrase you've probably not heard before, but might hear in the future is, my asteroid's bigger than your asteroid. I think the big ones would probably command a higher value. But you can see from the figures on the screen here that, you know, even with some fairly sort of conservative assumptions, you're potentially looking at maybe being able to fund up to 100 active debris removal missions with this sort of idea, and perhaps deorbiting maybe a quarter of the amount of mass that's in orbit around the Earth at the moment. And just looking briefly towards the longer term, as we develop better telescopes, telescopes like the Rubin telescope that's due to see first light soon, we should be able to detect, you know, even larger populations of even smaller, down to kilometer class and below asteroids. Obviously, the price for such small ones might be rather less, but you know, the smaller the asteroid, the larger population. So there's a potentially very large revenue stream out there if it can be detected, and if this idea were adopted and the United Nations body was able to market the asteroids. I think there is a potential revenue stream here coming from outside the space industry that would potentially provide for a whole load of active debris removal. And there's some ideas on this last slide about other things that we might choose to do with the money. We do have some concerns about rogue asteroids heading towards the Earth, so asteroid deflection missions might be another way that this fund of money might be able to be used. And I'm hoping that our discussions will talk about not just debris removal in deorbit, but also debris recycling concepts. There are some ideas of that sort that could probably use some additional funding. And obviously we have to worry about space weather, and we could probably do with some more solar monitoring missions as well. I think all of these areas of space sustainability might be funded out of the proposal that I'm suggesting here. So I'll stop at that point and hand back to Torsten. Many thanks for your attention.
Stuart, thank you very much for this very interesting concept. I mean, there are a ton of questions that I have, and I mean, one of them is I think we all agree on the urgency of the situation that we have. With your proposal, putting in a UN body, putting in all the regulatory framework, getting all the lawyers on board to get this done, what is a potential time frame that you have in mind to execute your idea?
So I agree that we absolutely need the lawyers involved. In fact, the reason that I use the phrase space traffic control most of the time rather than either space traffic management or space traffic coordination is because I do think we are going to need a legally enforceable framework, which I refer to as space traffic control. My suggestion would be that if we could access bodies like UNOOSA that were mentioned earlier, and perhaps tie it in with the 2027 event that Aarti Holla-Maini was talking about, it might be an initiative that could be, sort of endorsed at that sort of forum, perhaps.
Okay, got it. Wonderful. So, dear audience, if you have some further questions, please put them in the chat. We try to collect them after the panel and then share them among our panelists. So, thank you very much again, Stuart, for your intervention. So, next one, Mishaal. Mishaal is the managing director of the Center of Space Futures in Riyadh, and she will talk with us about barriers and enablers for space traffic management. Mishaal, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Torsten. Good afternoon or good morning or good evening to all of you. So today I'm just going to keep it brief, and it's quite concise to get into the topic of what are the enablers and the challenges that we face, and what is the current situation and how can we move forward. So let me see, let me know if you see the screen.
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. So I'll go into presentation mode. You still see the screen, yes? Indeed, yes. Okay, perfect. So the first thing I would like to address is what is the current landscape and why is it critical, especially we're hearing a lot, we'll continue to hear, and we've been hearing about global coordination when it comes to space traffic management and collision avoidance and so forth. Why is it so critical, and what does it look like right now? Currently, the situation is that we have a lack of comprehensive regulation, that essentially you don't have a global regulatory body like air traffic control. So even though each country has its own civil aviation authority, but when you travel internationally, you have a regulatory body that has regulated all traffic and so forth. So we need the same type of concept applied to space. The second thing we're looking at is essentially reliance heavily on national entities. So each entity has its own tracking, its own methodologies, and even within one nation, there are several data and like in other words, the data doesn't match. So then you can collect data from here, but then it's not in the same format that it needs to be. So there's a lot of complication there. So, or international coalitions. So there is no interoperability between them, and that poses a real threat. In addition to all of this, and we have space debris out there that we have to keep track of, we are seeing an exponential growth of launches of satellites, which exacerbates the situation. So this is the current landscape of what is going on in a nutshell, very briefly. Then when we look at some of the key barriers to this effective global space traffic management, we see we have fragmented government. There's inconsistencies in international space regulation hindering the effect of this coordination. We also see some technical challenges. As I mentioned, there are tracking technologies, but the issue is the lack of interoperability, making it really difficult to merge data. So for example, some people that want to track objects within the vicinity of their satellites, they get it from 3 different sources. All 3 different sources do not converge to one result, which is a problem. The other element is the economic constraints. Limited funding and prioritization, it can hamper the development of comprehensive space traffic management. And then one of the critical elements is data sharing. So if you're trying to coordinate between different countries, some countries are very reluctant to share data because they feel it is sensitive, and there is no full understanding of which data am I supposed to provide, which do I deem sensitive and which I do not. So there's a lot of these issues that are essentially causing all these barriers. Now, we talked about the current situation, the barriers. What are some of the enablers that can help us move forward? Obviously, the one that everybody talks about, which is international collaboration. You need to have spacefaring nations come together and understand what's going on. So for example, Aarti mentioned the meeting we had like a few weeks ago, like October 29th. We sat down and we talked about different issues and how we can come up with some of the solutions. One of the concepts out there is, okay, if we need to share data, why don't we have a template of what the required data is? That way it's clear to everybody, these are the data points that we need, and it's also acceptable that it is not sensitive data. So everybody has that transparency. Then we also need to look at the format. What type of format does this data need to be in? That way there is no issue of like, oh, did you mean this type of coordinate system? Did you mean this type of data? So it's very clear what you're looking for. So agree nation by nation together what this template is going to look like, what's the data that is required, and what format you need it in. Public awareness, obviously there's in space, a lot of us are aware of this stuff, but the public is not really aware of that. So that can help us shed the light on the importance of traffic management and influence policy decisions. When it comes to technological advancement, you have one of the critical elements. Even tracking stuff from the ground is not that accurate. So you will need to complement that or augment it with space-based tracking and using AI and machine learning, and kind of bring everything together to enable you to predict and have better predictions of where objects will be and how you can mitigate against any collision and against any conflict. Then we have another enabler is having a clear standard for space debris framework, regulatory framework, to deal with how do you avoid collision, especially, and also the other element is specify in the regulation, what is deemed very high critical elements that you need to deal with and what is deemed as secondary. So part of the discussion we had in end of October was, okay, let's look at what is considered high alert. We need to have a system to say what's high alert, what's low, what's medium, and we need to have some form of categorization to say, okay, you need to, in a global collaboration, when you try to communicate the traffic situation from your end to some other country somewhere else, you need to specify the urgency, you need to specify the time that you have to respond. Because it's one thing to release the information, it's another thing for another country to respond to that information. So those elements must be very clear. Then when we look at other elements that we need to look at, essentially data sharing, international collaboration, and public advocacy. What we need to look from data sharing is implement robust data privacy initiatives. So agree to, as I mentioned, these are the data this is the information I need, these are the requirements, and agreeing that these other elements, we understand that it's sensitive and we make sure that it's treated appropriately. Establish secure data exchange protocols, foster open communication and transparency among the stakeholders. Because one of the critical issues that we kept hearing is transparency and the data sensitivity issue from October meeting. In terms of international collaboration, you have to develop a framework. You have to get all the space actors involved, and even the emerging space countries need to be involved from the start, because eventually they will have space assets. So it's better to have these systems in place from the start, and then try to have an agreement to harmonize the international regulation. Then, as I mentioned earlier, public advocacy is one of the critical elements. You have to develop effective ways of communicating and engaging with the public to understand what space traffic is and how critical it is for their day-to-day lives, because they rely on it. They rely on satellites that are up there on a daily basis. And then when we look at because the public perception generally influences how you move forward when it comes to policy. And if you don't believe me, you can look at nuclear technologies and how public perception has definitely influenced policy when it comes to nuclear technologies. And then obviously bringing in all stakeholders to partner for the same vision and mission. So that's in a nutshell what I wanted to discuss, to kind of shed light on the current situation. What are the issues, some of the issues, and what are the enablers, and how can we move forward? And briefly, I figured, since maybe many of you do not know much about the center, I wanted to address what the center is about. So the center is fairly new. It's essentially a think tank, but it's meant to be a global hub, which was obviously established by the World Economic Forum and the Saudi Space Agency, but it is a global center. in which our goal is to drive the sustainability of the space economy through policy and regulation, through technology, accelerating technologies in space that can open up the space economy, and then fostering cross-sector collaboration. But we are part of the C4IR network, which is the Centers for the Fourth Industrial Revolution with the World Economic Forum. And we are the only center that's focused on space. And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mishaal, for your intervention. There are a number of topics I would like to hear. When you talk, one key element for me was you talked about the data sharing, sensitive data. So what do you define as sensitive data? Because that is something that, in my observation, is used or misused quite often when it comes to, oh no, I don't want to share my data with you. So can you give us your definition where you come from with that?
So it's irrelevant what I would define it as, and I think you're absolutely right. The main hurdle that we're seeing today is the fact that, you know, someone can deem everything as sensitive data and therefore not share anything, like, well, everything is sensitive. So that's why we need to establish a consensus and create a definition that is accepted by all players, that this section, this type of data is actually sensitive. The rest of it, which is the required data that we need for traffic coordination, these elements we need to deem and agree on that these are data points that are not sensitive and therefore must be shared in order to enable proper space traffic management. So I think that regardless of what I would define what it is, we really need to come to a consensus. And that's exactly what you're hitting on in terms of everybody can say, well, this data is all sensitive. Then basically no one will collaborate.
So, but is that a call for open data in that sphere? I mean, when we look at Europe, we have our Copernicus as an Earth observation system, and these data are shared with the public for free. So to build our applications on that, is that a model you would see also for the our space traffic data, that they should be open data and available for everyone?
I think it will be helpful so long as countries don't deem it sensitive. So having open source data is critical. But when we talk about space traffic management, it's not about sharing that data with the public. It's about sharing that data with critical partners. And so that's a different type of environment. And so we need to agree on what is required in order for us to make proper decisions when it comes to traffic management and what is not required. So, for example, an airplane is flying. The position of that airplane is very critical for me to make a decision on where the other airplane is flying and what's the distance I need to maintain. So this data, you're not going to share it with the public, but is required in order for you to make a proper assessment, and if need be, alert the other aircraft or both that, hey, I'm using the aircraft example because it's very obvious versus in a similar way you can do it for satellites. You know, you have a satellite and near your satellite, there's XYZ other players. And then you realize, oh my God, we need to agree that the acceptable distance is this, but we are operating in a different, environment. But then I must submit that data to them. So either they move or you move, or they see a debris that's about to approach it. You need that data. It's not the position and the ephemeris of all that is critical for you to make the appropriate decision to either move, have to maneuver, or do something about it.
Absolutely. No, and I agree on the aviation example. Even so, we all know that the evaluation of an international regime with the ICAO took a while, and it's now it's now widely adopted, or not widely, it is adopted everywhere where you can fly. And I think that's still the missing link, or not, I know that's the missing link that we have in the space sector. But thank you very much for the moment. We will see each other then back after Rodolphe. Munoz, our intervention. Rodolphe is from the European Commission, and he will take over this point of sharing data through development of the EUSST partnership. Rodolphe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? It's okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So first, thank you very much for inviting me. And what I will do, I will discuss a bit about EUSST, but I will present more EUSST tomorrow on that point. So what I would like to do here is really to present 4 points. The first one is really a short introduction. The second one is really to tell you what we are doing regarding space traffic coordination and as well space traffic management. So to spend a bit of time on these 2 words. Then what could be done at the international level, even if the previous presentation presented very well what could be done, but with perhaps some other elements. And where it should be done at the international level, because there are a lot of, as you said, a lot of discussions regarding the different fora that you can use today. So short introduction, very quickly. I mean, a lot of people presented already the reason why we need this space traffic coordination. You can summarize it with basically 3 figures. We reached the 10,000 operational satellite up there in June this year. We have 170 million debris of more than 1 millimeters. And when you look to ITU, you have 1.7 million non-geo satellite registered radio frequency for up to 2030. So everything together means that we have to act. Okay. Now, what can be done? At the EU level, what we have done, we have adopted the communication, which is the STM communication, Space Traffic Management Communication, which is a joint communication with EAS. And we are dealing with sustainability and security. Here, in this communication, what we try to do, we try to really tackle first point, which is at the EU level, we need to agree on what is an EUSTM approach, because it's not easy. We need to discuss with our member states. There are a lot of issues related to competence of the member state, competence of the EU. So it's a very good forum where we can exchange and discuss with our member states. But what is very important as well is, and I will come back to that, is the fact that in this communication, in fact, you have a second title, which is an EU contribution addressing a global challenge. And this is very important because whatever is done at the national level or at the regional level for the EU, I mean, it is anyway a global challenge, and not a single state or region can solve the issue. So here, regarding the STM communication, the idea was really to tackle all the aspects related to space traffic management. So we decided to develop, let's say, the possibility to reflect on civil and military requirements, because indeed you have civil satellite, military satellites, so you need to develop civil and military requirements. We decided as well to develop some reflection regarding the capabilities, because indeed, and this is linked to EUSST, but as I said, I will tackle that more tomorrow. If you want to be active, you need to develop your capabilities. And you need that to work with the industry, and this is very important. Whatever you want to develop, all the new technologies, the new radars, the new telescopes, the new software, you need to be able to foster research in order to produce these elements. Then you have a third branch, which is really the regulatory side. And the regulatory is not only the law. As you know, the EU plan to table normally EU space law, but it's not only that, is how do you handle all the non-binding documents that you have today? You have plenty of them. So how do you handle them? How do you consider them? Do you have a ranking between all these different documents? Time to time, they are conflicting regarding the requirements. Then you have as well the development of standards, and there the EU is pushing for the development of standards at the EU level through the CEN, which is a Center of Standardization at the EU level. We have launched already a study for the rules of the road, to develop standards on the rules of the road, and we are planning indeed to develop as well some activity on the dark sky aspects. But on the regulatory, you need as well to be able to develop other means, such as the labels. And there the EU has developed a specific study in order to push for the development of labels as well. Then finally, in the STM communication, you have the fourth pillar, which is the international. And indeed, we are acknowledging that what I said, which is whatever we will do, even if we are the best student of the class, this will not change the reality, which is you need only one or two bad satellites up there, not acting according to the rules or not behaving according to the rules. And these one or two satellites might create a catastrophic event. Therefore, you really need to agree to discuss. Now, the question is, my third point, what to do at the international level? Well, this has been underlined by Aarti, and I think it's very important. I mean, the target should be to develop space traffic coordination and not space traffic management at the international level. Why? Because we have already the, like Aarti said, the 21 LTS guidelines. And we know that if we want to start to have a treaty regarding rules of the road, who has to move, for example, between two satellites, it will take ages. And it's not a criticism, it is a fact. And I think we don't have the luxury to wait for 7-10 years for the adoption of a treaty. We need to act now. It's why we really need to concentrate on the space traffic coordination, what it could be. Well, you have at the national level, like at the US, you have tracks. You have in India as well some mechanisms. In China, you have at the EU level, the EUSST. You have SST capabilities, meaning that you have space surveillance and tracking capabilities. These capabilities are ground-based assets like radars, telescopes. It could be as well space-based assets. And all these capabilities, they are creating database catalogs and they are providing services. The idea is not to develop something which would be at the UN level, for example, or at the global level, monitoring and coordinating the space traffic. I think we are far from being able to develop something like that. The idea could be perhaps to start really not with a top-down, but with a bottom-up approach. What it could be, I mean, I think we should start with something very basic, like between all these systems, we should have contact point 24/7. I mean, today we are facing issues within EUSST when we would like to contact some satellites which are not part of our satellites system. We could have as well a protocol in case of high interest event between, for example, EUSST followed by a satellite followed by EUSST and a satellite followed by tracks, a US one. Then we could have protocols in case of a high risk of collision in order to know what to do, not to force anybody to do anything, but to know whom to contact, when to contact, when to act, to inform if EUSST decide to move, that we decide to move, all these really basic elements. Then, of course, we could do more because then if these, let's say, basic elements start, we could go further and go towards more harmonization of regarding, for example, the different method used for software, for computation, but as well, you could go further and decide to exchange some information more than data for me. And as well, for example, to exchange the planned maneuvers between the different systems. So all this is really something that we could develop very quickly, that we don't need to wait for years. And once again, it's not a criticism regarding the development of a treaty. It's normal that the development of a treaty in such a very difficult topic will take years. No, the idea would be really to develop a mechanism to cooperate and to start with really basic elements. Now, my last point is, who can do that? I think on our side, we are really convinced that UNOOSA should take the lead regarding this element. Indeed, UNOOSA is, of course, specialized really on space matters. And even if you can make comparison with the airspace, and there are many, even with the maritime sector, there are really some specificities attached to space that you need to take into consideration. In addition, UNOOSA will make sure that all the space actors will be, and all the member states of the UN will be involved, not only some states, but all of them. Because as I said, you need to include, of course, the main spacefaring nations, but you need to include as well the new nations willing to develop their space capabilities. You need to show them that indeed there is a risk for everybody and that we can help them in order to build their, for example, SST capabilities. On that point, for example, the EU sponsored several capacity building at the UN level in order to explain the need of these SST capabilities. So the idea would be really to have at the UNOOSA the launch of a mechanism starting really bottom up with basic elements in order to act quickly and to show to everybody that we can do something quickly practical. And finally, to come back to one point that you mentioned about free access to data, and you compare it with the Copernicus, I just want to say that there, we are working a lot with industry regarding data. And we need the industry regarding the data. And for that, the industry need to receive a payment for this data. So I think it would be very difficult to have, at least today, a Copernicus approach system. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much, and happy to answer to your questions.
Wonderful. Rodolphe, thank you very much for your intervention. I think it's super brave to use UNOOSA and quickly in one sentence. That's just a side note. You spoke a lot in conjunctives. We should. Maybe you can give us an update on the current EU space law that entails, obviously, STM or space traffic, space sustainability at large, and where we stand, or on the EU Space Act to not make it a law. Can you give us an update?
So first, regarding your first point, when you said it was very brave to say UNOOSA, this is what we stated in our communication. For us, the UN is, and UNOOSA is the main actor. It doesn't mean that we don't work with ITU, for example. ITU is we participated to some work with ITU, and we are willing to work with them on some specific aspects, or eventually with ICAO on some other aspects. But for us, the main interlocutor since the beginning regarding space affairs is the body created by the UN regarding space. Now, regarding the space law, I will not be able to give you more information. Why? Because the information that I can give you is a positive news, which is the space law was part of the list of topics for our new commissioner. So each commissioner received a sort of feuille de route, a letter that from our big boss, from our president, that they have to follow all the actions that they will develop. And the space law is quoted. So it means definitely that it will materialize now, because it's really officially mentioned, when not before Q2 2025, because we need to have first our commissioner and our commission nominated, because you know that for the moment we call them the commissioner designated, because he has been designated by the member states. We need to respect the work of our parliament. The parliament need to accept this commission, and when it will be the case, then of course, I mean, at not my level, but at a higher level, discussion will happen with our commissioner, and then the next course of action will be decided by our commissioner.
Okay, wonderful. So another quick question, and in the meantime, I would like to ask Mishaal and Stuart to join us here, because we have a few minutes and I would like to make it a panel. But I see also Katherine has a question. You want to go first?
Yes, that's sort of abusing my position as chair, but thanks. I'm just interested, Rodolphe spoke about, the benefits that have arisen from sharing of Copernicus data. I think that's, it's a great example, but Copernicus was funded with taxpayer money, and that is not the case for all the other data that we're talking about sharing here. So maybe firstly, a question for Mishaal, but really for all of you. How can we get the incentives right to move more quickly to the sort of information sharing Mishaal was describing? If she's rejoined us. Hi, Mishaal. You may not have the answer, but I'm going to start with that question for you.
I think so. In my opinion, it should have happened a long time ago. I think we are past that point, but in order for us to get to where we need to be, we need to really start coordinating amongst all the space players currently and include all the potential emerging space countries from now to establish the standards, the interoperability, the formats, the data sharing, and the data required for you to do it appropriately. But I think another way we can expedite this is actually go learn from ICAO. Hey, how do you bring in all players and get consensus on what's the appropriate way to deal with this? So we don't have to start from scratch. We can leverage that expertise and apply it to space, even though obviously it's a little bit more complex, but we can at least leverage that.
I guess, Rodolphe, did you have a view? Because you're talking about sharing EUSST, I guess, is, sharing data that is effectively gathered by government institutions and needing to share with commercial operators.
I mean, there are different type of data. So if you talk about the ephemeridess on the side of the satellite operators, or if you talk about even tracks of the different objects, of the different space debris, if you talk about a database, if you talk about a catalog, where basically with a catalog, you know in advance where the objects will be. The sharing of this type of, all this type of information seems to me today and data very difficult to put into place. I can see it with EUSST, it takes time. As I said, I will present more the EUSST tomorrow, what we have done, how long it has taken, what we are doing. It's really difficult to put into place this. In addition, you are using as well some military sensors from time to time. Therefore, if you share some data, then you can infer the capability of your sensor. You need as well to be very reactive and as well, this has been said by the previous speaker, you don't need to share everything. This is the idea. The idea is if you want to have a mechanism at a global level, you need to have a mechanism in order to coordinate what the different national/regional, once again, I'm talking regional because of EUSST, systems are doing. Like we are following 528 satellites today. Therefore, we are acting in the name of 528 satellite operators. If we have, and if you take away now or you have more than 7,000 from Elon Musk, so you have, let's say, not that many players in a way. So you could find a way to have all the actors being able to go through either their national SST system or to join another SST system in order to be followed. And in case of a high interest event, then you could have easily an exchange between the different centers to avoid miscalculation, to avoid, okay, I have no news from you, for example. I have you are following a satellite. I have one satellite. I have no news from you, so I decide, okay, I'm going to move up because I have no news. But on your side, you have no news from me, and you move up as well. So these type of things can easily be solved. Once again, with no rules, no obligation, just a coordination. And these could start very, very quickly with, as I said, 24/7. The name of the contacts and protocols, not obligation, but protocols in case of high interest events.
What is standing in the way of those protocols? What are the kind of key barriers that you say it could be done very easily, but we've been talking about this for years?
Well, we haven't talked about it. We have talked, when you look to the different talks, you have a lot of talks about rules of the roads. A lot of talks about space traffic management. You don't have a lot of talks about coordination. And this coordination, I think, several years ago couldn't or was not perhaps possible because you didn't have a lot of SST systems in the world. Now, SST was a good to have, let's say, now is a must have if you want to protect your satellites. Therefore, most of the main spacefaring nations have developed SST mechanism. So you can easily put in sort of a network of all these systems in order to deal with, once again, the next step could be exchange of information, but this will take ages already to exchange information. But contact points, protocols could be done more easily.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mishaal, I would like to involve you. Maybe you can give us some current examples of what you are doing in the Kingdom or of Saudi Arabia to address these topics. Is SST, STM an issue, and how do you develop our capabilities there? And I also would like to ask Rodolphe and Stuart to join us here on the panel.
So from my side, as I mentioned, the center is a global center. So we're a think tank looking at the global space community, not necessarily focused on one region or the other. Obviously, we are in Saudi. In terms of space debris and space debris creation and space debris mitigation and space traffic management, currently, obviously, the number of assets that Saudi has in space are still not that high, but they are very keen on establishing sustainability from the start. So in other words, any satellite that goes up there, they're very cognizant of making sure that it will not be space debris. But obviously, the more we put satellites in space, the more critical it becomes to have SSTM, essentially, STM, sorry, and that capability locally. But one of the efforts that kind of pushed Saudi to have the center with the WAF is to try to tackle the problems and try to help Saudi set up, in other words, whatever policies, recommendations we make, that they would actually apply to whatever activities that they plan to do in the future. And this is in terms of the Saudi piece. In terms of the center, our goal, for example, in about 1 week, almost 1 week, we are actually hosting a roundtable to discuss specifically how to de-risk the space economy, focused mainly on space debris in terms of collision avoidance, in terms of financial models that can help incentivize satellite operators and satellite manufacturers and any entity that wants to put an asset in space. How do you incentivize them to have sustainable practices? And then number 3, how to tackle existing debris and new debris that can be created. So we're hosting that event to kind of inform on a space debris paper that we plan to publish hopefully by 2025, where we want to make policy recommendations to the space community globally. And so that's what we're working on currently. And so this is a very critical element because, as you're aware, space debris has been growing tremendously. There's more objects that are debris than actual active satellites. And that's what we're trying to kind of make sure that we don't reach a point where all satellites are at the mercy of essentially have a much higher chance of collision than as it is now. So we need to tackle this problem immediately. Okay. Otherwise, we are really risking the space economy.
Remind me, I know that Saudi was developing its space strategy for quite some time now. Will space sustainability, space safety and security, you just mentioned, being part of that?
Yeah, I mean, case in point, Saudi hosted a space debris conference earlier this year, showcasing how important it is for Saudi to ensure that anything we do will be done sustainably.
So we can expect that as it is part of the upcoming space strategy. Okay, wonderful. Good. Thank you very much for all of your interventions. So for me, it's impossible to follow the chat here. It's very astronomy focused, and so it's hard to pick questions. So if you have one, please fire them in the chat. Best is very short, obviously.
Torsten, also people can raise their hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you'd like to just put your question directly.
One question that came to my mind when Rodolphe spoke was, and you said, "Hey, the actor, the operator has to move. Who shall move?" I mean, we have on the streets, we have a legal system that here in Europe we are going on the right-hand side. When we are going over to the island, we would say we drive on the wrong side, but that's some point of view here. The question is, who shall move in space? And I invite all of you for your thoughts on that. Who wants to start? Rodolphe.
Yeah, on this point, it's very important that, once again, at the global level, you cannot start with that. So this question, the only way to find a solution is to do it through a standard, I think. It's why we have launched this work at the EU level or European level, because the SEN is not only the EU, it's broader. You have UK, you have Turkey, for example, part of it. As well, you have currently work at the ISO level with a space traffic coordination standard proposal, where some elements regarding these rules of the roads are developed and discussed. But just to finish, I just wanted to say that when I talk about the global level, so I go back to the global level, there is just not to agree on who has to move. This you don't need to have that. You just have to say, okay, there is a collision. Are you aware of this collision? Yes, no. Then you say, do you want to move? No, okay, I will move. Because the idea is you will never play the chicken game with your satellite, saying, I will not move if you don't move. The idea is to avoid the collision in the end. So really, I think these rules of the roads are very interesting and necessary. In order for them to work, they need to come from a standard, which is agreed by everybody.
Mhm.
But even there, you will encounter some issues, for example, with military satellites. Over.
So before coming to Duncan and his question, Mishaal or Stuart, can I invite you to propose your thoughts on that? Stuart?
On the maneuver issue, ideas about which satellites should maneuver were included in some of the earlier proposals for space traffic management, and they founded on the idea that the original proposals were that satellites already in orbit should have precedence over satellites that were launched later, so that the later launch satellites essentially had the responsibilities to stay out of the way of the ones that were already in orbit. And not unsurprisingly, the people who hadn't launched yet were very resistant to that idea because it represents a considerable barrier to entry for them. If they try and get in orbit and then they have the responsibility to do all the maneuvering to stay out of the way of the incumbents, it makes my life much harder for them. So it's not a very level playing field. I think there's more traction in the idea that if you identify a conjunction, then potentially the satellite that maneuvered most recently is potentially responsible for creating that conjunction. And you might get more traction with the idea that, well, if you're involved in a conjunction and it can be demonstrated that you moved last, it's your responsibility to get out of the way. But that requires a level of coordination and space traffic management that we don't really have at the moment. It would be difficult to kind of enforce that sort of standard at the moment. We would need a much larger and more transparent system to make it work.
Great, thank you. Mishaal?
From my side, obviously, I second what Stuart and Rodolphe mentioned, but in addition to that, we can borrow, again, from the aviation industry. When you're flying, you have different capabilities from different flying vehicles, and so you specify it ahead of time. Then in this particular case, you have, I guess, residence time playing a role, who was in this orbit first and so forth. But it needs to be essentially spelled out that if you are in this position, if this is happening, these are the elements that need to be considered, then you know what the essentially rules of the road are. And so that needs to be spelled out somewhere and accepted as standard by everyone.
Right.
Similar to right-of-way rules in aviation, which are very understood.
Perfect. Thank you. Duncan, over to you. Your chance to quickly get your question in because we are almost running out of time, but go for it.
It wasn't a new question. It was a response to the point that came up earlier. Stuart's actually, ironically, come up with pretty much the same two thoughts. But I just wanted to go back to the beginning, my reason for, which is we can get hung up on the idea of who has to move, or and there is some interesting stuff when we look at that in terms of who might be responsible should there have been a collision, etc. But I think if we let that get on top of the agenda, then we are forgetting the contribution that Rodolphe mentioned, which is about protocols. And when, as I understand, we still have problems where somebody receives a conjunction data message and has not the slightest idea how to contact or even who the identity of the owner is, then that will be a good place to look first. And it doesn't necessarily need people to know the ownership of an object, just which body is going to speak for them in this protocol system.
Again, thank you very much. We landed absolute on time. I would like to thank my panel, Mishaal, Stuart, and Rodolphe, for their intervention. And with that, I'm handing back to our host today. Katherine, back to you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Torsten and all of the speakers so far this morning. If you want to please join me in giving a virtual round of applause. I can't at the minute find my own my own clappy hands icon, but it'll be here somewhere. And to say thank you very much. We're going to move on to a short comfort break, coffee break. And I know we strayed into technological solutions, but we're going to be talking a bit more from a technology perspective after the break. So we will see you back here in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to welcome everybody back. By my clock, it's time for us to kick off. And we don't have a huge long time for this session, so I'm going to just remind everybody that if you would like to raise a question, please, feel free to put it in the chat. But also, when Torsten asks people to get involved in Q&A, please just raise your hand with the reaction button on your screen. And it would be great if you could come on screen and ask your questions directly. So, Torsten, I pass it back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katherine, and welcome everyone for our second panel here. So we will pick up from where we left. So the panel is named the Future Traffic Management Control Obstacle and Enabler Part 2. And now we are talking about the barriers and enabler from the perspective of technologies and systems. So we have just 1 hour. We have 3 plus 1 panelists. So I would like to remind you to stay in the 10-minute framework that for your intervention. Otherwise, you will hear the sound, and it can go louder and louder. Yeah. Now we have 2 Germans here in the room, so that's even better. Okay, great. So without further ado, I'm handing over to Kerri, the Director International Business at Slingshot Aerospace, to talk about industry perspective on global space traffic coordination. Kerri, over to you.
Thank you very much. And so I think this morning in the previous session, we touched on a lot of the topics that I personally have in my notes to talk about as well, because I think a lot of the things that we talked about this morning play into the technology, and we even touched on some of that technology already. And so I think at the basis of space traffic coordination or space traffic control or space traffic management, whatever version we want to call it, the foundation of that is really information sharing. And so in order to enable the technology that we need in order to do that at a global scale, we need to be sharing information in the same manner. And in the same place would be very helpful as well. Right now, information is being shared with very little standards or really rules of the road, like was mentioned before. And so sharing, EFEMs and maneuver plans, not only in a common place that's accessible to everybody, but also in a timely manner. And so sharing it, 2 seconds before you plan to do it doesn't necessarily help the situation. And it's sharing between commercial operators, but also government and military assets, which is definitely something that we touched on before in that defense issue, that many military and defense players are not comfortable necessarily sharing some of that information publicly, which is definitely not a problem that I have an answer to, but if anybody on the call has a perspective, I would love to hear it. And then sharing that information between allies, but also adversaries. And so every action taken in space impacts everyone in space, regardless of your allegiances. And so we need to be able to share the information with everybody within the global community and be able to use that information. And so where that information could be shared on a global scale is still to be seen. I know we floated some ideas this morning about where that information could sit and who could kind of, be a driver for that global force, whether it's, the UN or UN body or, another entity is still to be seen. Right now, it's very segregated between countries and regions. There's a lot of pockets of information, and I think we have a lot of the right information, but it's segregated. It's all in different formats, and it's not necessarily shared in that timely manner. And so if we were to be able to standardize that information and have it in one place by having standard formats and fields, you allow that data to be fused together. And so by being able to fuse different phenomenologies and different data sources, you get a clearer and more accurate view of everything that's going on in space, allowing you to make more informed and timely decisions. And so one of the great tools that Slingshot has, it's MFAST, which was specifically designed to do this for the US government, which was, take different phenomenologies, fuse that data together, and be able to provide you that more accurate picture. And that's definitely a step in the right direction, but there's still no way for us to be able to do that on a global scale. And so taking that sort of baseline of technology and then developing it further to be able to do that on a global scale and not just ingest different phenomenologies, but ingest those different data sources and provide that fusion and provide, again, all of that information in a common repository. And so that kind of goes along to like what happens if the US track system predicts a conjunction, but the EUSST system or another, global space traffic coordination system does not. And so how do we compare those two data sources to see, which one is more accurate and which is there actually a conjunction? Does somebody need to maneuver? So if the two systems differ from each other, how do we move forward with that information? How do we compare the two data sources and how do we decide who has the more accurate data, which I think is a very interesting question. And then we move on to that communication piece, which I know and you'll have to excuse me, I have a cold, so sore throat. But then we move on to that communication piece that we talked about this morning. And so when there is a conjunction, how do you communicate with, that entity that you have a conjunction with? Many of the larger companies, companies that have large constellations, they actually have standards that they follow. So whenever they have a conjunction with another asset, they always take these steps. And so those steps are usually published somewhere, but they're not always the easiest to find. And if you're a smaller entity, you might not know that they are published or even know where to look. And so having those standards of what the process that you usually follow when you have a conjunction, if you have like a mega constellation and you have that many assets where you have a process in place, being able to publish that in a repository where people can access that easily and it's known where that information is. So if you're a smaller entity, you know exactly what to be able to do, what's going to happen when you have a conjunction with one of these larger constellations. But then what about when it's smaller asset against smaller asset or smaller asset against a government asset? That communication is key and that provides that coordination. And so I promise this was not supposed to be like a Slingshot pitch, but Slingshot also developed a platform called Beacon, which was designed to solve that problem. And so it's a platform for commercial operators that allows for that coordination, allows you to take responsibility of a conjunction and say that you're going to maneuver and communicate directly with that other asset. But again, it's a great tool, and we have, I think it's 92% of all LEO commercial assets using Beacon right now, but it's still not a global solution. So how do we take that step in the right direction from a technology perspective and then make it available to the entire, global space community? To be able to provide that communication. And then I fully wholeheartedly believe that, there should be, standardizations and sort of rules of the road for how we behave in space. And so putting these in place and having the technology develop to support that. And then there's always that wonderful question of we can make all the standards and regulations we want, but how do we enforce those regulations? And so one of the things that commercial entities in space traffic coordination can provide is definitely utilizing the breadth of our networks. And so being able to track things and then use that information outside of a classified environment. And so being able to have the data to support these sorts of conversations and talks. So one of the things that we have found from a commercial perspective is that the US government will actually have us track the same assets as them sometimes just because they want us to catch the same thing, but have it in a commercial have the data in a commercial way that they can talk about it publicly, because if they gain that information on their own networks, they're not able to share that information with their allies. They're not able to share that information publicly. They're not able to share that information at, conferences and talks like this. And so as we're looking at, enforcing those regulations and standards at some point down the road when they do exist, I think commercial entities will be a huge asset there. And then, of course, leveraging the commercial technologies that already exist. And so, again, when you look at optical or radar or passive RF, we all have great pockets of information. And when you put all those phenomenologies together, you get a much clearer vision. And so I think that it's really important that we, keep feeding that commercial industry to keep that technology progressing. And so I think it's pretty widely accepted that a commercial industry will always progress and innovate faster than a government establishment. And so if we keep the commercial industry, fed and happy and keep providing opportunities for us to innovate and grow, you're going to get technology innovating at a much faster pace. And so that becomes an interesting dilemma as we're looking at all of the regional space traffic coordination programs that are coming up, because if governments are sharing all the information for free, there's very little opportunity for space or commercial companies to participate. And so you'll wind up with one or two that will be feeding those regional programs, but you won't necessarily have that competition. You won't necessarily have that drive to keep innovating and keep being the best, because that competition will no longer exist in the industry. And I think we're at sort of a crossroads there. And I think we need to be really careful about making sure that we're not leading down that path. And then from another perspective is there's a training piece, which I don't think anybody's touched on this morning, but when it comes to space traffic coordination and when it comes to, operating in space, there's definitely a difference between the level of training and education that exists in different parts of the world. And so we're definitely seeing that there is a real demand signal for training and education from a space operations standpoint. And so I think if we're able to, as a global community, sort of provide a standard level of education and training and make that available to, not just elite military, but, regular commercial operators, newly companies that are getting into the industry, brand new companies that, only have one or two assets, countries that only have one or two assets, getting a standardization on the training and education that they can have access to, I think would be a really great way to make sure that everybody's sort of acting responsibly and safely in space. And so I think that's sort of the basis of what I wanted to cover today. I'd love, to have a deeper discussion on this. Again, a lot of the stuff that I was going to cover was covered this morning. So just to sort of add my own 2 cents to what was covered this morning.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And thanks for staying in the time frame. One follow-up question I would like to ask before we then get later on going into the general debate or discussion. You talked about the data sources that you are fusing in. And I think it's hard to address the nice players, the nice actors already, because they have their own interests and so on and so forth. But there are also the others. Let's call them unfriendly, let's call them suspicious, let's call them new space actors. Doesn't matter here. But how do you, what is your idea to get in touch with them and to ask them to participate for a good cause here?
So I have sort of 2 answers to that. And so the very diplomatic answer to that would be, I think we need a neutral body. So I think wherever that global initiative sits, it has to be a neutral body that, all of the spacefaring nations, are willing to participate in. And so I think that that's a non-negotiable. I think it has to be as neutral as physically possible to have everybody participate. We're always going to have people, entities that drag their feet or entities that aren't completely transparent and don't share all of the information. I don't think we're ever going to have a perfect solution around that. And then there's a technology response to that, where there are software tools out there that can take in pattern of life behavior and then predict what we think those assets are going to do in the future. And so that is sort of a way to kind of fill that gap of what some of those entities may not be willing to share with us. There are, predictive AI-driven software tools that can sort of fill that gap and share that information.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your intervention. We will come back later. Then next in line, Dr. Holger Krag, ESA's Space Safety Program Manager. Holger, welcome to our GNOSIS conference. So you will tell us a bit more about solutions under development in ESA's secret labs and ESA's space safety program. Holger, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Torsten. It's not at all secret. No, we are happy to talk about it in public, and it's an agency with civil purposes only. So we are happy to work on all transparency. No, we believe that I think technical solutions can drive progress on space traffic management and can actually even trigger regulatory solutions when they are well done. Now, what is space traffic management or space traffic control? In our view, it's accompanying a mission from cradle to grave, from launch over all the interaction with the environment. That's collision avoidance, but that's also re-entry support, knowing where objects would fall, but also legal monitoring, by which we mean launching states under which these objects are launched, being interested in whether they comply to regulation, and then manage the re-entry or recovery during contingencies, but also the space weather, because that's surrounding us all the time. And the solutions that we are bringing forward is for the space weather. Space weather today is still something, well, I would say, transiting from science into operations, but we need it to be operational. We need space weather forecasts like we have tropospheric weather forecasts in the evening news. And here the visual mission will be a game changer. We are going to put it in the Lagrange point 5, Sun Lagrange point 5, with a side view and with a preview on the surface of the sun that will rotate to Earth 3 or 4 days later. So we can really see all the active zones in advance, and that will provide us for forecasting capability. This will matter for the space traffic around Earth because the space weather influences the atmosphere, density, and many other aspects around. But then we need to work on the collision avoidance. You might say we are already avoiding collisions today. Yes. But today you are roughly have to fly 10,000 collision avoidance maneuvers statistically to prevent one collision, right? That's the situation we are in now. It's not very effective. The reason for that is the high uncertainties that are connected with the objects. This is a case of ESA where we had to avoid a piece of debris. A very close call, actually, but you see here everything inside this ellipsoid is actually uncertainties that can be hundreds of meters, and that makes it very inefficient. We believe that tracking technology, in particular in the domain of laser, could be an interesting solution. Laser is used already to track space objects, but only cooperative ones, so those with a mirror on board. We believe since a few years it can be done with large non-cooperative objects, upper stages, for example, using single photon detection and additional technology. And this is what we are currently expanding systematically to better performance. And that might be a very interesting option to make it more lean for everybody when you only have to maneuver maybe once or twice in a lifetime when it gets really critical. Using laser could also offer a very interesting solution for preventing collisions between objects that are not operated, and that will still concern many cases. We cannot influence a collision unless you interact from ground by, for example, using the light pressure that the laser has. to slightly move a piece of debris. Just 1 or 2 millimeters per second is enough velocity change to prevent a collision if it's done early enough. And it can be done with a kilowatt lasers in the near future that we are convinced of, and we are going to demonstrate this in a few years. But we are also convinced that space traffic management should not only manage the space traffic, but should also manage the environment. So we need to work on the environment itself and change the way we run the missions in order to preserve the environment. I believe many of you are familiar with these trend projections. The blue curve is the number of objects we will have in space if we stop spaceflight, which is definitely not what we want. And the red one is if we continue doing as we do now. And what you see in this box here, this is a sort of a calendar for every day in a year, where the white dots are the days in a year where you would have to deal with a collision warning. And the red ones are those where we have to fly a collision avoidance maneuver today. But in the future, it would look like this. So we are running towards a situation where we would be constantly bombed with warnings and maneuvering, not being able to do our missions anymore, being interrupted all the time. And that is to be prevented, bringing it more to the best scenario, which is down here. But of course, while doing space traffic. And that requires many, many technologies, because you might say, well, we don't have enough regulation. I think the regulation is already there. Most spacefaring nations do have that regulation. The problem is it's difficult to achieve it. It's difficult, and that's even for ESA missions. It's not always possible to achieve it, even with the best intent. It's just because the technology is not robust enough. Maneuvering a spacecraft of 15 years age into the graveyard orbit can fail after that long time. Same for the disposal from LEO. Passivation is failing far too much, because when you lose the space system, you lose also the function to passivate. So we need to improve the reliability of our systems. And what we do is to undergo maturation of all the platforms that are in use from European providers, helping them to onboard more robust technology, deorbiting kits, fail-safe passivation, design for demise measures, and many other things in order to make all the events more likely. And of course, we are also getting comments like, what does it help if a few countries step ahead with this? But we are convinced we are actually not alone in this, and that's actually something also documented by what we call the Zero Debris Charter, which is a community document, which is very technical. Normally these charters are 10 or 20 pages of blah, blah, but this one is just 2 pages, and it has I must say, very handy goals, 5 of them, even with numbers. And that involves also principles, as I was outlining, coming to a more reliable disposal, and also sharing data among each other, and also space evades and tracking. It's signed today, not only by industry, not only by international organizations, but also by a growing number of states, which is very encouraging, because it demonstrates we are not alone when we invest in this technology. There are probably others ready to follow up with this, and that's a good starting ground for making sure these technologies are actually used and will be also required by law. Because let's face it, regulators will only write ambitious laws when the technology is available to implement them. And that's where we need to break the ice. And that brings me to the last point, and that is the circular economy in space. Because we are convinced that beyond the technologies I listed, we also need active removal. Active removal means to go up and catch an object that is inactive, an object that has failed to be disposed. It is a recovery action, in our view, for a failed disposal. In the context of our zero debris approach, we see it as a means to recover a failed disposal and achieve a disposal by all means. We also believe that lifetime extension will become part of space traffic management. It's for us the lowest hanging fruit of all the in-orbit servicing actions. And we are doing these missions in a customer way. We're working with the customer in GEO and industry providing that service to actually do the first services action. And then we want to go with the increasing roadmap of increasing complexity up to the 2040s. Last word is, I think space traffic management would not stop around Earth. We are now going to the moon, and the cislunar environment becomes more and more popular. And today, when an object is switched off around the moon, you will not know anything anymore about its whereabouts. Actually, it's astronomers finding Apollo objects by coincidence, taking them for asteroids, and then finding out they are actually human-made. And of course, we need to become much more systematic with that. And therefore, we are proposing a mission for demonstrating space traffic management around the moon by providing surveillance data for the first time from a lunar orbit. And that's, Torsten, is what I wanted to share from my side. I hope that was in time, more or less.
Absolutely. 10 minutes sharp. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else. Thank you, Holger, for your intervention. One question about the zero debris, Carter, and you know we are a big fan of that and a big supporter at SpaceWatch.Global about that. Can you give us an update on the non-European, non-American signatories that are on board already? Because you said it's open for everyone. And so how much were you able to attract people from other parts of the world to join in as of today?
Yeah, we are very glad that New Zealand Space Agency has signed the charter, and also in Australia. There are movements to do that, so we are getting good responses also from that part of the globe. You're probably hinting at other continents in Asia, so there the response is a bit smaller.
Okay.
But I like to look at it from the, let's say, perspective on where the space traffic is coming from. And there, I must say, we increasingly get all the major players on board, and I think that is what should matter. And we are not at the end of it. So more than 100 entities have signed, out of them 14 states. So that's the start.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much for this clarification, and we see you later then. So we are moving on here now to Adam Staincliffe and David Regad. Regad, yeah. From Lift Me Off are about computer visions for STM. So Adam, David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to attempt to share my screen. Hopefully that will reveal the presentation.
And in the meantime, Luis, we see you. If you can take down your hand during this presentation and come back thereafter, and then we take your question to the panel. Thank you.
I'm afraid I'm single screen, so I can't see if my presentation has come up for you. Is it up?
No.
No. Okay. I apologize.
That looks better. Yes.
About now. Thanks very much for bearing with me. Hi, yes, Adam Staincliffe from LMO. We are a small company based out of the UK, Luxembourg, and one of the ways we've been thinking about space traffic management that we wanted to show today was around computer vision on orbit. It's one of the quite niche areas of technology that we consider might become more and more crucial to how traffic in space is managed in the future, primarily based around the assumption that, as you've illustrated in a few graphs earlier today, the volume of traffic in space is due to increase at a pretty reasonable pace over the next decade or two. And so extrapolating from that, the ways in which we can continue to keep those traffic from bumping into each other, we think is going to involve an increasing amount of autonomy within those satellites themselves. Exactly how much, clearly up for debate. But I think the foundation for the technology for that is going to be based on how the satellites understand the space around themselves. And so we've been looking at how computer vision enables that. So what we're talking about here is to use software using a variety of algorithms that can understand sense data, in our case, primarily imagery, to capture objects via imagery around, let's say, a satellite of interest. And therefore, you can understand a bit more about that space and decide whether or not avoiding action needs to be taken, and even going so far as to be able to maneuver the satellite autonomously. So we do that by putting that processing on the satellite. And I think if you consider, as the volume increases, and as we've heard already today, there is not yet a single space traffic management authority. So how collision avoidance maneuvers are administrated, issued, is a problem that's only going to increase as time goes on. And so working out ways that satellites can understand some of this for themselves, and I use that sort of anthropomorphism very, very lightly, but embedding some foundation for satellites to be able to take avoidance maneuvers for themselves is going to require those satellites to understand and do some of that processing on orbit. And that's going to need to do it at range, and then respectively closer in as the object potentially as a source of collision becomes more of a threat by dint of its vicinity. I'm going to pause here and I'm going to hand over to David, who has thought about this problem for a lot longer than I have. And he's going to go into a little bit more detail about how exactly we might implement something like this if you get a little bit closer in. So I'm going to pause, David, and let you start talking.
All right, thanks, Adam. So yeah, I wanted to present the first part of STM, so the preventive part, I would say, where we want to approach an object in space without creating any more debris. And so for that, we are working on two aspects that would enable safe autonomous operations. The first part is the perception. So we use computer vision technologies to get enough data to approach a satellite in space. And here you see an example of a OneWeb satellite. So this was recorded in a laboratory environment, because obviously it's first, it's very expensive to get data from space, but also we cannot get the actual ground truth in space. So we need to test and validate everything on ground. So here you see how our algorithm work. It takes images, can take visible or thermal images. It detects key points on the spacecraft and then derive the 6 degrees of freedom pose of the spacecraft. So yeah, and that can be used to do autonomous navigation, so to derive the movements that you want to do, but that also can be used for inspection if you need to determine the state of an object, then you can use that kind of technologies as well. And then, yeah, if you go to the next slide, the other aspect that we are working on is the safety aspect. So for autonomy, when you have robots that work and that have a safety implications, then you want to cover both aspects separately. The perception can be wrong, like if you don't have optimal illumination conditions, or if you have unexpected events, then maybe the perception is not correct, and you want to make sure the operations remain safe. So we are looking at a way to supervise the operations, and that way this method wouldn't take any visual information for granted. So here we're using all the sensors on board the spacecraft to determine the configuration and calculate the prediction of the trajectory with sufficient margin to make sure that it will not collide, or at least the risk of colliding is very low. If there is no update, meaning if the sensors don't work properly because of the conditions I mentioned earlier, then the margin that we have still allows to operate without any hazard. And when we have new reliable info, then we can lower the margin. We can have narrower zones of uncertainty, and that allows to approach to the target. And this technique that I tried to summarize in a couple of words would allow to approach safely to another object in space, regardless of the configuration or the capabilities. It can adjust it to any kind of scenario, whether the object you want to approach is cooperative or not. So yeah, that's currently a concept, but that's something we're looking at developing in the next couple of years. I think that's it for my part. Adam, back to you if you have anything to add.
No, thanks very much, David, for throwing in there. I think, as you can see, what we're talking about here is as much a conversation starter, really. I think lots of people have quite strong opinions about what level of autonomy is or isn't safe for a variety of applications, space not least of which. But I think we can't ignore the fact that it could offer some potential ways to solve this problem, often in the absence of a formal authority or some sort of regulatory body to supervise all these things. If we have, as I think Kerri's talking about before, a kind of an understood sequence of steps that objects can take autonomously, semi-autonomously, that are widely understood, then you're giving the operator options, and that's what we're talking about here really at this stage is options for continuing to use safe spacely. So I'll stop there and stop sharing.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you very much for your intervention. Can you help me to understand where you are in the process, in the development? So what is the current status? Or you said it's a concept, it's a nice opener for a conversation, but I mean, from here to a business, there's quite some way. So where are you?
So we're developing software that would go on board either SDA platforms or onboard in-orbit servicing platforms, both of which are quite deliberate, fairly niche in some instances, use cases where you're either trying to understand an object coming towards you, or you're trying to understand an object you are moving towards, kind of, either end of the telescope, if you will, for how we're looking at this. So that's either to help somebody carry out an RPO or a close proximity operation safely, in-orbit servicing, or some of the things that Holger mentioned earlier, that we might wish to move towards for a circular economy in space, or potentially either purely observational, whether that's to inform and give people more detail at range about the status of their objects, kind of a far range inspection, if you will, all the way through to more military purposes to do with surveillance or other things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see there's an intense side conversation going on in the chat, in the hallway, we would say. I would like to invite Kerri here back to the stage, and I would like to ask all of you and as a panel, and Holger and Kerri, you both mentioned that the accuracy of data that we have today. So how can we calibrate data so to know what is right, what is wrong at the end of the day? And I think, Kerri, you said you have two results. What do we take? Are we just taking the middle ground? So, or what is right? What is wrong? So that's an open question to all of you.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that there's calibration satellites that, most of the sensor networks will calibrate their sensors off of. Slingshot definitely, does that on a very, regular basis. But I think we run into the issue when, one entity is saying, something is here, and then the other entity has it over here. And there's a degree, there's a degree of error in both of those observations. And so being able to, again, it comes down to being able to fuse that data together so that if it's in the same format, if it's got the same fields, it's really easy to run through it's really easy to run through a tool like MFAST and be able to fuse that data together and narrow that, that error so that you have a better, it's not going to give you 100% accuracy. I think that's very difficult to do, but it will give you a much better view of where that really is when you combine the two sets of data. And that's really easy to do, again, when everything's in the same format, but also when you're dealing with like the Slingshot network and the US government network, or you're dealing with, a French entities network and the French government, when you're in the same, sphere of influence. I think it's when we get into when it's a difference between the EUSST and the tracks, or it's a difference between where, an adversary thinks their asset is and we think their asset is. I think that's when that becomes a lot harder because you don't necessarily have that information readily available to fuse. And I think that's where like having that neutral body that all of the information is provided in and being able to have access to that information and that organization having the right tools to do that comparison is where we'll get, a much better picture for that.
Holger, your view on that?
Yeah, I concur. Maybe one additional thought on this, because it depends on how deeply you share data. So if only the top level of the data is shared, it is very hard to interpret it. But if the whereabouts of the data source are also shared, under which circumstances it was generated, what the sensors were used, or if even the raw data of the sensor is shared, the user would be able to trace back and understand the differences, and then put up its opinion. Of course, becomes more and more expert mode. But I would also think there would be companies and experts specializing on it and providing it as a service. So it depends on how much data is shared. I can only advocate go as deep as possible when we are sharing data. The closer to the original sensor output, the better for everybody.
So I think we are now on this point of open data sharing, and the role of commercial entities. And I mean, at least two of you representing here, three of you representing here, commercial entities in this field. One an agency. So, and I talked in my remarks and my trends at the beginning about it. We see there's the hunger for open data, like in a Copernicus style, but is that a solution that everyone wants to apply and want to work with and want to make money with? So, what are your thoughts? And I'd like to start with you, Kerri.
Yeah, so I would say that from a commercial entity perspective, I think it goes back to my comments before about making sure that we're feeding that commercial industry, because we're going to be able to innovate faster than a government organization. And so I think if governments are looking to provide that depth of data for free to everybody, it kind of takes away that need for a commercial market. And so I think that sort of leads us down the path of you have one or two actors that are providing the majority of the data, and you lose that, that competition, you lose that drive for innovation. I think that there has to be a middle ground. And so I don't think we should go full capitalistic on it. I think that there has to be a middle ground where, the data rights and that are negotiated between the government entities are meant for a certain level of data to be shared. But then there might be some analysis or insights that aren't provided that you're going to go to a commercial entity for. And so, again, I don't think that either end of the spectrum is particularly useful. I think that there has to be a much better middle ground for us to find.
Adam, David, may I invite you to give your thoughts on that as well, because you're working with data and you're not creating them by yourself, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You want to? Okay. Yeah, just for us, the perspective is a bit different because we develop the technology and we do use data to develop our technology. Some we generate ourselves in the lab, and some, when it becomes available, we'll use data from space. But we see ourselves a bit like a complement. So whenever the information we can get from ground is limited, and we need to have a closer look, whether it's to approach and interact, or if it is to collect more precise information, then our technology would be used, and it can be interfaced with whatever the service provider needs. So yeah, the perspective is a bit different for us. You want to add something, Adam, maybe?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what Kerri was saying about the different ends of the spectrum, and I feel like I'm genuinely struggling to envisage how you merge the two successfully in the middle, because the model I keep coming back to is that of air traffic management, where you have individual nations who are responsible for their airspace. The management of that airspace is done at a government level, and it's, yes, you have a commercial provider who might give you the equipment or might run the service for you, but it's very much done as a responsibility from the government because it's their airspace. It's hard to say that that particular model works for space, because whose space is it? So who's responsible for their bit? And so having a government take responsibility for a zone the way you would for airspace means I don't think you can generate an easy model where a company could service that. But if we totally just left it to organizations themselves without any kind of government interference, then you might not get things covered that you needed. It would just be what people would pay for. And yeah, that middle ground, I find it hard to define where you get both of those. And I suspect that's going to come back to what was discussed earlier today about regulatory bodies and responsibilities, because, you know, somebody ultimately has to take responsibility for saying that data is accurate. And, you know, like you were saying earlier, Kerri, if somebody's going to be that neutral body and hold that responsibility for everybody else, ultimately, so they're going to come back to them and go, well, you said that position was accurate because you've divined it in some way through comparison or analysis or whatever. You know, that's going to require a suitable level of empowerment from an international body to devolve that responsibility to them. And all of that, you know, that then generates which technical solution do you put into that when you have the model? And I'm not sure. I'm genuinely, I could bounce backwards and forwards between all those ideas. So while, you know, we're tinkering away trying to come up with a good technical solution for a part of the problem, I do feel like we need that extra bit of definition on top to say who arbitrates on, you know, like people have said in the comments, when do you agree on what the autonomy rules are? You know, who arbitrates on that? You know, these things need some level of that if we are ultimately to do this in a cooperative way.
The good thing is we have Holger here on the panel who can provide the perspective of the agency, of the European agency on the space matter. So Holger, no pressure on that. So, but how do you define the roles between the agency and the commercial entities? And I mean, in Germany or out of your network, there were a number of spin-offs that started their own companies. I mean, and having found their existence. So how do you see the roles of the agency and the private industry now and in the future?
I think the role of an agency should be an enabler. So we are not in a position nor prepared, nor do we have the mandate to provide these services by ourselves, although we could. The idea is to enable member states or our industry to do that on their behalf. And I think I can only support what was said before by Kerri. It's the public sector must make sure that he enables and then stays behind the lines, giving enough room for the downstream business to actually evolve and flourish. So, and that means we should not provide services that could not already be provided by somebody commercially. And on top of that, even measurements, I think, you mentioned the startups, even measurements, not just the services resulting from that, but even the raw measurements have a commercial ground, because you might be able to fill a niche that a public system could not fill, because you can link directly to a customer his needs for updates, his needs for accuracy, his needs to focus on certain objects, or that is only possible in a B2B service. And yeah, we would like to see this coming out of Europe.
Okay, thank you. So the audience, it's now your time. So in the next 10 minutes, it's all for you. So I'm starting with Luis. Please, let us hear your question. Hello, can you hear us?
Luis, you're muted. If you can't come off your mic, then should I put the questions that you've put in the chat on your behalf? So question for Holger. Does ESA provide public data regarding observation of satellites? For example, light curves, or is the data blocked due to it being proprietary to the observatory that ESA works with? Is a partnership required in order to access that data? And this is an interesting question that comes up a lot in GNOSIS forum. It's a question about sharing data more broadly, in particular with researchers as well as with operators. So we'll put that one to Holger, and then he did have another question for Adam and David. Holger.
Yeah, no, as we said, we do not produce data operationally. There are research projects where data is produced, and depends on the contract who owns the data. So I would recommend just approach them and ask. There's nothing wrong with that. Typically, they own the data. If ESA owns the data, ask us. I also don't see a big barrier. Why not sharing it? But normally, we encourage all people working for us in observation contracts to also write and publish papers with the data and the results. So normally, you can also find them in the public academic domain.
Now I'm going to abuse the fact that my mic is on and just say, Holger, I was very interested in what's been done with Copernicus data in the past about creating a portal that would allow researchers and entrepreneurs and innovators to access Copernicus data in a fairly straightforward way and free of charge. And so I always like to pose the challenge that if you're buying data, and then I know Kerri will have views on this, if you're buying data, why not make it a stipulation of the contract that that data also has to be shared for innovators and entrepreneurs and researchers to use the data? I know researchers would find value in that, even if it was just historical data rather than real-time data.
Yeah, I mean, for everywhere where we have operational data for space weather, for example, you find everything for free, just exactly like for Copernicus. Research data, there's a well-established rule that this is with the one that does the research and produces the data first for a while so that he can do his publications, and then it is released to the public. I think it's a normal way of dealing with science data, and that's also how we do it here.
Okay. Kerri, feel free to interject. I know you've got.
So, I mean, my response to that would be just that it comes back down to data rights, and it comes down to the data rights that the government entity is willing to negotiate and pay for. And so my challenge would be that, the government entities, put the budget that's required for that level of data sharing.
Okay, thank you. And then there was a question, quite a long list of questions for Adam and David, which I might ask you to take a look at in the chat. But I'll just ask the last of those, and following on also from another participant. So the question was, do you think special satellite missions dedicated to the types of observations you were describing would be useful instead of embedding that on all satellites? And then there was another question for you, about, could you expand a bit on how you envision dividing orbit into zones? And I would invite people to read the rest of that comment in the chat as well in the interest of time. Adam, David,
Sure.
did you want to take those?
Yeah, I can do that, and I might be able to answer a little bit more of Lewis's questions further on. Yeah, 100%. I do think having dedicated missions for those kind of observations would be useful. In fact, our business model depends on it. The idea that if you come at it from a more military point of view, putting some sort of bodyguard asset in that can do those kind of functions for something you really can't afford to lose access to or lose the service from, as I think Nick in the comments has been implying, is something we should be paying attention to, and he's 100% right. Then yeah, you are going to have to look at putting on a dedicated sensor suite that has the right level of fidelity to meet the detection limits and the resolution requirements that you have in order to understand what the object is and what it could do. So that's kind of my other answer for Lewis, is the limit on the object size is primarily based on how big it is and how far away it is, and how good your camera is. So the better the camera is, the easier it is to see an object that is smaller and further away and presumably reflecting less light, as is a sort of a rough order of magnitude. When it comes to in-orbit servicing, I know, David, obviously that's your side of the house. I can let you kind of talk about why it's worth having those kind of missions, but I think that ties very much into what Holger was saying before in terms of circular economy.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's for the next steps. I mean, for when objects will need to cooperate in space, because there are just too many of them, and at some point it doesn't make sense to add some more. Then we'll need some kind of robotics to make them work together, and this has to be done from space, because we just don't have the bandwidth and the operational capability to manage all that from ground. So yeah, it's indeed, but we'll need demonstration missions. We're working with servicing companies that are developing the in-orbit servicing capabilities, and yeah, like getting data and getting missions to demonstrate technology is critical to our developments.
I see one question here in the chat that I would like to bump to the audience, and that's could an AI take full control of space asset management and redirection with international agreements? I mean, at least it's an interesting thought piece. Any views on that for now or for the future?
I think the answer to that question is based on us, not based on what the technology is capable of. And in the same way that I think we would be reticent in the near to middle future in allowing a fully autonomous pilot for an aircraft with passengers on board, I think the idea of an AI having fully autonomous control of space traffic management, which involves human spaceflight, is probably going to be more than the human beings on the ground are willing to bear for now. Whether or not it becomes the only viable technical solution in the future based on the complexity of the situation and appropriate computing power remains to be seen. But I think the big blocker is going to be us trusting the AI to do it.
Holger, how's the agency looking into AI?
Yeah, no, we find the use of AI very interesting. AI is also very often used as a keyword, right? What we mean is automation. So whatever helps to automate is welcome. But the key to automation is data share. So spacecraft are individually so different. So Starlink satellite has other constraints, as in big ESA science satellite with several sensors and certain requirements for accuracy. They will need individual solutions, but this could still be centrally managed. Yes, if it's an AI doing or any other sort of automation, we don't care. But if the information on all these assets is not available, it will not work. So the information share is the starting point and the key.
Great. Kerri, last word from you on that, or not?
I don't have anything to add. I think I can, pretty much completely agree with both what Adam and Holger have said.
Then I would like to thank my panel, the second panel here of the day, Kerri, Holger, Adam, and David. And with that, I'm handing back to Katherine.
Thanks so much, Torsten, and thanks to the whole panel. I think I can actually get my virtual round of applause working this time. So really appreciate everyone's contributions. Moving swiftly along, we now have a session of lightning talks from a whole series of people who have offered to give us 2-minute bits of their knowledge sharing. So I will hand over to James, who is chairing that session.
Thank you very much, Katherine. Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, as Katherine's mentioned, we're moving into a lightning talk session now. So the idea of this session is to give a few more members of our GNOSIS community the opportunity to speak today. But as we've got a very tight program as it is, we'll only have about 3 minutes per speaker. So I'll try to emulate Torsten in keeping very precisely to time. And so after about 2.5 minutes has passed for each speaker, I'll unmute myself and just give you a slight cue of 30 seconds. And that'll be your cue to wrap the talk up. But moving swiftly on to our speakers to maximize the time we have available. To start with, we've got Davide Amato, who's a lecturer in spacecraft engineering at Imperial College London. So Davide, if you want to share your screen, I'll start the timer when your presentation is up and running.
Perfect. Thank you very much, James. Thanks for inviting me for the slot. Let me just share my screen. I hope you can you see this?
We can see your screen. It's currently quite small on the monitor. Yes, it's full screen now. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. It's been very interesting morning, very interesting conversations. Just to give an overview, I mean, I like to think about the state and the future of the space environment as a realistic pessimist, and that's kind of what drives my research. I work on computational methods for astrodynamics, and the goal of these methods is to really prepare for a future in which, first of all, the Kessler syndrome is underway, at least in orbits that are crowded, which will have probably tens of thousands of additional payloads in orbit, and in which we'll also need to manage other orbital regimes where dynamics are more complex, like cislunar, without removal mechanisms. So the existing computational methods that people at space agencies or in commercial SSA companies use, they work very well for the current state of the space environment, but they're not quite up to speed when we start thinking about tracking possibly like twice the size of the catalog, or extending the debris sizes to track possibly 500,000 objects, for instance. And all of this with, of course, limited information sharing among operators, among different nations. So we're really working on the technological side to solve these problems through 3 main areas. So the first is fast methods for predicting nonlinear dynamics, up to 100 times faster than current numerical methods, which are especially useful when you consider large uncertainties. We also apply AI where we think that it works best, which is in the identification of unknown dynamics that are followed by spacecraft. And this could be due to maneuvers or due to anomalies, for instance, in space weather. And finally, where all this comes in is in our applications to SST, so the space surveillance and tracking. So we're applying these methods in order to facilitate catalog maintenance for very large catalogs with a minimal set of information, for instance, by making use even just plenty of TLEs and debiasing in order to increase accuracies. And all of this, we're also aiming to kind of go up the ladder of the TRL by implementing these methods on a telescope test bench, which is Cyclops, which is currently under development at Imperial.
30 seconds left, Davide.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you for sticking to time there, Davide. So we'll move on to our second speaker now. I should say to the audience, if you do have any questions for our speakers in this session, we do still encourage that, but please direct them in the chat, and hopefully our speakers can answer those as we go. So yes, we'll move on to our second speaker now, which is Kevin Gifford. He's a professor of computer science at the University of Colorado Boulder. So Kevin, I'll hand over to you. I think you might be muted, Kevin. We can see your screen now.
Great. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate being here this morning. And I honestly just met Davide Amato at the London Imperial College last week, so that was very fortuitous. Hey, gang, I'm going to talk about a topic that involves all of this with a focus on space sustainability, right? Whether it's spectrum sharing or protecting satellites from RFI. That is kind of the subject of this talk. At a high level, you've got two problems, I think, from a radio astronomy perspective or for an Earth observation perspective. As satellites come over radio astronomy facilities, they produce RFI, so you're protecting terrestrial RA facilities from satellite RFI. And if you flip that problem 180 degrees around, you are protecting Earth observing satellites from terrestrially generated RFI, let's say 3GPP base stations. And that's actually very important from a disaster mitigation perspective, from sustainability. It turns out that 7.3 gigahertz is really the golden band that people want to share. Commercial operators want that for 5G, and importantly, that band is used for sea surface temperature monitoring, which is a great predictor for weather forecasts, climate models, hurricane landfall predictions. So critically important if you think about, the good of the nation and the good of the world to be able to give that high fidelity information. So what we built is, we call it RGSS, it's real-time geofencing, and we're protecting those EOS, Earth observation satellites, that come over and get interfered with RFI from terrestrial generated RFI. What's interesting here is, there's 30,000, let's say 10,000 satellites that are going over RA, and so you want to protect RA from all that RFI, but when you flip it 180 degrees, there's really only 30 Earth observation satellites, so you are really minimizing that particular problem. So we're looking at doing that. Overall, we want to protect the Earth's observation. We want to use TLEs and, very accurately know where those Earth observation satellites are. And then we can predict for the operators, the commercial operators operating in, let's say, a metropolitan city, to blank out their 3GPP transmissions if they're going to interfere with the Earth's observation satellites. Actually, you guys, this is a scenario that works good for both sides. You can blank out the terrestrial genome beasts, and that allows them, they're protecting the Earth's observation satellites. That also allows the operators to run their networks hotter. When they blank things out, they can make other cells have higher power and adjust. So overall, the dark time for this particular band is greater than 99.95% network availability if we implement this spectrum sharing. So overall, if you would like more information on this activity, you can contact Elliot Eichen or Kevin Gifford, both at colorado.edu. We've got this system built. We are working with several entities in the NSF. It's the NRAO, National Radio Observatory, or NRAO, National Radio Astronomy Observatory, and then several particular observatories, the VLA in America, HCRO and also OBRO, which are important radio astronomy facilities. And what's nice about using, like say, HCRO, thank you, is that you can use that sensor array, right, that distributed array, that RA sensors, as actually sensors that can very accurately, geolocate and ground truth of the Earth observation satellites. So that's the background of the work. And thank you for your time this morning, everyone. Over.
Thank you very much, Kevin. It's very interesting. So we'll move straight on to our third speaker is Aisling Dignam, who's a postdoctoral research fellow at NOIR Lab. So I'll hand over to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Just sharing the screen. Full screen. Cool. Can you see the screen and hear me okay yet?
Yeah, that looks good to me, Aisling. Thank you.
Cool. So hello, my name is Aisling, and I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at NOIR Lab. So for those of you who don't know, NOIR Lab runs a lot of optical observatories. So I put a list of them at the bottom, the main projects that we have. And I'm going to talk about the impact of satellites on our observatories and what we're doing with the images that do have satellites present. So firstly, I'm going to use VRC Rubin Observatory as an example. So this observatory is the top two images here on the slide. So the telescope is the image on the left and the observatory building is the image on the right. So for scale, there's a person in the bottom right or the bottom left corner of the telescope image. It's an 8-meter telescope. So this is going to come online next year, and it's going to, every 3 days, take an image of the entire southern sky, and it's going to continue doing that for 10 years. So one of the main science goals that the Rubin Observatory has is to look at transient events that occur on the timescales of seconds. But this is also the timescale of satellite glints. So this is a form of contamination that may produce a lot of false positives, and it's predicted to produce a lot of false positives for this observatory. So it's one of the challenges we're working on now. And then speaking of false positives, in the image on the bottom right, this is an image that was taken last week by some observers at the Cerro Tololo Observatory, which is the one in the middle image here, lots of telescope domes. And they just noticed that there were a lot of satellites one night, and they went outside with just a camera and they pointed towards the west just after sunset. And this is typically when we'd be looking for near-Earth objects and potentially hazardous asteroids. And the illumination conditions illuminate the asteroid, and then the background remains dark. But this is perfect for illuminating satellites as well. So typically when astronomers get images that have a lot of glints or they have streaks in them, they'll try to remove them, but it does damage the image quality. And then also for some types of observations, they may just remove that picture entirely. So this is not good in terms of preserving observation time. So my research is on seeing, can we actually learn any information using these state-of-the-art scientific equipment to figure out more about satellites and these objects. So last night, conveniently, I had some time on the 4-meter telescope, the Victor Blanco telescope, and we observed a Starlink satellite. So we're going to try and find out as much information from this detector as possible, and hopefully inform ourselves more on mitigation strategies that we can use in astronomy and potentially further afield, and then also learn more about these the satellites using the highly calibrated instruments. So we use in our mitigation strategies, we want to be able to continue taking images such as this one on the left-hand side, which is a Rosette Nebula, which was taken with the exact same observatory as the Starlink image was. So if anyone has any questions or wants to reach out about anything to do with NOIR Lab's facilities or the Vera Rubin Observatory as well, and satellite contamination and sharing of this information, please just let me know. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Aisling. That was great. So moving on to our final speaker of the session, and everyone's favourite slot just before lunch, is Ben Vallow, who's a student here at the University of Warwick. So this is a nice bit of undergraduate research that's being presented at the conference. Yeah, Ben is studying physics with Astro, so I'll hand over to him to introduce his project.
Hi everyone, thank you for introducing me, James. I'm Ben Vallow. I'm a third-year physics with astrophysics student at the University of Warwick. And over the summer, I did an 8-week research project looking at global surveillance network architectures. So with a growing number of nations emerging into the space domain and the launch of many mega constellation projects into the LEO, such as Starlink, orbital congestion is a growing issue, as we all know, and ground-based surveillance networks are key to informing our future decisions to address this challenge. So how did I approach this problem? Well, I built on previous simulations of orbital traffic and investigated a series of telescope array case studies and compared a global network of these to the all-sky array. The simulation itself ran for 267 nights. I took a random sample of 50 Starlinks and simulated these for the 10 observation sites shown. And I've chosen 4 case studies to present. We also modeled some observational constraints. We took a fixed altitude limit above the horizon, modeled the impacts of the Earth's shadow, and also applied some simple models of illumination effects from the moon and star contamination from the Milky Way. To analyze the data, we use 3 key metrics: revisit time, which is the time interval between subsequent detections of a satellite; traffic, which is the frequency of satellite detection; and arc length, which is the measured length of the path of a satellite. So let's define what a sparse array case study is in more detail. You can see here in the figure in the top left 2 examples of case studies, each of which have a strategic arrangement of field of views, each representing a telescope pointing at a fixed position in the sky and is capable of observing orbital traffic. So now let's look at traffic efficiency to the right of this. You can see here in the figure a scatter plot which shows the mean nightly traffic per field of view for each configuration. Overall here we see that the all-sky array consistently records the lowest traffic, with these case studies, particularly 5 and 9, performing the best, outperforming. The key conclusion here is that sparse arrays are a cost-efficient approach for traffic detection. However, we did only use a small sample of 50 satellites, as I'm sure you know, and this may change for a larger constellation. Next, we can look at revisit time just below this. We see here that with the addition of more global sites, revisit time decreases significantly, and this quantifies the impact of a global network, as we've discussed earlier. And the key conclusion here is that geographical diversity is key to successfully tracking satellites, and a global network should be prioritized. To summarize, I've highlighted some of the benefits of a global network of sparse arrays, but I've also showed many avenues for future work, looking at a larger sample of LEO satellites across a more diverse range of orbits, and hopefully expanding to space debris as well. It was also about gaining practical research experience for myself, and I was also able to develop my own personal skills. And if you have any questions, I've listed my contact information below. And I'd like to thank James and GNOSIS for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Ben. That was great. I'll hand back over to Katherine now. He'll deliver a few final details before lunch. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for those lightning talks. It's so much food for thought. I'm absolutely going to have to go away and try and absorb some of that with the break over lunch. So we've had to truncate the lunch session because we've had so many interesting speakers offering to participate, and we really couldn't say no to all of the insights that are coming this afternoon. So if we can take a break, we will resume at 13:15 GMT with just a quick hello from me, and then we'll move into a session where we pick up the thread that was, started this morning about ADR and really trying to dig into what is going to be needed for an ADR market to actually thrive. So I hope everybody has a good break, and we will see you back here very shortly in about 43 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I know that some people will still be filling their coffee cups and wandering back in, but as we have a very packed agenda, we're going to start. So I will remind everybody that we are recording this, and also that we have the chat function available for people. Please use it to exchange your thoughts between each other, and also to capture questions that you like to put to the speakers. Had very lively discussions this morning, which may make it a bit difficult to follow the questions in the chat, but we will definitely be giving people the opportunity to raise their hand also if they want to put a question to speakers directly. I would like to make sure that we have everybody gathered for our next session. But before we do that, I would just try and summarize, very briefly, some of the key points from this morning's discussion, which was so ably chaired by Torsten Kriening. To start, I think, one of the key takeaways for me from Aarti Holla-Maini's comments is that it is time to turn words into action. And it is time to share our best practices and our knowledge with each other across borders and across boundaries, but also with decision makers in an effective way that gives them the ability to have clear political vision in order to accelerate decision making. We really would like to encourage follow-up dialogue amongst the participants in this event, and to say, please reach out to each other on LinkedIn, exchange details in the chat, look for opportunities to collaborate and share best practice and share knowledge. Other key points that came out of the two earlier sessions, from Mishaal, I thought there was a very strong argument for public advocacy, which was echoed by others as well, and the importance of that. Stuart, who raised some very novel ideas for raising funding, and I think that could be an interesting deep dive workshop in its own right. Rodolphe called really for practical steps to be taken while the slower routes of diplomacy are, those levers are being pulled with a sort of practical suggestions. Can we not just share contact points and protocols for the information that we would want to share in order to avoid collisions now? Kerri echoed that really, but calling for, I guess, braver information sharing between allies and also between adversaries. And made a very good observation about the value of commercial providers in being able to shed a light of transparency on the activities in space. I think our understanding of what is going on in the space environment has been enhanced immeasurably since more commercial providers have entered into the SSA and space traffic management market. And a good conversation there around the role of government institutions and space agencies versus the role of the commercial sector, and how they could be working effectively together. Holger Krag gave us a great overview of ESA's work and the many capabilities that are needed for space sustainability, and also talking about encouraging that international collaboration. And then Adam and David stimulated very interesting discussion about AI and about autonomy, which of course, is a critical discussion that we need to be having going forward. I won't even begin to try and sum up the very interesting lightning talks that we had, but I would really encourage all the participants to please reach out to the researchers who shared that little snapshot of the things that they are working on. That is the point of this, is to have a platform where people can understand what other people are working on and connect in order to forge new collaborations. So without any further ado from me, I would like to pass the baton, as it were, to Ray Fielding and invite Ray and Meki Desi and Yang Gao and Troy Morris to join us. Ray is the head of in-orbit, oh, now my brain is servicing and manufacturing and sustainability for the UK Space Agency, and therefore much more of a subject matter expert to address the sorts of questions that were coming up about ADR in the earlier sessions than I. Ray, over to you and your speakers.
Thank you, Katherine, and hello, everyone. It's great to be here. For those of you who don't know me, as Katherine introduced, I'm Ray at the Space Agency. I'm head of space sustainability and in-orbit servicing, assembly and manufacturing. We keep adding to this particular acronym at a rate of knots, but I think we settled on ISAM for now. A very, very exciting area to work in. In fact, not an area I knew much around until fairly recently. Although I was very, very used to using space for sustainability, I wasn't too familiar with using space for space sustainability. So it's exciting to be part of this area, and certainly a topic close to my heart we're going to talk about today. Just to give you a little bit of an overview about what we are doing as an agency and why I think this topic is of great importance to us. You'll be aware in the past couple of years, we actually restructured the agency around priority areas. One of those areas was space sustainability. So we've been operating as a space sustainability focused agency for a while now, trying to show UK leadership in this area across the world, and also actually not just talk about it, but do it. And I've been very, very glad to get the National Active Debris Removal Programme running, hopefully going forward through the next spending review, and the ancillary activities such as looking at things like everything from atmospheric ablation to how do you refuel a satellite in space to stop them from being throwaway objects. Across government as well, we've recognised through the Space Industrial Plan that we need to be a bit more joined up and thinking on a capability focus. And the Space Industrial Plan lists ISAM with the associated work underneath space sustainability as a key capability for the government going forward. So all round a priority area. And when we finish the spending review shenanigans, we hope to publish what we want to do over the next 3 years, and then have some longer term strategies ready to go as well, which we've been spending all summer working on to show where we want to go in terms of joined up effort and long term commitments. So as I was saying, an area very, very close to my heart, what we're doing, and an area fraught with problems. Now, I won't give you my spin on some of the trials and tribulations faced by active debris removal, because I'm really, really keen to hear from the panelists their take. And we've got some 10-minute pitches, speeches about areas and efforts by each of the respective panelists here, which we're just about to go into. But it is an area which faces challenges. It is an area which is going to take significant effort, I think, to get off the ground. And I'm really, really keen to hear everyone on this call here, on this webinar, what you might think about the challenges faced by ADR and how to realise it as a viable market sector, and also to face some of the challenges we face from the legacy problems which have been generated since that launch in 1957, and also how we go around solving them. I think that'll be a great discussion to have after these talks. But enough from me. Let's go into what we're here for, which is to listen to our speakers. I'm not going to go through a bio from each one. I'm just going to ask each speaker just to come online when I bring you in. We've got around 10 minutes per pitch here. So if I could ask the speakers just to keep the time, and by not going through the bios, we get some extra time to actually listen to the people. So Meki, would you like to join us on camera and lead us off with your slide deck, please?
Thanks, Ray. Great. I will start my timer so I stick to the 10 minutes. So my name is Meki, and I'm the SSA strategy lead at Astroscale. And so let me just get my slides up. Okay, hopefully that's showing clearly. Okay, so I just want to start by giving then a whistle-stop tour of Astroscale and my perspective on what's required for ADR to become commonplace in the space ecosystem. So I only have 10 minutes, but I've split this into roughly 3 sections. So first, the state of the ADR market and the fact that it's inherently tied to global regulation. Secondly, the core technologies that we believe underpin the ability to safely and efficiently perform ADR. And then thirdly, an overview of Astroscale UK's ADR mission that's currently under development. Firstly, the state of the ADR market, which is inherently tied to global regulation. So we like to draw this analogy between the value chain for terrestrial markets with the spacecraft value chain. So there really is hardly any terrestrial good now where the value chain just ends with operations. There is near enough always some form of post-servicing repair or support, be that inspection, repair or disposal. But until late, space has really completely been a throwaway culture, with that value chain ending abruptly after a satellite's operational life. So in-orbit servicing unlocks this analogous final stage of operations for a spacecraft, where active debris removal, or ADR, is a large subset of IOS. And so we're really entering this era now where the value chain is beginning to similarly extend for spacecraft due to regulatory and technology advancements. And at the beginning here, I just want to caveat that ADR is fantastic, but also the core technologies that we're developing here will then ultimately also be the ones that allow us to do further servicing in orbit, whereby we can repair, refuel, or upgrade assets rather than simply remove them, which makes for a far more space environment still. Since 2022, really has been an acceleration in countries and organizations globally to strengthen regulation concerning the sustainability of space. And these innovative policies are really the ones that are catalyzing the iOS and ADR market. So we've seen key acts such as the FCC 5-year rule, the ESA Zero Debris Charter, and the G7 coming together to acknowledge the need for space debris mitigation and remediation. And it is this global regulation that is a key driver in ADR becoming a commonplace activity. And slightly here in the UK, we are seeing iOS really now being pulled out as key focus areas in both the civil and defence domains, with critical documents such as the National Space Strategy and the Defence Space Strategy referencing the need for these capabilities. So reviewing iOS market trends, of which ADR is a large subset, the latest Northern Sky Research iOS report projects a cumulative iOS market size of over 18 billion over the next 11 years. And this estimate has been continually revised upwards, now 5.9 times compared to the forecast made in 2020, again driven by the regulatory tightening and technological advancements. And so we kind of see this early stage investment in ADR being stimulated by governments through funding of early stage research and technology. And then the proof of the technical capability is then often demonstrated through institutional programs and government agency procurement. And then these really groundbreaking initial missions are expected to attract commercial customers and lead to the growth of a commercially viable market. And this really is now expected to happen with the changing global regulatory landscape, which should then push commercial operators to have a removal plan in place for their assets when they reach the end of their life. And so this is where we really see the market size being driven from. And we also had a really interesting alternative for funding ADR by Stuart this morning. So definitely reference that talk if you didn't get a chance to tune in, to go back and listen to that recording. So that was a quick overview of the market trends and the regulation driving ADR. And now just a little bit about the core technology. And so at Astroscale, one of the elements we really see as a crucial underpinning to be able to make ADR commonplace is the ability to safely perform rendezvous proximity operations. And Astroscale has now refined and improved the steps needed for safe approach and contact with debris. So after launch and during early stages of the mission, our satellites are tracked using ground-based SSA. But then there comes a point during the satellite's approach where our own long-range sensors are able to lock onto the object. And as that separation distance reduces, there is a handover to the short-range sensors. And finally, the close stage approach relies solely on board the onboard sensors, which then allows our satellites to perform a fly-around inspection, pose estimation, and capture of the debris. So Astroscale's flight heritage proving these has happened with 2 missions now. So EUSST was the first mission launched back in 2021, which demonstrated an astroscale satellite launching with a dummy piece of debris and then proving the ability to safely separate and recapture that. And then ADRAS-J was launched earlier this year and was the world's first attempt to approach and characterize a real-life piece of debris, which in this case was Japanese upstage rocket body. And so you can see here the ADRAS-J specific concept operations that we designed. And again, you can see these stages matching what we showed in that first RPO illustration diagram. And this slide actually now shows the real-life results achieved by ADRAS-J in action. And you can see in this final stage, our ADRAS-J satellite was able to form a fly around of that upper stage rocket body, holding a mere 50 meters separation distance, which really was a groundbreaking capability. And here are some of the really beautiful close approach images gathered of that upper stage by ADRAS-J. And we really see ADRAS-J marking the start of a fully fledged debris removal service at astroscale. Phase 2 of the program is now contracted and will involve the capture and removal of the debris. So we're working to adapt our existing services to be able to make them capable of removing such large objects from orbit. And then very quickly, the last section, which is a quick overview of Astroscale UK's current ADR mission that's under development and the technology we're using here. So this is being developed under the UK Space Agency ADR programme, and our mission is called COSMIC, which stands for Cleaning Outer Space Through Innovative Capture. And so the mission kicked off in 2021 with a feasibility study. And now COSMIC Servicer is an evolution of our ELSA spacecraft, now using a robotic arm to capture and grapple onto and capture debris, again, really employing our RPO expertise. And as we know, one of the big problems with active debris removal is that the debris is spinning often rapidly and is entirely out of control. So in many cases, we need to be able to slow that debris to have a tumble rate that is within the thresholds of the ability to be able to be captured safely. And so within this COSMIC program, we're also developing a plume impingement method whereby we can impart thrust from our own COSMIC servicer to slow down the momentum and tumble rate of the debris to be within a threshold that we can then use the robotic arm to grapple onto and safely capture. And the PDR was completed in April 2024, and we're now in a phase to further mature and de-risk these key technologies, including the robotic capture and the detumbling capability.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that that presentation. Really, really interesting, and it's great to see the progress which Astroscale have made over this past couple of 3 years. I'm still astounded when I see those photographs of ADRAS-J up close. I've seen nothing quite like that before, and it's like science fiction coming to life. Satellites are not supposed to be up close and personal with each other, but you're certainly doing that at Astroscale with some good results there. Also, a takeaway from me is, with the regulation and the markets tied so closely together, it's I think it's imperative, obviously stating, of course, imperative we get those regulation regimes right to make sure this market flourishes. But I'll pause there, and I'd like to invite our thank you, Mickey. I'd like to invite our next speaker up now, Troy from KMI. Now, Troy is here to speak to us, and the title of Troy's talk is "Reaching for the Stars with KMI." Troy, I was just reading about Cal Morris Incorporated in Payload only last week, so it's great to have you on this call. And Troy, over to you for your 10-minute talk. Thank you.
Awesome, wonderful, and thank you. Good morning from my part of the world. We had sunrise about 35 minutes ago, and I'll be on a introduction. I'm Troy Morris. I serve as the CEO, and I'm one of the co-founders for Call Morris Inc. And so I love the opening of this panel of when will active debris removal take off? Some argue it already has. For those who are unaware, there was a unclassified operation reported that was done by China, and that launched in October 2021, doing some operations out in GEO. We've got our dear friends who just spoke about what they're doing with the actual images shared with the world of a piece of debris from our friends over at Astroscale. And I'll argue a little bit ourselves. As you just mentioned, we were mentioned in payload just this week, as last week our hardware launched up to the ISS. It is currently on station, and as of Friday, we'll be doing the beginning of operations with the crew, demonstrating some of the technology we'll be showing you today. So I think the answer is soon. Depending on your definition of when will it take off, the launches are already occurring. Things are already in motion. There's already plans by multiple nations, by multiple companies. So what are we doing about it? So like I said, I'm one of the leaders for KMI, and what we're focusing on is capturing that unused value in orbit. So it's something that when you look at the average data satellite, for those who are less familiar with how the business case really breaks down here, is so many of these satellites that are currently up there are legacy assets. They weren't prepared for these beautiful docking systems that are being invented and tested and created across the world. And so they just linger. And so they have this planned obsolescence that comes in much like your phone or your computer, but a little bit more expensive when it's a multi-year million of dollars effort. And so what we're discovering at KMI, working with a lot of our customers, both inside the government and external, is that opportunity there is really where we can make a business case difference. It's one great thing, as I've talked to Don Kessler, to make a technical difference and be able to have the capabilities as a species to go after, rendezvous, retrieve. That's all great. But unfortunately, the human condition requires there to be a business case to be able to do it a second time, a third time, a fourth time, and really make that difference. So at KMI, we're working on that relocation as a service aspect, really finding the scenarios where not being serviced by other offerings, we can provide that active life orbital change, required disposal, as mentioned from the FCC and other international regulations, or at the very end, active debris removal. Our relocation systems are working regardless of mission or hardware design. So we prefer to be working with our customers long before they become the worst case edge to the right of no comms, no telemetry, no positioning, no safety, no able to assist with the actual rendezvous. We want to work with that whole ecosystem long before it becomes the terrible state we're in today. So at KMI, one of the key pieces of hardware that I mentioned is going up to the ISS, in lab on the left and off to the right with that upcoming demonstration again this Friday. That is known as REACH as an end effector. So as you can see, it has a lot of biomimicry, giving us the capabilities to unfurl against small targets, large targets. I'm not showing in this imaging, but rounded targets. So whether it's a rocket body that is in view, it's a CubeSat, it's a piece from one of the prior. The REACH system is designed intentionally to be able to service and serve that customer base, so that whether it's removing a piece from striking a critical asset or helping to relocate that critical asset itself, we want to be a near universal attachment. Those that are very familiar with the field know that nothing's universal, even chargers. So it's something that we worked our best to cover as much of the cases as we can, recognizing that there's still innovation available. So with 98% of satellites already in orbit, unprepared for docking, we had approached that as this is where we can make our difference as a company. The company motto since we founded is keeping space clear for all, and we intend to follow that through the letter. So some of the other technologies we're developing besides the REACH end effector, which has gotten all the press, is the LAYLAP spacecraft designed to be the host for all these services, the Tumble-Eye software we've developed in-house, and an Asteria module that we're working on to leave secondary attachments so that if we come to a client long before they need to be deorbited, we could work with partners to provide the kind of integration system so that other servicers in 5, 10, 20 years could come and be able to service them, really making all of space accessible, making the logistics not just for KMI, but for everyone worldwide. So about that mission that we're doing up on the ISS, this is a snapshot of our usage of the Ashemimry. So the Japanese experiment module is its home. In a few hours, they'll be doing some of the early pre-testing, unfurling elements out of the cargo bags that came up on the SpaceX rocket, and inserting those into the Ashemimry, which is a self-propelled drone to fly around much like the future spacecraft will external to the ISS. So inside, we get kind of a playground environment, a laboratory setting with all the microgravity benefits and frustrations we're expecting. But it gives us that opportunity to deploy these arms, demonstrate what we need to do, learn what we want to. And with that golden cube you see there, it's a silver, it's Mylar. It's something that we can actually swap the surface plates so that one single cube can become a representative client for many variants that we'll encounter with our customers outside in the free floating regimes. Now, the environment, again, love having Astroscale here. I get great opportunities to meet with the leadership at many points across the world. We'll be seeing Ron hopefully later this week. And so it's something that we recognize that there's customer needs in all areas. It's something that with the innovation we're seeing from these nationally backed organizations, ClearSpace, Deorbit is having recent efforts, Astroscale, we want to make sure that we're there to deliver at an area that customers were telling us wasn't being met. How can we do this quickly? How can we do this cost effectively? How can we do this at scale? And we have the benefit of working with and collaborating with many of the partners on this screen, but it's something that we're seeing that commercial interest. Again, I spoke at the beginning, my background is not in astrodynamics. It's not in aerospace engineering. I come from the business and commercial world. And so I've always understood that as we're developing a work, we need to be both dual use and we need to be making sure we're meeting the customers where they are. And so as we're developing the dozens of millions of dollars in commercial contracts, working with the government systems provided here in the United States and trying to partner external to the United States, we're trying to maintain that relationship going forward. So thankfully, the team is more than just myself. We're now at 20 personnel. So we actually, if you look to the bottom, have more degrees than we do people. So it's wonderful being able to surround myself with people more intelligent than myself. So when you have software from what Adam developed at NASA, hardware that Austin was building with the Army DoD as a civilian, and an advisory board that has caught satellites, tracked satellites, and these massive organizations, it's something that at KMI, we're really trying to bring to bear a capability for everyone. So I'll kind of pause it here. Again, we're capturing the market demands by capturing the unused value. So it's something that we are really excited to have these conversations that are happening, even if it's between sunrise and flights. But I'll end my comments there and I'll try and check if there's any questions. But otherwise, I appreciate everyone for having me here.
Thank you very much, Troy. A really insightful presentation. I love seeing the obvious biomimicry crossover in your effector there. It's really amazing to see that unfurl. As you said, most satellites, in fact, nearly all satellites are unprepared completely. So any kind of universal attachment, and it's interesting to see different technology companies taking different approaches to that universal attachment. I suppose time will tell to see which one comes to the fore, but certainly that biomimicry has obvious usages there and looks extremely capable. I was also interested to see your slide on the potential markets for this, which wasn't just limited to ADR, but encompassed a number of areas. Hopefully, if you could just tell me how much time you have left, because I know you have an aircraft to catch.
They have changed its gate, so I will be taking this mobile for the next part here. But I can definitely stick around for that part of it's got to be a mixture. It's a mixture between companies, between business cases, between countries. If you look at the UN outer space treaties, it's not something that one nation, one group can just bear the flag and bear all the burden. There's great use cases for us, for what Astroscale is doing, for ClearSpace, for DogTag, for companies that weren't even on the list. They're developing new things out of the labs. There's a lot of different debris. There's a lot of different use cases. The one that keeps me up at night is the radioactive coolant out of the old Soviet-Russian missiles. I don't have a solution for that yet. So I'm hoping someone out there is developing a way that we can de-risk even those coagulated balls of coolant.
Absolutely. I hope you're, despite your airplane transfers, you're able to stick around for a few questions. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring our final speaker in now, Yang Gao, who's going to speak to us about AI robotics for sustainable space operations. Do we have I see the slides are here. Do we have our speaker on camera?
I'm here. I hope people can hear me and see me at the same time.
Yep, coming through loud and clear. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today and talk about AI robotics. It's a very exciting time, and particularly listening to the first two speakers talking about very realistically the upcoming and ongoing ADR missions that just make me, a space roboticist, very excited and feel encouraged. So I'm a professor of robotics, head of Center for Robotic Research at King's College London. In terms of the research expertise, I'm principally focused on space applications. It's been going on for nearly 20 years. I think this slides probably echo what has been talked about since the start of this conference. I think it is very clear there has been many emerging orbital missions that are relevant to space sustainability, and ADR missions, of course, is considered topping that list moving forward. I hope I'm not biased as a roboticist, but it seems to be recognized quite widely that many of these applications, if not all, do require advanced robotic capabilities. But there are a variety of the space mission scenarios, as is shown on the pictures here. When it comes to ADR, we're probably principally looking at non-covered targets in orbit to kind of grasp. But then when it comes to robotic systems, that might come from a sort of fixed platform or a free flyer. So this variety does impose different technical challenges when it comes to design and application of robots. It's my personal belief that there are also a lot of synergies in terms of technical requirements, in terms of robots, across different type of mission scenarios. So it doesn't mean things we developed, for example, previously for other missions cannot be considered or being potentially leveraged. So I'm giving you here an example of things I believe we can potentially leverage from the state of the art when we develop precision attitude determination, for example, for the formation flying mission. This is a project example. We collaborate with industry in developing this very fine precision accuracy instrument to determine attitude between two objects in space. And in this mission called Program 3, coordinated by ESA, which should look at achieving accuracy of 300 micron for distance up to 250 meters between two space objects. There are also other examples, which is looking at building some infrastructures that can support future embodiment of artificial intelligence in space operations. So this is another project example we have recently finished in collaboration with GNV that look at quite, in my opinion, quite a kind of, big step forward in my view in terms of embedding or enabling AI in the operational software of space missions in the future that can involve large volume of vision-based data and to enable, for example, machine learning to be utilized both on the ground operation as well on flight. And this is a project that was led by ESA Center, which is ESOC. And this very nicely lead me to a number of technical challenges I think the research community are currently developing, which has a direct input to support future ADR missions. And this obviously requires to go beyond state of the art. And this would be, for example, this is a project that was funded through UK RI and UK Space Agency that look at developing AI-powered visual navigation capability for proximity GNC. In this case, as you can see, we're developing techniques that only require using monocular vision for pose estimation. And this is using a CNN-based deep learning technique. And the solution covers quite a wide range of different algorithmic architectures from key point based and non-key point based, which allows us to have a flexibility in the tuning of the performance. And this links very well into those software architectural enhancement in ESA, where they allow a lot of offline training with data set or some of the prior knowledge. I think this is also relevant to ADR because some of the targets to be removed do have historical data associated with them. As you can see from the film here, we, as part of this development, we also developed some of the photorealistic software simulator allow us to be very realistically generate data sets for training, therefore enable this kind of AI environment to be very realistic and possible. There are also other things, for example, with grasping. I think this was mentioned by also the previous two speakers in some degree. Here in our task with our autonomous algorithm, we use a target of a span motor. So in this case, the gripper really has objective to grasp the nozzle part of the object in space. As you can see from the film on the left-hand side, this is a field attempt. Even though the kind of tracking and grasping is successful, but when it comes to the re-rigidization, which is the retrieval bit, you can see the two-fingered gripper really struggled. And just in case you are kind of wondering why we use just two-fingered, because as a research project, we just want to take on the challenge and stretch ourselves and see where the boundaries lie. So we use the minimalistic number of fingers, if you like, in the robotic manufacture. But with some further development, as you can see from the test on the right-hand side of the film, then we are able to achieve the autonomous grasping very successfully with the non-coverage target. And this is a post-rendezvous phase, of course. As you would appreciate that not just the tracking and grasping was done autonomously, but the retrieval bit was also very successful after the re-rigidization. So there are a few things I would like to quickly share before I end my part of the talk, is looking into the future. I hope there's not so much debate that AI robotics is potentially the enabler towards some of these missions for space sustainability. But as a technology offering itself, I think the design of AI and robotics also need to be sustainable. So in other words, it should be a solution, but not a problem itself. So therefore, in my view, there are things we probably need to be quite mindful when developing AI robotics moving forward. I think we need to be mindful looking at more cost-effective solutions for mapping and perception, using sensors. We need to be energy optimized with the locomotion mechanisms and control techniques. And so when it comes to particularly embodying or embedding AI into the hardware system, we need to be resource aware. We need to be also very mindful in terms of the verification and validation, so that we know those algorithms would perform in a trusted manner. I think there's also reconfigurability that should be considered when it comes to both software and hardware design. Of course, in the long term, what we're really aiming for is to look at a long-lived and robust mobility autonomy in, that AI and as well as robotic mechanisms can support the next generation of spacecraft. I think that's the end of my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A really, really interesting presentation. And I don't think I've heard that term before, sustainable robotics. It's a really interesting term, and I'd be really glad to follow up with you on that, speak to you afterwards. As you say, there are many, many things which will enable this market, and having the kind of low-cost effective systems which are able to be trusted is going to be key for doing that. We have just over 15 minutes left. I'd like to, if our speakers, if they're still available, I don't know if Troy's run off for his airplane, if you could come back on camera, please. We've got a little bit of time for some Q&A. So Troy, are you around? Meki, are you around still, hopefully? And Yang, if you could stay on the camera.
And can I remind people to go ahead and raise your hands by clicking your react button if you would like to ask the question directly.
Sure thing. I've got a question to start us off for all of our panelists, and I'd like to hear from what our panelists have to say, and anybody else can then chip in after that. And my question is related back to the original title of this brief. We've heard a lot about it, but it particularly interests government because government always has to make investment decisions linked to timelines, which are sometimes the best guess. But I'm very, very interested to hear whether the knowledge on this call, when will the ADR market take off? When's everyone's date where this will start to be a self-sustaining activity without any anchor government funding? And even if is the ADR market likely to come first, or will the ADR technology be used for other markets which may have an earlier date? So does anybody like to chip in with an answer there or thoughts?
Happy to from my side here, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So I put some of those cards already on the table. It's something that we see the technology demonstrations are a huge necessity prior. It's something that I think we've seen from all organizations, even to things already tested on the ISS, remove debris, where they also brought simulated debris up with a harpoon and I believe a net. So it's something that humanity does a good job in aerospace of. We want to make sure it's safe. We want to make sure we're assured of it. And so I think that technology is going to come far, far before we see your wonderfully defined market. I've been in many a panel where the discussion of what is the market took about half of the time. And so by laying it out in that definition, Ray, it's something that gives us a great definition. My point that I'd stick to is the end of the decade. I think by 2030, the world will be seeing a actual standing market. Now, is this a dozen people in a corner of Lloyd's of London? Maybe. And I mean, that's about what we have for the space insurance industry right now. But it's something that I think we see by 2030, these capabilities becoming realistic, available, financially self-supporting, in something that is beyond just demonstrations. So it's something that I'd like to see that far before. My business plans have it to 2027 and 28, but it's something that we continue to work with partners to move that closer to today. But 2030 is my guesstimate for where we'll be able to see that. So if anyone would like to move faster, always happy to take those conversations, but that's my point. And I will unfortunately be happy to go camera off, but I can still input from the chat. Again, thank you for having me here this morning.
Thank you, Troy. So we have 2030. Any advancements on 2030 and why? Meki?
I will probably echo Troy, and I think at Astroscale, we do also hold the hope that in the next 5 years, so basically 2030, ADR will become commonplace, akin to taking our bins out here on Earth. And so we're kind of expecting that timeline as well. And then with regard to your second question, Ray, I do think that the technology that's being developed for ADR, as I briefly spoke about during the presentation, will be the driver for then further in-orbit servicing capabilities. And so being able to develop that core safe and efficient RPO procedures then will underpin all our future recycling, refueling, manufacturing in orbit. So I think ADR is what comes first, but then it should open up those whole host of other activities in orbit.
So definitely for you, ADR first, with the RPO capabilities unlocking everything else.
Ultimately, obviously, as I said, also, I think in-orbit servicing is the more sustainable, like refueling objects in orbit, recycling is far more sustainable than actually removing them. But developing that technology first is likely what we think is going to happen as an application. And also space is crowded and messy at the moment. So to be able to have a safe, sustainable, circular economy in orbit, we may well need to get rid of a bunch of the rubbish that's already up there first to clear some space.
You get no arguments from me on that. Yang, would you like to come in with an opinion on when you think when this market might be self-sustaining and generate that customer pull, which we're all keen to take advantage of.
Yeah, I think the other two colleagues from the commercial world will definitely make better predictions than me. As an academic, I think we would like to certainly see more demo missions to be launched as more frequent as possible to begin. I personally think as a roboticist, despite the fact there are a lot of good, probably high TRL solutions right now already, but I wonder how sustainable they are as, you know, solutions in the long term for sustainable business. So it would be good to see more demonstrations of a variety of solutions in orbit. And I think if that happens, I think the commercial kickoff for a more sustainable ADR service in orbit will come much sooner.
And on your specialization, you mentioned sustainable robotics, which is a term now which is indelibly marked in my head. When do you think sustainable robotics will be a thing for ongoing space use? Because it seems to me those two things, sustainable ADR, low-cost ADR, and sustainable robotics, are very much linked.
Yes, absolutely. Particularly when the application that robots are supposed to deliver is meant for sustainability, then the expectation of the robotic solution to be sustainable itself is much higher, much greater. So in this case, I think there has been a lot of more effort put into the development of the sustainable solution when it comes to us using AI, when it comes to us developing new locomotion systems. But I have to say what I picked up is it seems that the technologists and the mission owners or the system integrators has not yet come together. That's my observation at the moment. So there is a little bit of disjoint there. My personal wish is that if we could have more direct requirement coming from the system integrators or mission owners to the robotics community and saying what exactly measures they want, for example, in terms of reusing the robotic parts, or what sort of material they would like to see happening on the robotic hardware, and what sort of processing capability they would like to see in order for their cost figures to be, you know, economically profitable. I think we'd like to have see more dialogue there to drive some of the solutions. I'm quite confident the solutions are there. I think we have the knowledge to build on, but it's just at the moment, my feeling and observation is that communication hasn't been yet fully connected or integrated.
Okay, thank you. It's interesting to hear that perspective about some challenges which still remain, and the 2030 shared by other two panelists, only 5 years away. Things are approaching rapidly. So I'll open this up to the floor then. Be very, very interested to hear if anybody else has any opinions on the when. Are we all in agreement that 2030 is likely that the ADR and in-orbit servicing revolution will happen, or is there any other viewpoints? Please raise your hand and we can bring you in on this.
Yes, I was asked to raise my hand, so I did it.
Oh, I can't see. Suddenly, I can't see any hands. I don't know what's happened there.
You can't see the hands. Shall I tell you, Ray? So
yeah, please do.
Mark had a question. Let's go with Mark.
Okay. As we know, we have so much space debris in orbit that it would be much more sensible if we use it again to begin an orbit industry and to use it with strategy, smelt it, and maybe sell it. But I'm a space lawyer, and next week we have a space conference in Vienna, and we are hardly on to agree and to find out which legal aspects and categories we can find, maybe to begin with the low-hanging fruits, the very small things where nobody has jurisdiction and control. But we have to get rid of the liability and all this status ones, because everything in space, which is a man-made object, has jurisdiction and control from a state and an ownership. And we have to get rid of this to open it for others to use it. So that's maybe the beginning of a discussion, and the ISL will help us, and UNOOSA too. But we need this because otherwise we will get no format. When Great Britain say, get back my satellite, it's okay, you can get it to one of your companies. But if we want to get in on-orbit industry, we have to open it up. This is my question. How can we get there instead of burning it up? Because it's worse for material.
I'll just also add that David raised a similar case about what, can recycle or reuse? Is there a use case for recycle or reuse rather than just deorbit? And a little plug for tomorrow's panel on circular economy in space, which will also be looking at this. But over to the panel to take that question.
I'll just jump in. I feel like I'm echoing myself a little bit here, but absolutely believe there's a use case for that. The most sustainable satellite is the one that's already in space. And of course, if you're overcoming the launch costs, you're far reducing then the value required to have something operational of your own in orbit. It's just that next step of actually maybe manufacturing or recycling orbit requires in-orbit infrastructure. It's far more complicated once then you are docked on or grappled onto an object to do something with it at that next level, as opposed to simply deorbit it if it is no longer operational and clean up some of our vital orbital environment. But these are areas that we are looking forward to working on in Astroscale as well. So for example, we are looking into a study for refueling a satellite alongside the debris removal work we're doing at the moment. I'll leave it there, but I could keep going. See if Yang has anything to add.
I have a question for everybody, so please jump in as you see fit. Because I've seen quite a number of proposals about reuse and recycle, which of course is great, but that produces many challenges about how you actually do it. Satellites are not made of one metamaterial, one material. They're made of many. Separating out the components, processing those in different ways is very difficult to do, and sometimes you can't do it even on the ground, let alone in space. So are we trying to run here before we can walk, and is this something we should be looking at more of a longer term aspiration rather than focusing on in the next 5 or 10 years? Open to all question.
Just to respond on that, Ray, the analogy that we sometimes think of is it's actually still impossible to fully recycle a laptop here on Earth. And so those kind of hardware components in space, you can imagine, have those difficulties as well. So that core technology we're currently developing, we think hopefully can be applied in the future.
Yeah, that's great. I still can't see any hands. I'm not sure why.
Right. So just quickly, Nick has been contributing a lot in the chat. And he's asked a question about what the mitigation strategies are for objects that are tumbling and, and maybe releasing coolant or, other debris or other materials, and what the mitigation strategies are for that.
So I can.
Have we lost Troy? Maybe you may be the.
If Troy's there.
No, Troy seems to still be with us, but why don't we start with you, Meki?
Yeah, I am here, but I'm on the airplane, so I'll be keeping the chat for the courtesy of my other passengers. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for joining us, Troy. Really appreciate you squeezing it in. So Meki, over to you. Mitigations for dangerous materials being spun off by your tumbling target object.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, and also very forward thinking to risks that we might face during operations. So at the moment, for example, under the cosmic mission that's being developed, we are developing that plume impingement technique to detumble an object. But of course, we're not assuming that there may be then other propellant leaking from that object, because then that may obscure our vital onboard sensors and the analysis we need to gather to then ultimately perform that technique safely. So at the moment, I would say that if we encountered that scenario, that would probably trigger a safe abort sequence and reanalysis as to whether we could deal with that particular object, at least in this initial phase of our first ADR missions under development. But this is a challenge that definitely would have to be thought of for ADR missions in the next decade or so, because they're not just objects that we would still want to leave up there, something that would have to be overcome. So yeah, that's a great question.
And then
not something I have an answer to at the moment.
Thanks so much, Mickey. And I know we're short on time for Q&A, but now all of a sudden, Ray, there are lots of hands up, and Duncan has been waiting quite a while. So let's let Duncan ask his question.
Hi there. Well, I originally put my hand up in a response to the point about when is this going to take off, but such a lot of interesting points have come up since then that it's quite hard to see. I put something in the chat, a link to some news items from earlier this year. So the Intelsat have been using a commercial life extension service from a spin-off company from Northrop Grumman. I'm sure you've all heard of MEV. And the two articles mentioned, and when it gets to the end of the mission for MEV1, it's going to, tell you what, let's just find the actual quote. It is, will release at the end of the current servicing period, MEV1 will release the IS-901 satellite into the GEO graveyard, and then provide service for another Intelsat satellite. And I think the point is, this has happened. We've had the Chinese active debris removal mission in geostationary orbit. There are plans for another body to do that, who's currently providing life extension. I think all the questions that people have brought up about what about this, these are all good things. And so, well, I guess everyone's going to have their own idea of what the roadmap is. When you say it's taking off, is kind of depends exactly what you mean by taking off. But I think some of this is, just from what I said, a lot closer than perhaps we've spoken about today so far.
Thank you, Duncan.
That's good news then.
Yeah.
That's good news for our speakers, for sure. Just to say, Ray, I know we're in our last second and we're starting to eat into the next session. But if Simon wants to make a quick point, and then Ksenia, I think I'm just going to grab the chair's prerogative and let them speak.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. Thanks to everyone. A really good discussion so far. Just sort of picking up on like Ray's question and some of the other points as well. In fact, Duncan just mentioned that another company, so D-Orbit's just announced we're going to do a life extension mission similar to the MEV in GEO, working with a number of commercial operators as an ESA project that sort of spins off as a commercial project as soon as we've done the de-risking phase. Point about what ADR and the sort of the sequence of events. So this is not something we've considered as ADR, but some of our customers kind of do, because it's not really such a big, there is a grey area here, because essentially our customers know that their satellites are in a bit of a state. So by the time we get there, they may well be even in an even more degraded state. And depending on these various combinations, we have to think of sort of the non-cooperative scenarios, or less cooperative than we might have ideally had anyway. So it's all a spectrum, essentially. Another point I want to make quickly is this comments about testing and trying things out for real. And this is something D-Orbit's really keen on as well. In our LEO missions, we're doing a lot of OTV missions. Sometimes we're launching 2 OTVs at once. And it's being basically developed as a test platform as well. So we're trying to propose a project where we're sort of flying nearby some other objects to help with de-risking other missions. And that in itself, we think, is a good opportunity to test other technology that's coming along the way, because the more that's there and tried out and just collecting data, the more we go, the more we learn. And even during the mission, we may have an opportunity to try things out, and putting things together on the same satellite adds value to each other as well. So this is a kind of idea of a test platform for these kind of technologies that we're trying to, just talk to people about.
Thanks, Simon. Very interesting developments you're working on there. Ksenia, if you can be very, very brief, let's let you, you've been patiently waiting with your hand up. Let's let you ask your question.
Thank you. Hiya, I hope you can hear me. It's a very brief question, really, but I understand that it could be expanded on. But essentially, I keep hearing the idea of addressing the debris in debris retrieval, or a possibility of recycling perhaps once the debris are possibly returned onto Earth, or maybe they burn up in the atmosphere, which damages the ozone layer, et cetera, et cetera. But my question really comes to the idea of perhaps addressing what we're putting up in space in the first place. So the sustainability of, perhaps putting out some kind of requirements, a checklist, if you will, to do with sustainability, to do with the manufacture, the resources that go into the production, and also perhaps the required minimum lifetime of a satellite that we're sending up into space. And, yes, again, to the question of refueling and so on, but really the question of sustainability from the perspective of what we're sending into space. Before it comes to, yes, the satellite has been up in space for 3-4 years, and now it's become a part of the debris issue. Perhaps there is anything that the panel could contribute on that aspect of sustainability, because I haven't really heard anything on that this morning so far.
Thanks very much, Ksenia. I'm actually going to have to draw it to a close because we have the next set of speakers patiently waiting. It's a really important point. And we do have a session tomorrow looking at those interdependencies about take more sustainable approaches to what is being launched, and also how we are dealing with them after they have been launched in terms of deorbit or recycling, etc. So if you can join us tomorrow, please do. If not, I'll make sure that we do ask the speakers tomorrow to address that. And I'd also like to draw one question in the chat, which is a very interesting one about the responsibility of launch providers in this area. And Nick poses a very challenging question about, should it be mandatory for launch providers to also offer ADR services, at least for their own debris, if not for the payloads that they are putting up there? So I'd invite people to respond in the chat to that question. And with that, I just have to thank Ray and Mekki and Troy and Yang for your great contributions. We could talk about this for another hour, so thank you so much. And once again, I'd just like everybody to please give a virtual clap to say thank you so much for participating. Please do keep your questions coming in the chat, and hopefully people will be able to also just answer a few of those from there. Thank you. And now, without further ado at all, we are moving on to a session that is going to start considering those questions about, what SSA, what SDA are the requirements for those kind of novel, disruptive new missions, and also current operators. And with that, I'd like to introduce Peter Death, who is the head of sustainability. He's the director, I believe, of sustainability for CGI, one of our corporate sponsors. And we're delighted to have you here. Peter, you've got a jam-packed list of speakers who hopefully are all going to be very brief and succinct so that we have some opportunity for Q&A. But we're going to address this both before and after the coffee break. And so if people can hang about and participate in Q&A after the coffee break, that would also be brilliant. So thanks very much, Peter. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Katherine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. So thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for GNOSIS for giving us the opportunity to speak. So we've mentioned requirements a number of times in the morning, and I think something we should all be aware of is, as we're moving forward, what do people need, both in terms of What do the operators need to have a sustainable and safe future? What do we need on Earth? And what do some of the implementers need in order to realize some of these visions? So as Katherine said, we've got some of the titans, the real stellar people in terms of UK space stepping forward. So we have Will Fearline from DSTL, looking from more defense perspective. Sam Alden from Space Solar, looking at space-based solar power and as big as you can get in terms of in-orbit service in manufacturing, and Jake Gear from Orbit Fab, who I assume will be coming in and telling us about how we do life extension and mission refueling. So really looking forward to our speakers. I think they're all introduced themselves, they have 10 minutes, talk about what they've done before, and give their view. Unfortunately for you all, you've got me for the first 10 minutes with me doing my pitch, and realizing that I've come after people like Meki from Astroscale talking about doing really groundbreaking missions, and coming before people like Sam talking about how we do the biggest things. I thought I would touch on the really important subject, and that is obviously non-functional requirements for onboard software. So if I share my screen, hopefully we can all see that.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, great. And yeah, well, why am I talking about this? Why haven't I just gone into something that seems a bit more whizzy bang? And part of that is because we don't necessarily want things to go whizzy bang. We want things to go well. And there's been lots of discussions about how we can make space more accessible, how we can do things going forward, how we need autonomy as we're moving up into GEO, we're moving up to do more complicated orbits. We're having more and more done on terms of these satellites, and these objects, they will need to be able to talk to each other. They will need to be able to interact with each other, and they're going to need to be more aware in order to be able to avoid things that they might hit into, or actually dock with things they're planning to dock. This means that in comparison to what we were doing sort of 20 years ago in terms of onboard software, we're planning to do more and more. And one of the great things I think with GNOSIS is, as we're reaching out to a lot of the academic network, you'll see great strides in people developing innovative techniques, innovative algorithms. People talk about using AI, people talk about using autonomy, all of these brilliant things that we can do, and the hardware is getting more impressive on board. So there's plenty that we can be done, but we want to do it properly. And so I had a chat to our onboard software team down in Bristol, who's worked on lots and lots of missions over 20 years, doing Edge before it was Edge, doing autonomy before it was called autonomy. And we started saying, well, as a company that comes in often towards the end, it's quite common that there will be a research organization, there'll be a university, there'll be someone who's developed a brilliant algorithm, and they will say, we want this to work on a Mars rover or on a satellite, or we want this. And those algorithms have often been developed on great big nice whizzy cloud-based servers using the latest MLs and the latest operating systems, and going on GPUs and all sorts of wonderful things. And we will turn around and say, actually, you don't get that on board. Actually, when you're trying to get something to work on a spacecraft, there's all of these things that you have to consider that you often don't have to consider on the ground. You do in some situations. So there are situations such as if anyone's worked on remote telemetry units where you can't do updates, and you've got limitations in terms of power, you've got limitations in terms of latency, limitations in terms of storage, in terms of processing. All of these things are coming in, and especially in terms of satellites where you've got weight. And if you're wanting to do more processing, maybe you need more power, maybe you need to look at the batteries, maybe you need to be looking at its orbit, how often the solar panel is going to be able to refresh those batteries, how long you can run it, when are you going to be able to connect. Lots of people in terms of SDA talk about observing what's going on in space, but actually you can take great images and you've got great sensors. How often are you going to be able to download that imagery down to the ground? Are you going to pass it on to maybe someone like D-Orbit, who's doing some in-orbit processing themselves and can do something and put it down? Or have you only got limited connectivity? Are you only going to be able to run your sensors for a few minutes per orbit? And if you start saying, oh, we've got all this brilliant stuff and we need to do, and we want to put it on there, does that mean we've got more weight in terms of batteries, we have less weight in terms of sensors, or we're going to have something that's heavier? Or there's so much of a balancing act that we need to do. And if we just turn up without designing our onboard software, without considering the limitations and the fact that the more requirements we put on that processing, it may mean less of a sensor, or it may mean that you can't run your sensors for as long, or it may mean that you're collecting data that you can't subsequently push down to the ground. And this is where it becomes interesting in terms of some of the AI. If it's working autonomously, if it's processing some of the images, and we never push down what's seen on the ground, how can we know what's going on? How can we trust it? Because we've got no other way of looking at the images that it's processing. So these are all really good things, and these are all things that can be addressed, but they're not always addressed, I would say. And I would challenge some of the researchers who are looking at some of the cutting edge technologies, and some of the people are saying, we could put this AI system on the next spacecraft. When you sat down and thought about it, have you thought that maybe your AI model is not designed to run on the sort of hardware that Space Island is designed to run on operating systems, or use other platforms that aren't suitable to run on Space Island hardware? All of those sort of things need to come in. And if you're not considering that at the start, maybe the algorithms you're developing will not be suitable to actually fly on top of a spacecraft. So if I move on to the next. So it's quite interesting, time and time again, when we often come in as a systems integrator, we work with sort of our R&D institutions. We pick up these algorithms and we look to port them over. People often think it will be easy. It is often very hard, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, but we're often brought in at a late day. Sometimes the reference implementation isn't as advanced as it should be. Sometimes the coding standards aren't there. Sometimes the languages that you use aren't suitable for being moved over. Sometimes you get people who say, oh, this algorithm that you've developed, can we just put it on an FPGA? Because we've got one of those in the satellite. And you say, well, maybe it's not quite as simple. The underlying hardware still impacts on it. Maybe we'd need a completely different algorithm for FPGA than we would for a traditional processor. Maybe we have to look at the system as a whole, how easy it is to, with the buses that we've got on board. How are we going to be able to port this technology over, and how we're going to be able to deal with the limitations of the memory and the power. And to be honest, like a lot of these things, shift left. We don't want to get to the, these are the classic sort of ESA phases. We don't want to get to implementation and then find that the algorithms that have been developed aren't suitable. We want to go all the way back to the concept before you started that algorithm development, before you started working out how you're going to do it. This is old-fashioned software engineering that the likes of myself and my generation used to have to do before. Clouds were something that weren't just flying in the air, getting in front of the sun. Look at these things. Actually design your algorithms as soon as you can. Pick the models that you're planning to use for AI, ML, or other physics things. As soon as you can, try to port them onto an emulation or an actual physical board. Liaise with the people who are going to be building these spacecraft and say, oh, look, we're planning to do this, this, and this. Will you have the power? Will you be able to support these operating systems? Will you be able to support these models? What sort of bus speeds you've got? How long can I run these things for? And I think where we can get the researchers, which is part of this panel, more closely aligned with the people who are building the satellites, with the people who are building the processors, with the people who are assembling these things, such that these requirements in terms of limitations are understood, the better everything we can go. Because what we don't want to do is get all the way down to a sort of phase D, get into implementation, and realize that we have to rewrite the algorithms from scratch, which unfortunately is where we sometimes get to. So hopefully that was an interest for people who have seen that. Again, we'll be taking questions on everything when we get to the end. So if I stop sharing my screen. Will, are you able to share and introduce yourself?
Hi, Peter. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
That is a good start. And James has found the slides and popped them up. So thank you, James. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Will Feline from DSTL. So I'm going to talk briefly about UK cross-government SDA requirements. My colleague, Dr. Emma Kerr, took the lead on these. She wasn't able to make it today, so the credit is hers, and the blame when I misrepresent her excellent work is mine, as per usual. My email address is there. Feel free to drop me a line afterwards or pop me a message in the chat. James, next slide, please. So we actually, I think, personal opinion, but I think we actually have some useful policy here, which is good, not always the case. The integrated review, the national space strategy, the defense space strategy, they talk about things like establishing a national space operations center, make clear that that's to be a joint civil military establishment. Specific mention there of sovereign to the UK SDA sensors. So there's some useful signposts there in the actual top level policy there. Next slide, please. And even before that was really the case, it was blindingly obvious that some coordination across government in the area of SDA was a good idea. We obviously in the UK have a much more constrained budget compared to people like our friends across the Atlantic in the US, and we need to make most of what we have. Not least because it's the best use of taxpayers' money. So there's a regular working group meetings have been established, and that forum's been growing and developing over the last few years. One specific standing item there is development of cross-government SDA requirements, and these are for a system of systems approach for the UK SDA capability supporting the NSPOC. So next slide, please. Yep, working group meetings held roughly monthly, bringing together working level representatives from all sorts of agencies across government, Space Agency, DSTL, DSIT, MOD, CAA are involved as well. It's mostly technical, but it does cover policy and other issues. And it's led to specific concrete outputs, such as a specific topic I'm on today, the SDA requirements. And we're much better aware of what our friends in other government departments are up to than we were previously, which has led to spotting early of potential double tapping on procurements and things. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the first set of these were endorsed back in October 2022, and they've been there's ongoing development has happened and is planned to happen for the foreseeable future. So you can see the refresh cycle is enumerated there. There are requirements that we can't release out publicly. They are sometimes available to folks that we work with and released under contract on a need-to-know basis. So that's where you'll see mention of the redacted set. There's a large refresh, version 2.0, released in February this year. And very recently in August, there have been some threshold values, version 2.1 released, which I think is hopefully really useful because that actually starts to put some specific numbers against some of these requirements. If you take a look at the QR code, or just do a Google search, I think there's a link towards the end of these slides as well. You can go and find the published version of these available on the internet. And hopefully that's a really good indication of the direction of travel of government. So industry, academia know what we want, should give an idea of what we might procure against in future. And you can tick off your capabilities against these and see where you might be able to contribute. Next slide, please. A couple of examples. Obviously, there's a lot of detail in this. It's not something that lends itself terribly well to presentation, but it's more of a careful read. But one that's pulled out specifically from policy is independent UK SDA capabilities. Now, we don't expect all of the UK's SDA capabilities to be sovereign. We expect to buy some. We expect to get some from collaboration with our allies, but it's in the policy there, and I think it's only fair to expect that the UK will pull its weight in terms of contributing our own sensors and analysis capabilities. So there's a user requirement to this effect, and underneath that there's a system of systems level requirement as well. Next slide, please. And a more technical one for the scientists in the room, minimum feature size. So this is a simulated ISAR image of its sub 10 centimeter resolution, if I remember right. But you can see that that level of high resolution is really allowing you to look at features of the satellite, the layout, what's on it, where, and that obviously useful militarily and civilly as well. For those of you who are interested in this, there's a really good paper by Simon Anger from DLR from AMOS in 2024, and that's got some ISAR images of the ISS solar panels, and it shows it at varying levels of resolution. You can really see it around about 10 centimeters. The utility of those ISAR images starts getting a lot more useful. I wasn't able to get permission to stick it in the slides at short notice, unfortunately, but it's a really good paper and image. I recommend you go and look it up. Next slide, please. Yeah, just some summary slides here. So pointing out the published SDA requirements are for a system of systems. We don't expect any single system to be able to fulfill every single requirement that we have. If you go and look at the list of requirements, it is legion. That's completely unrealistic, but it's a group of systems working together will hopefully tick off most or all of those. We're coordinating across government to ensure value for money and maximising UK capability in these straitened times, and they're continually under review. So every 6 months, 12 months, those are getting an update. And if you require greater detail on any of those, if you are working with us under contract, we might be able to release a little bit more information that's not already in the public domain. Ongoing work, we are well aware that the current requirements are heavily skewed towards the space segment. We started there because it was easier for us, but ground and link segments, we're fully aware they need greater consideration, and that's on the agenda for future work, as is looking into space command and control. And next slide. And that is me. Again, there's the QR code for requirements, or there's a link just below it. Please go and take a look. Feedback is very, very welcome and really useful. Thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot, Will. And moving on to Sam.
Thanks, Peter. Hi, everyone. Let me try and share my screen. Yeah. Does that look sensible? Peter?
We can see your slides.
Yeah, good. Great. So quick canter through space-based solar power. And I hope to go end with a little view of our assembly sequence, which will hopefully be helpful for everyone. So for those that aren't familiar with space-based solar power, we've got a huge challenge with net zero, energy demand doubling, and space-based solar power has long been considered the ultimate clean energy source. So for many reasons, but you get 24/7 power, you see this all the time. It's incredibly scalable, mass production economics through hypermodular structures, sustainable, half the carbon footprint of terrestrial solar, up to 8,000 times less use of rare earth minerals, and incredibly flexible. So ability to switch the beam between any point within the field of view, which is amazing for optimizing system costs. You get an LCOE similar to intermittent renewables, but baseload and capex about a quarter of nuclear. So that's what's got people really, really interested. So the concept, for those that aren't familiar, is basically, as it sounds on the tin, putting large arrays of solar panels up in space. And you do that because you see the sun all the time, because for a country like the UK, and actually the last 2 weeks have been a really good example, pretty much no sun and no wind apparently. And it's same happened last year. So you've got 2 weeks where you need to have backup storage or systems. You get 13 times more instant energy than a solar panel on the Earth. That's what drives the economics. So then in our case, we convert that DC electricity into high frequency radio waves, microwaves, and transmit that in a low density power beam down to the Earth, where it's reconverted. And you can see a picture of a receiving antenna there, which can be co-located with various things. You can grow crops underneath it. So it's just a net. Important things in the context of today are these are large systems. So this is the system you can see there's our gigawatt scale system. Our smaller systems, 400 meters diameter. They are hypermodular, so hundreds of thousands of the same modules, which is really important from a close proximity operations and assembly perspective. And then they're very, very lightweight. So actually, instead of just AOCS, we've actually got to look after shape as well. So ASOCS. Just skipping on to this slide. So in terms of space solar, we're focused around a concept called Cassiopeia, which is a novel 360-degree power beaming capability. It doesn't mean we get extremely low mass, highly modular structure, no moving parts, and importantly can use intermediate orbits, which makes the whole roadmap much more investable. And more than that, means we can also target a range of different use cases, both grid and off grid. So we're looking at things like in the short term, powering data centers, mining, maritime, and ultimately grid scale power. So the roadmap sees a 30 megawatt system from a single Starship launch within 5 years. That's a constellation of 4 of those within 6 years. 180 megawatt system in 9 years, and then gigawatt scale power after 12 years. There's good interest growing globally. So in the US, a lot of activity, particularly on the military side of things. And Caltech obviously had a study last year. Japan's got a demonstration next year. We've got the ESA Solaris program, and then the UK's actually done ever such a lot and seen as a bit of a leader. It's created the Space Energy Initiative for those on the call that might want to engage. So it's now 90 organizations across energy and space, and governments really help create the ecosystem here in the UK. So we've done a lot of engineering work now on the concept. We've got a really tight baseline design, thermal analysis, all of the structural analysis. We're just doing some work now to modularize it. So you can see there that the image on the left is this helical structure. That's called the power core. And then it's basically, if you imagine the spiral staircase, you've got PV on the top and bottom of the stairs, and then your dipole antennas between the stairs that radiate out orthogonally. Now, to cut to useful stuff in terms of today, so absolutely fantastic to see all the work that's going on in terms of sustainability and debris removal. But I want to make a few points on why I feel so passionate that something like space solar power and large infrastructure is actually important for making space sustainable. So I'm strongly of the view that the way we've had to use space today, because we've been mass constrained, is somewhere between suboptimal and daft. It's like scattering your stuff as far apart as you can and then asking people to clear it up. It just doesn't work. And everything from the microscopic to the macroscopic, it all evolves in the same ways in the end. It's down to economics. You end up with clusters and connections between those nodes / clusters. So innovation is a numbers game. By starting to assemble large infrastructure in space, we're actually really going to be able to accelerate our close proximity operations capability. We'll generally have something to service and repair. We'll have our debris all in one place. We'll lead to that circular economy in terms of recycling and actually move to things like clean launch corridors. It's also a huge demand driver. So again, I think it's incredible what everyone's achieved based on limited government funding, but really we need to get large scale investment going into space, and that's what then, and that by definition needs to be stuff that impacts and benefits the Earth. That's what then we'll see the sort of demand and finance and support to enable a lot of the, be it debris or sort of regulations and rules to evolve as needed. So I'm just going to quickly show you our assembly sequence at the moment. At the end, probably won't be able to view all of it because there won't be time. But hopefully that can continue in the background while I talk. So the first part is we get a docking hub, gets launched, and then from that we start to build out the trusses. You can sort of read what's going on while I'm talking, but the little glowing spheres that arrive, they're the orbital transfer vehicles, which then become utility nodes across the structure and help provide the propulsion and shape keeping and command and control. But I just wanted to talk about some of the things that be relevant for community here. So from a tracking and debris perspective, I mean, we certainly want as much knowledge as possible. The system's designed, because it's hypermodular, to be resilient. One panel goes down, the other 99% carry on working. The system's also designed so it's like throwing a marble through paper rather than a marble through glass. So designed to be sort of tolerant, but obviously more knowledge in terms of debris is going to be really important, and in terms of both safety and security. Really want to start to evolve the rules of the road, both in terms of designating areas in space. I think there's progress in terms of the kind of LEO destinations that have been proposed through the US. Prioritization, I mean, it's basically the rules of the road in space. We're really going to need to sort them out when we start to have large infrastructure in space, and how do you approach these sorts of objects and how do we move around them? And then, ultimately sort of insurance and liability systems. But it's a huge opportunity. I mean, just wanted to sort of scope that at the end. So our systems, including power and propulsion nodes, each system has between $300 and $800 million of ISM type capability to be funded. And if we look at scaling towards more than 100 systems by 2045, that's a cumulative opportunity for ISM of more than 50 billion. So that's the sort of context for how we're looking at something like space-based solar power, really accelerating everything that people have been doing. And it can be a huge driver of a sustainable space that drives a sustainable Earth, because again, I think we worked it out far too late on Earth, that we need to have a balanced approach in terms of economic activity and sustainability. In space, we need to make sure, again, we have that balanced approach. Let's not forget the economic activity and how space, as our adjacent economic sphere, can have a huge impact on everything we're doing in the future here on Earth. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sam. And moving on to Jake. You with us?
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jake here. I'm the Managing Director of Orbit Fab in the UK. I'm going to tell you a little bit today about in-orbit refueling. I'm just checking you can see my screen now. Peter, give me a thumbs up or a yes if you can see the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to recover you some time. I'm going to give you a 5-minute version of the pitch I gave last week at the Global Mill Satcom event. And it's not going to be about the what, it's going to be about the why. So let's talk about, from a defence perspective, in-orbit refueling and dynamic space operations, a term used by the US military to mean the ability to move around and operate a lot more in space. They talk about that because space has changed as a domain of warfare. Space is recognised as a domain here. NATO has stood up a number of responses. The US and UK and lots of other nations have stood up a space force. Here you can see just some of the open source headlines that you might see if, like me, you keep an eye on what people are learning about and doing in defence, how our adversaries are changing how they operate in orbit, how they are changing how they can move in orbit, how they are getting close to our satellites and observing them, doing something about them, and potentially having some sort of nefarious intent. So our adversaries are moving fast to innovate, and they're doing that through maneuver in orbit. They're moving around more than us. We are largely a static operator of satellites in space. I probably won't go too far on that with the MOD online, but really we tend to put assets up into geostationary orbit in particular and leave them there and hope no one comes close. And so if I think about actually what at the moment we do versus to what we could do with more fuel, that leads me on to why Orbit Fab is all about refueling satellites. So right now, I've got a red and blue diagram to show you what happens, I think, right now. If you don't have enough fuel, if you can't maneuver, if you cannot be refueled, right now, someone comes up to you, you sit there and you go, uh-oh, we have a problem. But what if actually you had more fuel? What if you could change how you maneuver in space? What if you could be refueled, which currently no one can do? Well, firstly, you could start to do recovery operations. You could move away and you could replenish or repair your satellite if you're able to do that. You could evade the red satellite. You could move away from it. You could run away. You could get to somewhere else and carry on task. You could disrupt that satellite. You could move back. You could give it something else to think about rather than just being a static target. You could even go further than that. If you want to go into more offensive use of space, you could start to pursue your adversary satellite if you want to. You could also deceive. So these are all military words we use quite a lot. We talk about land, air, or maritime operations, which don't really apply yet in space, but they're starting to. And deception is one which is if you have more fuel and your adversary knows you have more fuel, you could then catch them off guard and do things they're not expecting. But perhaps the biggest reason to have more fuel on orbit, to be able to move your satellites more through refueling, through using our Orbit Fab commercial interfaces, of course, is to deter. So at the moment, there is no deterrence effect from your satellite being able to not move around. As soon as you can move it, your adversaries will start thinking differently about what they can do to you. They will perhaps change how they're acting because they know that you can do all these other things. They know you can move away from them. And that deterrence effect is probably the biggest thing we can do now, I would suggest, by being able to maneuver in space to actually change how conflict might happen in space. We don't want it to happen. I don't think it's a good idea for conflict in space to happen at all. Let me be obvious about that. But I think it's coming. And so the ability to deter your adversaries without having some sort of nasty kinetic effect alongside that is probably the biggest thing we can do to stop that becoming a major problem. And of course, those are the military requirements. That's why refueling is important for national security on the left-hand side here, but there's money to be made there as well. And that's why we're a commercial company, right? So we look at the revenue that can be lost because you can't refuel, because you run out of fuel, either from having to replace your satellites more often or change how you construct your satellites to give it one massive fuel tank. So it goes up there with all the fuel it ever needs and then runs out. There's probably billions worth of waste there. If I think about the payload capacity or changing how you design your satellites to maybe take away from what your SATCOM or EO payload can do. That's a large market, around about 40 billion. There are other smaller markets there as well, delayed deployment for constellations, for example, life extension. There is money to be made by refueling satellites. There's a commercial drive to doing that. But we have to take the first step and prepare our satellites for refueling. I think in the last discussion before this panel, there were people talking about life extension, which essentially is going up and bolting a new satellite onto an old satellite. I mean, that works, right? It's an effective way of doing things. It's not as effective as just refueling your satellite and just changing that small part of what it can do. So that's what we're all about. We're all about changing your satellite, preparing it now with what is called our RAFT, rapidly, there's a number of interface terms there, to go on the customer satellite, and that enables you to be refueled. Every satellite has a fill and drain valve. You can fuel it on the ground before it gets launched, and then you cannot reuse that. We're saying change that valve. Our interface called RAFT and then be refueled in orbit. And at some point in the future, we would like to come and refuel you with the shuttle on the left-hand side of this picture. That's DRAST, that's our active grapple interface, which comes up to you, conducts rendezvous proximity operations with our sensor suite, and then docks with you and enables that refueling to happen. Of course, we would like to do that and provide you a contract to do so. But actually, the key thing to do now for military and civil purposes is to start thinking about preparing your satellite to be refueled, because that leads to security, it leads to resilience, it leads to sustainability on orbit and on Earth. It leads to numerous other use cases for your satellite to change how it's doing its operation. There is a picture of our Aarti. There's some information. I do have to do always a bit of a sales pitch. I'm a company, right? So I want you to know that it's ready to go. You can put it on your spacecraft now. There's a number of different spacecraft, around about 100 going up over the next 2 years. And you can buy that interface for $30K. That's it. It's priced to be something that everyone can use. It's an openly licensable piece of hardware, because we want people to pick it up so we can start to make the space sector more sustainable and be able to use fuel in orbit. And of course, we hope eventually, and thinking about SSA and SDA and STM, to be having a number of fuel shuttles, fuel depots. Think of those as the service stations or the gas stations in space, and then customers up there as well. To do that, we're going to need high precision SSA, particularly in GEO, where a lot of the customers we expect will be. We're going to need to do rendezvous proximity operations, so onboard computing, onboard sensing, and we're going to need to solve some of the liability and legal considerations about how we get information, how we get satellites to dock with one another. But those are things we can do in time. What we need to do now is start preparing satellites for servicing, for refueling, in order to make it more sustainable. And with that, I'll say thank you and hand back over to Peter.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Jake. So obviously we started a bit late. We've got a little bit of time. So I will ask one question to Jake, and then one question to Sam, and one question to Will. So Jake, if I start with you, I'm going to take the chair's prerogative of asking my own question. And people often think that the choice is between doing something and not doing something. You've talked about the importance of investing now so that we can refuel. We already, those of us who watch the sky, know what's going on up in GEO. We know what our adversaries can do and what the UK and our partners and allies can't do. If we don't invest now, what is it going to be like in 5 or 10 years' time?
I think you'll have a lot more satellites, which are essentially become debris. So fuel limitation is the most common cause we hear of essentially failure or becoming debris. So I think that will lead to decreased sustainability and increased orbital debris. I think you'll also have a number of operators who say, I wish I had prepared for refueling. If you ask a GEO telecoms operator now, if you could extend the life of your satellite, which you built 15 years ago, by another 2 years to save yourself however many billions of dollars it costs to replace them, they would absolutely jump at the chance. And so I think we're getting into people's thinking now about just preparing for that long-term vision, that long-term change to how people operate.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Lots of questions as ever coming in on space-based solar power. So one question for you, Sam, is space-based solar power more secure than ground-based power, given space debris and vulnerability?
What you want for any energy system is diversity for resilience. We've had good conversations with Space Command and others about how to make sure that the assets secure from nefarious actors. Clearly, space debris is potentially an issue. It's the hypermodularity that's really the kind of asset there. That sort of, so there's another question. I mean, all of this is built into the business model. So yeah, there's no reason to say it should be any less secure. And then I think the thing compared to the problem we have coming down the line is that compared to your intermittent renewables, it's consistent, it's there all the time, and that's what the energy system really needs. So when you add it all up, and there's studies done by Imperial College actually introducing, I think they did it for 8 gigawatts of space-based solar power. The UK energy system saves £4 billion per year, and when you're at, to answer all the other questions, when you're about $2.25 billion per gigawatt, it stacks up very, very quickly.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think, as always, we can look at risks in space, but there are risks on the ground. Anyone who's got a pipe going through various parts of the sea might be able to say something about that. Okay, and thanks finally to Will, who's been diligently answering lots of questions in the chat. I've come back to one of the interesting ones from Simon, if you could elaborate on that. So you've put, Simon asked, what do you mean requirements being skewed to space rather than the ground? Impression is that focus has been on ground-based observations, radar and optical, and subsequent ground processing. Where does space-based, space-to-space observation processing fit in?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So first of all, by focused on space, I meant that we're worrying about, so far we've largely worried about where are the satellites, what are the satellites' capabilities, what are they doing, why have we lost track of satellite X, rather than worrying about the link segment and the ground-based elements, so the ground stations, etc., and keep an eye on those as well, because they're obviously essential for the operation of the satellites. So those ground and link segments are the areas of the requirements that we are well aware are lacking at the moment and needs improvement. Space-to-space observations, yep, I think diversity, again, is a really good idea. So, you know, optical ground-based sensors are relatively cheap and give you good coverage in geo, but obviously don't work when it's cloudy in the UK quite often and during the day, etc. Whereas radar gives you those, but is a lot more expensive. Again, space-based has got its own downside, like you need to launch a satellite and maintain it in an orbit, etc., which is non-trivial. But you get different lines of sight, you probably get better lighting conditions on average, certainly complementary lines of sight, which helps you with the orbit determination. You can get up close and personal if you really want. You don't have the atmosphere to worry about, so getting a resolved image is probably easier, etc., etc. So it's horses for courses, and I think diversity gives you greater capability and a more robust capability. Hope that answers the question.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Will. And again, more questions obviously can come into the chat, but I think we are at the break.
We are. Thanks very much, Peter, and thanks everybody for those really interesting presentations. There's a huge number of questions in the chat. If you can, take a coffee break and come back and answer some of those, that would be great. If you can join us for the next session. I think, interestingly, those speakers are going to talk about a diversity of sources of information. And I'm going to pick up one question from Cormac McKay in the chat because I feel that it touches on both Sam's presentation and Peter's, which is, given the debate about data center usage here on Earth, why aren't we thinking about actually taking those data centers into space and fueling those with solar power? And in a sense, that does it solve the problem that Peter was talking about in terms of the need for onboard processing, or does it make that even easier? So I'm going to leave that one in the ether. Enjoy your coffee break. I'm afraid we're going to trim it to 10 minutes because we will be starting back right on time with a new set of speakers talking about their emerging research and developments in kind of in the solution space against these requirements. So thanks very much, everybody. See you at 1:15. Hello, everyone. We will let people gather back from the coffee break. That was such an interesting set of talks. And I know we are gathering up the speakers for the next session. I expect everybody will be able to join us in due course. So I'm just going to remind everybody again to please keep your questions and comments coming in the chat. If we don't get a chance to answer them in live Q&A, still speakers will be able to see them and hopefully answer them in the chat. And remind everybody again that we are recording all of the conference, and we'll put that material up on our YouTube channel afterwards. So if you feel like it's an information overload, you can watch those at your leisure later. So back to you, Peter, for the second half of this discussion.
Thanks a lot, Katherine. And following on from what we've been talking about today, so we've talked about the problems, we've talked about the requirements. Now let's talk about what's new. And we've got a panel of 4 very interesting people. We've got Daniela from Arca Dynamics talking about in-orbit RF and optical fused SSA. we've got Dom, who I'm sure we all know from the University of Warwick, talking about the digital telescope. We've got Santosh from UCL talking about precise orbit data as reference standards for SSA solutions. And we've got Marcos from the University of Colorado talking about space domain awareness and decision making. So, Danielle, if I could pass over to you if you're with us.
Actually, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we've got Marcos with you. Hi, Daniele, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me for this opportunity. I think at this point, I would like to present what we are doing at ARCA briefly in order to introduce the topic of my speech. It's quite straightforward. I'm going to talk about the data fusion between optical and RF data that in the vision of my company is something that is going to benefit the overall space situational awareness in order to cover, let's say, the visibility gaps. So let me show you. I don't know if you can see the presentation. Hope it's in full screen. Otherwise, I'm sorry about that. Okay. So what we're taking as a problem with our ARCA dynamics is basically to overcome all the disturbances that come from the atmosphere and all the objects that are in between the space traffic and the observer. So right now, as you may well know, ground-based observations are very different, are using very different sensors, and they can cover, of course, both illuminated objects and objects in the dark. The constraint that they have is that, of course, they are based on ground, so kinematics is very well constrained. But of course, they have more power than space-based observations. And atmosphere and the fact that it's not well modelized and all the errors that comes from the atmosphere as well as other disturbances are somehow to be yet overcome. So what if we use the ARCA dynamics approach where we put our observers in space and we completely take out of the framework the atmosphere's problems? So right now we are already acquiring images of space objects. So basically we're using photometry and optical sensors in order to detect uncorrelated tracks, and we try to correlate them with well-known objects. We also have available infrared sensors that allow us to cover the objects that are in the dark. But of course, it is a limited capability. That's because you need a lot of observers in order to have a very good coverage 24/7. So that's why we are implementing radio frequency sensing. First of all, it's cheaper than infrared sensors, that's for sure. But also, we believe that the value right now is not in the capability of monitoring space traffic per se, but it's in the ability of acquiring these data that are, without any doubt, very valuable. So we can use optical observations for tracking, but we can also use optical observation for inspection. So the value is, without any doubt, huge. And the same applies to passive to radio frequency sensing. So the current state of the art of the radio frequency sensing can be divided into two: active, basically radars, and passive. And of course, passive sensing is what we are more inclined because it requires lower power, especially when the power is limited on board satellites. And the other thing is the field of view of both sensors, with the active radars that have a small, very narrow field of view, and the onboard passive radio frequency sensors that have a wider field of view. The current passive radio frequency sensing network by NASA represent the state of the art. Usually, passive radio frequency sensing is performed by listening to the frequencies of radio emitting sources, and it can be done using different architectures. But basically, we can divide these architectures into the sensing with an array of antennas and sensing with a single antenna. Of course, with an array of antennas, we can let's say triangulate the signal and locate the radio frequency source. However, with and on the other end, with the single antenna radio frequency sensor, we have to use a different approach. And of course, using the Doppler effect is the way to go, even though, let's say, performances are less, are lower than arrays of antennas. So, what to use on board satellites? Let's say that both solutions are very well welcome. It is matter of a lot of factors. In ARCA, we are exploring both architectures. They have some criticalities, and that's why we're collaborating with research entities and the academy in order to, let's say, assess what's the best way to go, not only from a performances point of view, but also we have to keep into consideration the financial sustainability aspect as well as the technical feasibility aspect with respect to the real concept of operation. So, what's the however, what is the criticality between the fusion of two really different sensors? So where the fusion may happen. So with the optical sensors, you basically have state vectors derived from the observation and the processing of the imagery of small streaks or short streaks of the object you are observing.
So in the interest of time, I think an extra minute or two and I'll have to move on to
I'm quite finished. So
and just to let you know also, Daniele, if you wanted your slides to progress, we're just looking really at the first one, so it's not progressing for us.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so however, the radio frequency sensing, it's useful in order to, let's say, identify or catalog the radio frequency source by attributing the so-called unique spectral signature. So the data fusion happens when we attribute the identification to an object, to a position, so that we are more inclined, and it's also an easier way to understand if we are revisiting the same object. So this is the fusion that it is needed in order to overcome the continuous tracking issue. And that's a lot of things I said. I'm sorry. There's a lot of open points. There's a lot of R&D that has to be performed. But I think there's also a lot of questions, and I will leave you to the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And again, people, please post questions as we're going along. Don, are you with us?
I don't know, am I?
Oh, I can hear you. Oh, we can see you.
Well, that's a good thing. But while I'm getting this started, can I just remind everyone that there will not be one single way to tackle this problem, and there will be lots of ways that will be needed. And also, just to remind you that for the 10,000 operational satellites, there'll be a pile of non-operational satellites, but also 1 million bits of debris that are capable of causing serious damage. So to ignore that background of objects is a mistake. And sooner or later, especially if it gets fueled from these larger bits that break up, because we won't remove them quick enough, then the background will increase. Anyway, so today, many of you would have heard me talk about this before. And to put it bluntly, I'm getting a bit bored of talking about it because it's still virtual, it's not real, but we're on the steps to making it real now. So for those that you haven't heard about this, I've got a few introductory slides, and then I've got like a status report of where we currently are. So we're a bunch of astronomers effectively that moved to do SDA a number of years ago, but still retain a great interest in astronomy. And while many of you don't think it's worth continuing with from the ground, we do. And in fact, what we wanted to do was to look at high-speed astronomy over large areas. And there are many reasons in astronomy to do this, but those are also the parameters you need if you want to do SDA tracking experiments and characterization of debris as well. So what we came up with in the end was a stationary array of small telescopes, like in this diagram here, and we run the telescopes with CMOS detectors running very fast. And the idea of that is that, let's just think about sidereal motion to start with. As the Earth rotates, we run them very fast so that the trails are small, or if we ran it really fast, 1 pixel. So the stars would not be running into long trails, but are maybe short trails or a couple of pixels, something like that. And then we do everything else in software. So we correct for the sidereal motion in software. And it means that we can stack images together synthetically in the computing to actually produce a movie of the sky effectively. And the advantage of this is that we can buy a lot of kit off the shelf. And so for this prototype here, which we are going to build, the field of view is 130 degrees by 7 degrees. And it will be centered on GEO in this experiment. And it will give effectively continuous coverage. At 21st magnitude, stacking means we need to stack about 400 seconds of exposures. But it means every 400 seconds, central GEO will be mapped. Things at 12th magnitude will be mapped at sub-second cadences. It can be expanded, of course, to the whole sky, which is where it becomes more interesting from the LEO point of view. So here's an example. You can see it running here. What we've got here, these stationary objects are geosatellites, and the stars are drifting through. They just drifted back as well there, but they're drifting through from our series of quarter per second exposures, and then we sidereally track. We end up with a much deeper image, or we just track, in this case, the geo objects, and then we can just remove all the star images. So in a way, we can get rid of, in this particular kind of way, we can get rid of the effects of satellites. Works for this, doesn't work for other things, but it does work for this particular case. And for for LEO and other orbits actually, we can blind stack, which means this is quite hefty on computing. We basically just choose different vectors in our stack of images and look for correlations. And for most correlations, for most vectors, there won't be any correlation, of course, but for some there will. the great advantage of this is we don't care what orbit something is in. If it correlates, we'll see it. And what that means is that the same data set can be used for astronomy and an object in any orbit. And here's a simple example that Paul took. This is looking at a geosynchronous object in the geostationary plane. And you can see this object here. Okay, it's quite visible here, but this one here, you can barely see. But when you stack it, you can easily detect it as well. So we know this works. The recent developments that we've had, well, this is basically the way the data will flow. It flows in, it gets stacked, and then all the different kinds of science work off this. Data rate is phenomenal, as you can imagine, but doable. We've also done some demonstrations of parallax measurements at LEO, so you can split the array up into two sites, much like a sparse array would be, but into two sites and measure parallax. So it means that from your array, you get distances and angles as well. So I'm not saying that this is, well, and it's accurate, of course, is what I should say. Of course, we can't observe during the day, but we can observe for a good few hours each night. This is a really boring slide, but with an important bit of information. The important thing is that these are light curves of LEO objects, and this is a trick algorithm approach to analyzing those light curves. And what we find, maybe it's not too surprising, maybe it is surprising, is that the platforms all have distinctive fingerprints at a very high probability rate. So in other words, don't think of a sky where there's 10,000 satellites. Think of a sky with 100,000 or 200,000 satellites. What are they? What are they doing? What's hiding in that blanket of objects? Well, this is a way from minimum information you can start to characterize those objects. So this is where we are at the moment. We're prospective. Next week we'll know more. This is La Palma. For those of you that know La Palma, the JKT's up here, William Herschel's up by the P, and the Isaac Newton telescope is over here. This is the Warwick Quarter, and the digital telescope the prototype is going to go in there. The enclosure is, well, we're still working on this, but it's this kind of simple thing. And so you can see that that nothing moves in this apart from the enclosure. We need quite a lot of electricity at the moment. So the name of the game in our prototyping phase is to improve our algorithms. And just to finish then, basically we're looking into new parameter space. The astronomical case for this is huge. So it's things like discovery of explosive events as they occur, rather than following them up after discovery at other wavelengths. The case for SDA is also transformational, I believe. We're not doing one object at a time. We're doing whatever is visible at any one time. And well, we've gone to the ERC to be funded. So we're funded through astronomy right now. And we are actually funded. So watch this space. In the next year and a half, we'll start producing data. And that's it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Don. Looks brilliant. And moving on to Santosh from UCL.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll have a go at sharing my screen. I think it said, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I'd like to talk about some work we're doing at UCL. And so the concept is to try to use a source of data that's generated by the precise orbit determination community. So, and there was some talk previously from speakers that in our community, there's a problem currently that we don't have a go-to standard for reference objects or reference trajectories that we can use to assess and evaluate orbit solutions from space surveillance and tracking service providers. And so we'd like to put forward the idea of using what the precise orbit determination, the POD community provides routinely. So these are centimeter level absolute accuracy solutions that they have to provide as a prerequisite for the scientific mission. So it's not the final output these satellite missions are providing. It's kind of an intermediate product. And so for that reason, possibly this data source that is, I think, quite valuable is underused by the SSA community, and it's not marketed as being something that is valuable, and so maybe that's why. And so we've identified that there may be 180 satellite missions across all the orbital regimes, LEO, MEO, GEO, that we could use to establish a network of reference standards. And there are about 50 in LEO. And so we've done some investigations into approaches for leveraging this type of network to monitor and evaluate SSA services. And so on the left, what I wanted to show is just kind of the genre of papers that we have in the space geodesy and POD community. So it's kind of titles such as pushing the 1 centimeter barrier in accuracy of orbit solutions. And so it's kind of a handful, maybe more papers of kind of that topic. And so this is something that I also think I just wanted to raise awareness that there are these efforts and that we should try to use them. And so one thing, in a way, what I'm showing in this chart here is orbit solutions for the GPS satellite vehicle number 46 over a 1-day period. And this is the accuracy that you could achieve with different orbit modeling approaches. And so the green line here kind of represents the state-of-the-art high precision, high fidelity orbit modeling approach. And so if you did a 24-hour prediction of this satellite, you could still achieve sub-meter level accuracy. And the pink line here is the orbit solution that you get from the two-line element SGP4 combination. And so one way to think about the idea that we're proposing here is that, what we think there's an opportunity is we want to bridge the gap between this pink line and this green line. And we're not saying that we can close that gap entirely, but that we can maybe adopt some of the approaches of the precise orbit determination community to bring that pink line closer to the green line. So precise orbits as reference standards can also be used, for example, to investigate how SSA systems degrade during something like a geomagnetic storm. So what you're looking at in this chart is the orbit errors for 4 satellites in the region between 500 and 800 kilometers altitude. And the red dashed line vertical here is the sudden storm commencement of the Mother's Day storm that happened in May earlier this year. So that was a G5 storm. And so we compared the orbits against the precise orbits, and you can see visibly even that there's a clear degradation in the orbit accuracy for the TerraStar satellites, even for the Sentinel-2 satellites up at around 800 kilometers altitude. So another thing that we did is for the OneWeb satellites, we took 30 OneWeb satellites and we looked at a comparison of the orbit solutions from uncooperative tracking and orbit solutions for based on cooperative tracking. So this is where we had the GPS data from the onboard satellites, and that was used to generate the orbit solutions. And we created a scatter plot. So these are 30 satellites over 1 year, and we were just looking, plotting the difference between the orbit solutions. And what you can see is that there's a clear and systematic pattern, and it seems that that this is a pattern that perhaps can be modeled, and that can be used to create some kind of a correction map that maybe will bring that orbit solution from uncooperative tracking closer to orbit solutions that we have from cooperative tracking. And so we did an experiment with the GRACE follow-on satellites as well to see whether we could apply this concept to improve the accuracy of orbits from uncooperative tracking. GRACE satellites, GRACE follow-on is a mission that flies around 500 kilometers, and precise orbits are available from JPL and Potsdam. And it's a twin satellite mission, so there's a follow-on, a GRACE follow-on B that's chasing GRACE follow-on A. So we used the precise orbits for GRACE follow-on A and compared those with the orbit solutions from uncooperative tracking to compute a correction model and applied that to GRACE follow-on B, and then compared that to the precise orbit solutions for GRACE follow-on B. And when we did that over the course of 1 year, then we saw that the orbit errors improved by around a factor of 20. So from 600 meters, this is the red line here, the median, and then to closer to 20 meters. So it's a factor of 30 improvement, and so this was very promising for us, and it seems that this is a line of inquiry that we'd like to continue. And I think just the final point that I'd want to make is that what I think would be very valuable in the SSA community is if we can have an effort that's similar to, in a way, to the International GNSS Service, which was a community-driven effort in the GNSS community to improve orbit accuracy that started in the early 90s. And so it's just the IGS service just had its 30th anniversary last year. And this was a volunteer effort. So all of the organizations, this was global organizations in America, in Europe, in China, all contributing. And so this is just the final thought that I'd like to leave everyone with, and this is something that I believe in, and this is something that I would like to make happen. But it's something to make it happen would require community. It can't happen. I can't make it happen on my own. So I need, and so if anyone is interested in kind of supporting this type of initiative, if anyone's interested in advising on how we can make this type of thing happen, I'd be very interested to work with you and hear from you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And great to see your background. It looks like you've got a picture of the quad behind you.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And so moving on to Marcus from the University of Colorado. Marcus, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. And I should be sharing.
Yeah, we can see your screen. It's full screen.
Lovely. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to take part in this conference. It's very exciting for me. Today, I'm going to talk about decision making in the space domain, and this is maybe more from a system of systems or from a high level perspective. And so let's just go ahead and dig in, and we'll see what I have to say. I think one thing that is very easy to forget in space domain awareness is that the whole purpose of it is to facilitate decision making. The timeliness, quality, and utility of these decisions are the central outputs. And maybe the primary thesis of today's talk is that one way to think of space domain awareness is as a decision factory. So there are a couple of philosophical points in there, and I'll get into those. You know, when we talk about space domain awareness, we often think of, ConOps or other pictures like this, where you have observing assets, there are some things you care about, things that you're tracking, things that you're characterizing. The whole purpose of tracking and characterizing those things is to be able to make decisions when the situation changes, or to make decisions as to how you want to change the situation. So from a high level perspective, again, we're taking photons or RF signatures and processing those through a series of steps to ultimately generate decisions about what to do either now or in the future. As a recovering controls engineer, I have to write everything as a control loop. And so here I just have a version of Micah Ensley's situational awareness diagram. This is the original situational awareness diagram that informed the terms-based situational awareness. It's from the mid-90s or right around 2000 or so. But the basic idea is that we have sensors who are sensing whatever truth is. So that's whatever the spacecraft are doing up on orbit, or whatever the actors are actually doing behind those spacecraft when they're driving those spacecraft. The sensors extract phenomena that tell us something about those. And then we have to take that and process that into some sort of data product that is decisionable, i.e. that we can make a decision about. And after that, we have other decisions to make in terms of how are we exactly going to perform the action that we've decided to pursue. Okay, so let's take a step back. I said the term decision factories before, and that's perhaps something that not everybody has heard about. The idea of a decision factory, and this was actually coined by Roger L. Martin perhaps a decade and a half ago, is that we take data in from our sensor networks, from communications with other actors in the space, and we produce decisions, whether that is tasking of our own sensors, tasking of our own space objects, or decisions to speak with other operators, all sorts of things. So the question is, what do you need to make decisions? And under the idea of a decision factory, how do I manufacture decisions from data? So I have to digress just a little bit and talk about different types of data or information. There's something called the data, information, knowledge, wisdom pyramid. And this is a different sort of way of categorizing different types of information in a knowledge management system. And the idea is that you start off with data. So those are raw observables, calibrated, cleaned. And you process those into things like tracks or orbits or light curve characterizations. That's what we would call information. Now, knowledge is actionable information. So it's a little bit more than just information. A track doesn't mean a whole lot without the context in which I need to go through and make a decision about it. So when I'm talking about knowledge, I'm talking about actionable information. And we can get into wisdom some other time, but let's stop at knowledge for the moment here. If I go back to that high-level ConOps, and I think about this loop, I have information coming from my observing assets. I collect that data, I process that into knowledge, I make a decision, and then I have to go through and engage in that activity back in the real world. So this is just a different framing of that diagram that I showed earlier, this time talking about the federated or distributed nature of it. Okay, so let's talk just a little bit about epistemology and what sorts of questions we have and what sorts of knowledge we have and how those fit together. So remember that knowledge, one way to think about it is it's the answer to a question. So for example, is that object active? If yes, then that's knowledge. Now, when we're talking about things that we have questions to and things that we have data to answer, we call those known knowns. That's actionable knowledge. That's ideally the place where we would have as much knowledge as possible, right? So things that we can actually pose the question to and things for which we also have the data. Now, an interesting area is what happens when I know what the question is, but I don't have the data. Another question we can ask is what happens if I don't know the question, but the data is sitting there in my databanks or in my server somewhere. And if I only thought of the question, I'd be able to go and search for it. And of course, the last one here, unknown unknowns, is what happens when I have not thought of the question and I have not collected the data to generate that knowledge. Of course, if I can pose the question and I can then task sensors to go and pursue the data and information necessary to answer that question, I can do intentional knowledge collection. So that's tasking dynamically or tasking according to some sort of an acute need. Of course, if I can ask, or if I have the data, but I haven't asked the question, then all that really requires that I do is I start asking better questions. And that's something equivalent to data mining, where I have existing data, I just need to go through and start asking better questions to see if the data corroborates that or not. Sometimes we call that forensics. And of course, the unknown unknowns are the worst because they're the sorts of things you can't conceive of and you haven't collected data to answer it, even if you had. And so that's where things like strategic surprise happen. So there are a couple different cases to consider. If I'm thinking about SDA as a data as a decision factory, that I have two different kinds of questions. Questions that I thought I was going to have to answer. So these are expected decisions. So this is kind of like maintenance tasking or catalog maintenance. And this is something where we design our SDA systems to be something closer to factory lines or mass production sort of scenarios, right? We have processes for this, we have checklists, we go through and we have very well-defined requirements in terms of the manufacturing quality and so on. For the other case, when I have unexpected decisions, these are decisions that I didn't know in advance that I'd have to make. And so oftentimes these are one-off situations. And I think an analogy that I would use here to describe this is it's more similar to artisanal crafting, i.e. the situation demands that we go and do this, and we're effectively commissioned to go through and manufacture these decisions. Now, we talked about the questions. When we talk about the knowledge, there are different ways to have knowledge management systems. So either I don't have the knowledge, meaning I need to go and find more data and generate the knowledge in my organization. And that might be similar to sensor tasking or data sharing. So that's pulling data from suppliers. Or in the case that I already have knowledge sitting on the shelf, then I can push it from storage. And this is sort of the same as searching through my catalog or my uncorrelated tracks. Okay, so in one situation here, we're pulling data, meaning we have to go and source data. And in the other, we already have it. It's just in warehousing, and we need to go and apply it to the problem. Okay, so when I talk about push versus pull knowledge production in SDA, remember we're talking about decision factories. We have to ask, what do we actually control? And how can we anticipate questions? And how can I generate and store knowledge? One fun side effect of thinking about the SDA enterprise as a decision factory is that there are existing frameworks in operational engineering, for example, in industry, that we use in terms of push versus pull inventory management, for example. So push knowledge production is more traditional, meaning that we are always tasking our sensors to go through and maintain orbits and such. And the pull knowledge production perhaps is more similar to the just-in-time approach or the Toyota approach, where we have really great ground truth and we are actively going through and pulling just the information we need to answer the questions that we need. Now, I'm not going to suggest that one of these is objectively better than the other. I'm going to suggest that perhaps a balance between push and pull makes sense, and that maybe it is the scope of the organization's problem solving or decision making that it engages in that maybe tells you how much push versus how much pull should be used. So again, when I'm talking about space domain awareness, I really am talking about the ability to make decisions or the necessary conditions to make good quality and timely decisions. I think it could be very instructive to view space domain awareness as a decision factory. Effectively, space domain awareness enterprises are engaging in manufacturing processes where the input is data and the output, the product, are decisions. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, and I'll just briefly say that I'll be in the UK early next year if anyone wants to grab a coffee or a cuppa or a pint. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Brilliant, and thank you very much, and thank you to all our speakers. So we go into the question element of this. So I would encourage anyone to put up their hands and to come off camera when you have questions. It's good for people to hear someone else other than me speak. But there was an interesting question that came in that I would like to apply to all of the panelists, if you can, and that was what information is required to have that much more precise in the orbit determination. So effectively, what more information do we need to have in order to have much more precise orbit determination calculations? So Marcus, is that something that you want to come in on?
Certainly. Thank you, Peter. Most of the work that I do is in terms of space domain awareness. So most of the objects I consider are uncooperative or non-cooperative in that sense. When we're talking about those levels of accuracy, really that means you're talking about a cooperative object where for example, what the difference is between, for example, the RF center of mass and the actual mass center of mass, right? So those biases can often creep into these problems and cause a number of issues. When we're talking about uncooperative or non-cooperative objects, of course, there's a lot more that's unknown. For example, the pose or the attitude of the object, the surface coatings, the brightness, the RF cross-section versus the optical cross-section. And often those biases and unknowns end up maybe making it a little bit more challenging for unknown objects. But certainly for cooperative objects with very well-defined drag and solar radiation pressure and such, that's certainly possible.
Okay, thank you. Santosh?
Yeah, I think I'll just pick up on the last points that Marcus made. So the most challenging aspects to get kind of, if you want to achieve a precise orbit, so kind of a centimeter, a sub-meter level orbit in LEO or higher orbits, the non-gravitational forces, in my view. So that would be the radiation force modeling at altitudes above low Earth orbit, and in low Earth orbit, really the big problem is the atmospheric drag. And so to get a precise orbit, we typically in low Earth orbit, we'll just put a GPS receiver, a dual frequency GPS receiver on a spacecraft. And so if we've got that, then we can do GPS data processing, and that will, if we've got dual frequency, we can even correct for ionosphere errors, and then we can get in kinematic mode accurate solutions for our satellites in low Earth orbit. But in terms of being able to predict accurately, I think we in low Earth orbit we need better handling of atmospheric drag, which means better atmospheric models, and that's kind of the key bottleneck I think currently in low Earth orbit.
Brilliant, thank you. And I think it's always interesting when we talk about the space domain and we talk about doing orbit determination. As you say, people think all orbits are the same, but in actuality, when you're modeling, you're going to be looking at different factors depending on the orbit that you're in, and depending, as you say, on whether things are cooperative or uncooperative, or the third case, actually trying to evade where you are. So we might know where our friendly assets are, but our unfriendly assets might be trying.
Yeah, just one point I would add as well is actually we try as much as possible to use all information about the spacecraft that's possible. We can make use of that. So if you have all of the geometry, the surface materials, and the second one is the operating environment. So the more information we have, actually, we have developed techniques, especially the precise orbit determination community, to make use of that. And even down to the level currently of the thermal behaviors of the satellites, that can be important. So thermal emissions, how the thermal control is done, and how the satellite vents heat through where the radiators are, all of that kind of thing. When you're kind of pushing that centimeter boundary level, and we want to kind of actually push it even beyond that, then that's kind of it's all important, I would say.
So I think that's really interesting as we're reaching back to some of the prior presentations by Astroscale and other people who are doing those close approach missions, looking at maybe some of the details on satellites that we might not know as much about, using hyperspectral space-based sensors. I don't know, just bringing Marcus back as even for uncooperative satellites, as we could determine more of maybe the intent or more of their capability, can we bring more of these techniques in for precise orbit determination?
Certainly, when you're going in and doing rendezvous and proximity operations, as you get closer and you have well-resolved objects, you could begin to make out what those surface properties are or what the shape is. And as you observe it tumbling, for example, if it's a passively tumbling object, you could certainly then infer where the actual center of mass is, as opposed to where the photometric or brightness center of mass is of that object. So certainly, as you get in much closer and spend much more time and effort, you can determine these things. Certainly for things that are further out and unresolved, it becomes much more challenging.
And Don, same question to you.
Oh, you have to repeat it. I lost my internet.
Oh, yes. Okay. So quite a general question, but quite a pertinent one. So what information is required to have much more precision on the orbit determination? So we've talked about some of the
That's a good
characteristics.
question. I think we're actually quite hopeful that the parallax will hugely aid us. We've got pretty small sky pixels, so the parallax we think will be a big gain for us. I don't know. I will do soon though.
Okay, brilliant. And Arc Dynamics, from yourselves, you talked about the data fusion. Is that going to help us get that more precise information?
I actually agree with Marcus and Santosh. We need better models. It's all about modeling in the most accurate way physical phenomena. So that's the only way we can achieve, let's say, precision for uncooperative, non-cooperative objects. That is my opinion. Of course, if they are cooperative, it would be nice for every operator and satellite owner to share information about their position, but it's a different problem, I think.
Okay, brilliant. And following up with yourself, we've had a question. Is the radio frequency identifier signal unique for each satellite or for each type of satellite, e.g. Starlink, OneWeb?
So it's a tricky question. Of course, the short answer is that the radio frequency identifier signal should be unique for the object we're sensing. But there are different case scenarios. So of course, if we're talking about an active satellite, we should expect a unique signal identifier. But if it is, let's say, an object that is reflecting or it is interfering with the emission of another object, then let's say that in general, the radio frequency data is a way of correlating the optical tracks that we got. So the, let's say, the estimation of the orbit, of the prediction of the orbit of an object of interest may be correlated thanks to this kind of data. So it's not a unique, let's say it's not, the radio frequency sensing is not enough to uniquely identify the object in most of the cases.
And this is where it's the fusion of the different types of data that is giving you what you need.
Absolutely.
Okay, brilliant. One for Don again. So you've answered a few questions about the size of the current system, but I think you said it's too big. So I don't know if you can expand on where it's at and where you want to get.
The advantage of having something that doesn't move is that you can make it really compact. And you can fit these 52 telescopes into a space of 5 meters by 2.5 meters. Right, so that's pretty small. And that's really, the real thing here is that this is not a whole sky version. A whole sky version is many more telescopes, but needs a space of about 10 to 15 meters. So it's still quite small. And then, of course, you could break it up into multiple groups to get the parallax work done. That's it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Don. So I'll take a question from myself as the chair. So we talked about what's new and what's missing. Now, I think in particular, Marcus, you're talking about we want to get to the understanding. We want to be able to have, as modern UK would often say, actionable information. So if we've been talking about the what's new, what's missing? And if we could go again, starting with Marcus, what do you think is missing and what do we need to do so we can have actionable information?
That's a great question. I think it depends quite a bit on what that information is supposed to enable in terms of actions. So I think that there are things that are happening that you expect to happen and things that are potentially happening that you didn't expect to happen. And so when we're talking about actionable information, really we want to address both of those cases. Now, in the sense of actionable information for things that we expected, that's largely how things are done now in terms of space operations. Certainly in the United States and I think elsewhere as well, meaning that you have, for example, 20-year-old service members, sitting at desks going through checklists and saying, hey, this is what I expected, this is not what I expected, and if there's an exception, maybe they raise an exception, and someone gets to make a decision at a higher level. For things that are really unexpected, when we're talking about actionable information there, that's often when we end up getting subject matter experts and other higher level folks like astrodynamicists or intelligence folks involved to help determine what information is necessary to then make those decisions. In those cases, there's been a lot of really interesting work lately by a colleague of mine in human factors in terms of what is required to actually make a decision, what sorts of information needs to be there, and how much cognitive load and what sorts of processes are involved in making that decision. And some of the interesting research there that is new, to your point, is that looking at things in terms of covariances or light curves isn't necessarily always really helpful. It turns out that humans are really great storytellers. And so if you pose the question as a set of hypotheses that you can then go through and task sensors to resolve, then you can put together relatively straightforward problem sets where you're like, okay, so this object is in fact tumbling, it is not active, and it is on a collision trajectory, with some other piece of debris. And so when you're trying to go through and make those one-off specialty decisions, those commissioned decisions, reconsidering how we go through and generate those custom one-off pieces is really the question. And again, to reemphasize that, perhaps checklists aren't the right approach there, and perhaps something more related to dynamic, hypothesis-driven sensor tasking and decision-making.
Brilliant. Thank you. Santosh. So what's missing? What do we need?
I think I'll be a bit repetitive, but I guess what I think our community is missing is kind of an emphasis and a conversation about accuracy. And so that's kind of, I'll just go kind of the point, and this is probably reflects my background coming from geodesy and precise orbit determination, but I'm kind of used to being in these rooms where we're looking at charts and we're comparing accuracy, and everyone's kind of saying, okay, I did this modeling approach and it kind of now or this modeling, this modeling approach was better, and we have a benchmark that we kind of have talked about a lot, and we've got an approach that we have accept is the ground truth. And if we could have something like that, if we could I think there's a recognition in our community that that's missing, but maybe there isn't currently a clear idea of what will fill that gap that's missing. And I think I have a suggestion, but it's just a suggestion, and I need the community to bring the community along.
Brilliant.
So orbit accuracy, the conversation is missing.
So we think we know where things are, but we're all still relying on TLEs for some reason, and actually we need to challenge if those are exactly where we say they will be. Okay, Don, what are we missing?
Well, I said it at the beginning of my talk. It's a mistake to think of this as a static situation. The sky is just going to be very different in the next decade, potentially hundreds of thousands of satellites. None of what we do now is going to scale to that. So if we got any chance of monitoring these, yes, monitor by space, but we're going to need to monitor by the ground. We need to have some scaled up system that can do that. We also need to be able to characterize as much as we can, not in the kind of detail that the others have talked about, but in a sort of superficial level, just so we can find out which, characterize with the minimum of information so that we can go and investigate the interesting objects with more sophisticated equipment. So I think what we're really lacking is vision, actually.
Because we're still trying to solve today's problem or the problem from 3 years ago, but we need to look forward to actually where the problem's going to be in 5 years' time.
I mean, I think the situation of astronomy was really interesting in as much that I mean, Musk, etc., never hid what they were planning to do. But it was only when it started did people start responding, really. And I think that we're going to end up playing catch up on trying to monitor this massive population that's appearing. We need to find out what the relationship is between spacecraft and debris. I mean, I talk about 1 million bits, but that's when based on a few thousand spacecraft. What happens when you have 100,000 spacecraft? Hopefully they all deorbit. I don't know, but I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done here.
Yeah, and I think one of the conversations we've had in the past is how much of when we talk about the small bits of debris, it's modelled. It's still guesswork, and at least for the bigger pieces, the TLEs we can see and they're accurate. But everything else, we're educated guesses, but we could do with some more actual sensor information on those.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Okay, and archodynamics for yourself, what are we missing?
So I would say that, of course, we need better standards and we need more standards. We've been talking about TLEs, but we also have, I don't know, probably a lot of people are still using the SPG4 as a propagator, and others are using in-house developed propagators. We probably need to set some standards in order to homologate the results of our sensing. And from purely commercial point of view, I think we still lack a market for sensing space debris. I mean, I've got the capabilities. Probably no one that is willing to pay in order to track 10 centimeters debris in space. I still haven't received any offer. I proposed, of course, didn't get accepted, but still the market is for active satellites, taking custody of an asset or monitoring a large piece of debris that are, of course, in the short-term scenario, a high danger of collision. So I would say definitely there is still lacking a market for sensing small debris.
And I think that's something that we do hear a lot of. So, I mean, we've had government asking industry and academia to step up to say, can we solve the problem? But then it always turns around, a lot of these things, to find someone who owns the problem, find someone who's actually saying, the debris is my problem, I'll take the risk, I'll actually fund somebody to do something about it. Which I think we've seen time and time again recently, and I'm not going to pretend to have the solution to that, but you're quite right. Ultimately, we need to be funding these initiatives, and we need to be seeing what's out there. Okay, Katherine, I think we're nearly at time, but you had your hand up.
No, we are at time, and actually, you posed the question, so. With that, I think I would just like to say thank you so much to all of the speakers in this session and the previous session as well, to Will for sharing the work that the UK has done on publishing requirements, and to Sam and Jake for introducing those quite disruptive new operating models, and talking about, what that means in terms of SSA and SDA for the future. And, to Don's point, it's those future disruptive businesses we need to be finding solutions for, and not just how we meet today's requirements. So I've personally found it a very interesting session. And, particularly like Marx's decision factory model, which I'm going to go get a screenshot of myself, Marcus, and how data feeds into wisdom, and your observation about how humans are very good at storytelling. And so to that, I would like to just say thank you and have a virtual round of applause for all of the speakers in this session and the previous one. Please, by all means, do reach out to each other to continue the conversation. And tomorrow as well, we are going to be picking up some of these threads again during tomorrow's sessions. But before we close, I'm delighted to, in a sense, go back to where we started this morning, which was with Aarti talking to us about sharing stories and about raising awareness. And I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Professor Pascal Ehrenfreund, who's going to be giving us a closing talk, because I, am a firm believer that if we are going to share wisdom, we need to have all the voices being heard, and not just be speaking amongst ourselves, not just, this community is clearly a passionate and interested community with a shared mission, but also, a community actually with the privilege of living and working in space economies that are reasonably well advanced. We do have speakers joining us from more emerging space economies, and always interested to hear their points of view. Pascal is the president of the Committee of Space Research, COSPAR. She is the research professor of space policy and international affairs at the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. She serves on the board of directors of Space Foundation and as co-chair of the Global Future Council on Space for the World Economic Forum, and also as a member of the advisory board for the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. But over 3 decades, she also contributed as a principal investigator, co-investigator, team leader, etc., to really significant missions at NASA and ESA, alongside a long list of other executive positions. And she has an asteroid named after her. So I'd be very keen, Pascal, if you have been able to join us. I don't know if you can put your camera and your mic on. I think I saw you enter. Hello, there you are. I know you have a very busy day today, so I really appreciate you taking the time to wrap up proceedings today. Some of it's been a deep dive into technical knowledge sharing, and a lot of it has also been just raising our eyes to the future. So with that, I will just pass the mic to you, Pascal.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. And I have listened a little bit to the discussion. I have a little bit something also to contribute on that topic, although I will work a little bit, go into deeper space, for sustainability. And I'm going to try to share my slides now relatively fast. I hope that this goes well. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Wonderful.
you.
So I think one of the major discussion points, of course, is that we are in a multi-stakeholder, space sector at the moment, and everything what we are doing has to be aligned between many, many different stakeholders. It's not only space agencies anymore. And there is, of course, much new knowledge and incentives for sustainability. And I actually come this morning from a conference which was dealing with Earth space sustainability, how actually the two work together, and that you cannot see the Earth anymore without its orbits and so on. So that's also a new paradigm which is discussed very, very much. So I just wanted to, I think you all know that, and I will go very fast, but we are now have, I think, 80 space agencies worldwide. 20 of them have been formed rather recently, founded rather recently. We have 75 countries with satellites in orbits, many countries also with launch capabilities, and more than 10,000 satellites in orbit. And I'm sure that you have discussed that in detail. And additionally, more than 130 million space debris pieces larger than 1 millimeter. I'm sure you have discussed that. I have seen that in some of the topics of the talk. But also when you go into deep space, you have a big shift right now, and a growth. And when you look at the last data from Euroconsult, you can really see how busy it is going to be also in deep space. And you can look a little bit into the graphs, what's going to happen in particular in lunar exploration, that this really makes a big jump, and that we think that there will be about $32 billion invested by 2032 in space exploration, into what deep space exploration. Of course, that also includes near Earth orbit and crewed missions in low Earth orbit and space stations, and eventually also commercial space stations. But it is also an enormously growing field, like with the satellite industry, not maybe as fast, but there have never been so many missions going into venturing in our solar system than right now. And I'm sure you have discussed that, but more than nearly all the sustainable development goals have direct and indirect roles through space data, be it zero hunger, be it the climate actions, and many of the things. And you also probably know that there are a lot of organizations which have also a lot of social science they are working on, that they are suggesting sustainable development goal number 18, which is space. Yeah, there's a space for all, and I think that it has been published several times in the literature. I don't have an opinion. I just wanted to mention that. And obviously, space data are really, really crucial. And when we look at space activities, we have to conduct them in an environmentally and economically viable framework, and also in a social responsible way. And this is something which more and more comes into the literature, that we have to also discuss with everybody who is involved, including the public. And obviously, we have to establish international cooperation frameworks, and we have to take into regard also ethical and cultural ideas. We also know that we need a complex governance or also legal framework in the future, which is very, very difficult. And some examples you certainly have discussed. From the scientific and STEM point of view, I think it is extremely crucial to have environmental databases, life cycle analysis, and looking at all these interconnections and also decarbonization targets. That is something which is started. Many of the big space agencies have now a sustainability officer in place, which is actually rounding up strategies. That's in NASA the case. NASA has published its sustainability strategy for low Earth orbit, and the next one for the lunar and cislunar environment is on the way. And many other space agencies are really, are drawn to this topic and try to be responsible. And I think that is something very important, but it has to be done in a coherent way with many different stakeholders, because you need important scientific findings which have to find their way into policies. And this has to be a dynamic and interactive process continuously, because there are science findings all the time. So I just want to briefly introduce the Committee on Space Research, COSPA, established in 1958 under the International Science Council. And COSPA is really trying to promote space research globally. And when you look at the COSPA world, you see that there are, 46 national scientific institutions, a lot of international scientific unions, and more than 13,000 associates all over the world, which work in many panels. And I'm not going to go into detail, but they are covering probably all space domains. And I think one of the domains which are really important, I want to focus on for sustainability, and that is in collaboration with the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, with UN COPUOS. COSPA was actually the first observer, accepted observer in 1962, and we work with the UN COPOS on many, many different topics. And I want only to mention two, because I know that they are also important for today. One of them is planetary protection, and the other one is also space weather. Because these are the main topics and panels where COSPA is extremely strong. And so we try to have this dialogue within COSPA and the UN COPOS, where there are 102 nations, which then getting informed of new policies and can, deliberate about that and can pick something up. And the planetary protection categories have been determined over the last 6 decades. So 60 years, more or less, over 60 years in place. There are 5 planetary protection categories, which reflect, of course, the interest and that we are not bringing contamination to a celestial body when we are going there, but that we are also protecting our biosphere when we are returning samples. And so I'm not going to go into detail of those protection planetary protection categories. They are reflecting different types of missions and also different objects where they are going to. And in particular, when you go to Mars, you're certainly in planetary protection category 4 or 5, and you have to be very, very careful. The important thing is that this framework is a soft law. It's not really a treaty, and it's not something which has to be adhered to, but it is adhered to, and it is done in particular with in a combination of space agency representatives, with the Committee on Space Research, with science experts, and the United Nations, and since recently, industry. Like, for instance, Blue Origin, Red Wire. We have representatives, in those panels, which are discussing with us how actually really to advance planetary protection measures, technologies, methods, and then for every object in our solar system, be it cislunar, be it for Mars, or even the outer solar system, or even small bodies of our solar system. So there is a way that it can work. It is since 60 years, the planetary protection policy recently updated. You can take this link and get the newest planetary protection policy from 2024, which then gives you links to all the other parts of this policy. And was recently rolled out in South Korea when we had our big assembly. And it is it is a framework which works, and it is adhered to by all the large space agencies, including China and CNSA, and all the Chinese missions into the solar system adhere to these kind of policies. So this is, I would say, one example where you can actually somehow make it work. We hope, we are including now the industry, and hope that it also continues in that way quite successfully. And I also want to mention the COSPA panel on space weather, which is enormously active and has an international consortium. We also call it the International Space Weather Action Teams, the ISWAT. It's a community-driven collaboration in order to advance the field of space weather. And it is also working together with the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, ICES, and COSPA, in order really to advance it. Those roadmaps are also open, available, just very, very recent. We had some events this spring. So it is really an important topic. And there are really hundreds of scientists involved in order to draft that for the community. And since I'm also at the moment, the co-chair of the Global Council of the Future of Space, I want just to show 2 slides about the work of this Global Council of the World Economic Forum. And we have been in the term, we have always a 2 years term as chairs and co-chairs. So we have been dealing with the space sustainability rating, which I think a lot of you are familiar with. We have also written recommendations for COP28. And we have also, which is really linking to the topic which you have just discussed, written a short paper on the space situational awareness, data and information sharing. And if you put that into a link and write for World Economic Forum, you will get this paper. It's short, and shows, how you actually share data between providers and also providers and operational people, and of course argues that you have to have a platform and forum for cooperation. But for some of the previous speakers, it might be interesting, if you don't know that, that it's a short 5-6 page paper, but it's quite nice, and it is done by real expert. So I think the World Economic Forum really tries to position space as a vital tool in the fight for sustainable Earth, but also beyond. And what we have recently also done is to look at the lunar and cislunar environment. And this is a chart from Bryce-Tech, and I'm not sure if some of you have seen it. It is openly published. It is an estimate of missions planned to cislunar and lunar space in the next 10 years. So between 2024 and 2033, there are 155 lunar and cislunar exploration mission plans. So this is obviously not all of them will actually work out, but it is quite amazing. And obviously it's too small on this screen, but you can when you get the publication from it's all open source from the World Economic Forum, you can click and look at all the details of the different missions of the different countries. Of course, also a lot of emerging countries involved in that. So that means we have somehow a commercial cislunar space, maybe an economy starting. Some people doubt that, but obviously we have to be aware. And there are many groups which are working actually on the sustainable activities in lunar and cislunar space. Even the United Nations have created a recent committee. It's called ATLAC. It is for consultations of the different countries in order to discuss what kind of missions are planned, what kind of safety zones are necessary. Is there any kind of, problems with frequencies? How do you actually drive interoperability and so on? And we have written a short blog just a few months ago. And these are some of the key recommendations, because it is always the same. You are now working in a multi-stakeholder environment, also already for lunar and cislunar space, and you have to bring everybody in. You have to align the global stakeholders and really have an information forum. So something which I think certainly applies to every celestial environment and also to low Earth orbit, that you have to drive to a consensus building on what is actually harmful contamination. Not even that we can agree upon yet. And what we really need is to build a comprehensive space-related environmental database. What actually happens? Yeah, when we are landing, when we are ascending, for instance, in a lunar environment, you also know that lunar environments, cislunar environments, are not as stable as low Earth orbit, so we actually will be congested much faster. Yeah, than in low Earth orbit, when we are driving the same, satellite mania in the cislunar space. So it's about incorporating really these environmental assessments. I come just from a Earth Space Sustainability workshop, this morning in the Netherlands, and where they really discussed what can you learn, from what we are doing on Earth, for a space environment. And of course, there was a discussion about international environmental laws, and also about environmental assessments. And this is something which is really missing, for celestial bodies, where we really have to make an important step forward. Obviously, in order to bring everybody in, it is important to enhance transparency, building trust, confidence building, including emerging nations, because emerging nations are very not only interested in having satellites and trying to solve problems in their own countries, they also want to be a part of the new space exploration era, and they want to contribute, they want to use it for capacity building. And so it is also really, really important to involve emerging countries into this kind of discussions. Coordinating regulatory mechanisms, about that we could have a own conference. We all know that this is something which is very, very difficult, but also what we identified is that it is very crucial to conduct public awareness campaigns and bringing in the public. If we are eventually venturing into space, if we have commercial space stations where probably everybody could go in the future, also students doing experiments, or people for leisure, and it is getting obviously cheaper than today. Or if we are venturing, further out and spending quite substantial money, or having now people openly discussing, that we are going with Starship to Mars. So I think it is very important that we inform the public, and this is all in this link. These are some key recommendations which are important, in particular when you are going into deep space. Of course, Mars is another step further, which probably we can discuss later in the Q&A. So I think many of you know this kind of drawing from McKinsey report 2022, and looking what there is all to do when you go also even beyond. You have discussed a lot of low Earth orbit today, and I don't want to go into with that, but even if you go further into deep space, there are a lot of important situations, property rights, radio frequency emission regulations, space traffic management in the way of cislunar is also necessary. Of course, if you start to do mining, there are a lot of things which have been discussed and which occupy space lawyers all over the world. And obviously, we're a little bit late. You have seen how I've shown you that there are 155 missions to the moon, planned in the next 10 years. So we should actually theoretically all have the things already in place, before that happens. But it takes very long, and to get some of those frameworks and laws. We cannot amend treaties. We cannot amend the Outer Space Treaty. We need to come up with regulatory frameworks. And obviously, there is a lot done for space traffic management already on national level, some international organizations, but we are very, very far from any kind of those kind of arrangements for deep space. And obviously, we have the Artemis Accords now signed, I think, since last week by 47 nations, but this is also a really non-binding set of principles, people adhere to, and we will see, how that will develop. It is important, but it does not take care of everything, and in particular also not very much about ethical, cultural, and aspects of that sort, which will be also crucial when we go into deep space. So I just wanted to close with a few ideas which we just summarized in a paper which we recently submitted, Walter Peters and myself. And this is in order to find a balance between a very strong, public-private partnership going into the future, building obviously a lot of satellites, but going into deep space that is really focused on going beyond low Earth orbit, and that we really have to advance innovative space ecosystems and glue the people together, be it academia and primes and startups, and also government agencies, and try to accelerate together, regulatory frameworks, in particular on the most important issues, and driving progress in sustainable and ethical practices. This is something which is very important. And in particular, there's also a community on Earth which takes that very seriously, which is starting to make their way into the space sector, discussing these topics. And I like that very much. So expanding international cooperation is something which is going hand in hand with this enormous expansion of the space sector. And as I already mentioned, a societal stakeholder is really something very important. I don't have time to go all into this detail, but these are some really major important points for the future. And because I just come from this meeting about interconnected Earth and space sustainability, I want to close with this slide. I hope I did not go over time. I don't know exactly, but
no, not at all. It's very interesting.
Okay.
Carry on.
It's my last slide. It's my last slide, and obviously, what was also clear at this conference is that there is a call for much more visionary policy frameworks, which link us, much more to what is done on Earth, and that we learn from what we actually learn from sustainability measures on Earth. For instance, we had a talk on biodiversity today and international, environmental law, how we can actually, use the law of the sea, the Antarctic Treaty, which are amended treaties, actually. How can we use this for building, viable frameworks, sustainability frameworks for space. Environmental stewardship, that's a buzzword right now for celestial bodies, is really, really crucial when you think that there are 155 missions planned and they will land. And as we know, some crash, and some crash even with biological material. And so it is really urgent that we are having regulatory frameworks, and that we discuss much more environmental stewardship. There is a lot of discussion in the literature. Very strangely, you don't find this literature in space journals, but please look into other journals of the Earth community. There are very, very interesting papers which are actually discussing visionary policy frameworks, and also how a circular economy approach to space exploration. And that comes on and on, but also quite elaborated. So I have done some kind of literature research on that topic, and it's amazing how many interesting papers actually are, which you don't find in the space sector journals, which actually contribute to this really important topic of sustainability. And I hope I have given you a little bit of an overview, and I was not too long.
No, not at all. Thank you so much, Pascal. You mentioned so many interesting pieces of research, and everybody in the chat is saying, can you say which that link to that paper again and that link to that paper again? So rather than ask you to go through it, I just wonder, we just record these talks, but you've referenced so many interesting papers in your slides.
Very often there's the link, and particular when you look at the Global Council on the Future of Space, and you put World Economic Forum, they are all open access, and you will see that also the World Economic Forum did a big report on the space economy and estimated 1.8 trillion dollar by value of by 2035. Yeah. So there are many publications which are actually freely accessible. of course, all these visionary frameworks, you have to search by them, or I can send Katherine actually, a list of some kind of really interesting papers which are discussing, how we learn from sustainability measures on Earth, for space, and how we actually, there's even a paper about, we have our planetary boundaries. And we have 9 boundaries, and 6 we have transgressed, as you all know. This year, there's a big paper by Nature and Science, Rockström, and has started that many years ago. By now, we have transgressed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. And of course, there's a discussion about should space be the 10th boundary, and how do we actually, interact, with all this knowledge which we have from Earth. So it's a new community which is quite active. And I just come from a conference. You can look at Planet Stewards, and it's a Dutch big consortium, and you find a lot of links there.
Thank you so much. And we're looking forward to your paper coming out, which you mentioned, because it does sound...
It's in referee process,
Yeah, so that does sound very interesting. And yes, please, if you don't mind, some of the references that you've mentioned, we'll happily put that out in our newsletter for people who want to dig in and look at those papers in more detail. I know you've got a very busy day. Do you have a moment for a question or two?
Absolutely.
Okay. If anybody would like to put a question to Pascal, please, do raise your hand. I have a question to ask you, which is really just your thoughts on... you've mentioned some really, really useful examples, as have some earlier speakers today, of things that we do here in the terrestrial environment, environmental databases. You're talking also about the space weather roadmaps in that work and how that has been so collaborative across international boundaries. My question is, how can we learn from the environmental movement on Earth so that we don't, we can jump forward faster in trying to not repeat the same mistakes in space that we have on this planet? The environmental movement on the Earth has grown very slowly over a very long time. How can we speed that up and accelerate that?
Yeah, so I think how we do environmental assessment, this is something where we can definitely learn how to do that, for instance, lunar regions. And I think this is something which is very, very helpful, where we can learn also, from the biodiversity norms, we can learn for planetary protection. That is absolutely clear. When it comes to the laws, we discussed this morning actually quite a lot, it is getting more and more difficult. However, when you look at the law of the sea, which is not ratified by the US, and the Antarctic Treaty, you have a lot of amendments. So new scientific findings find the way. So what we have to learn how those kind of international environmental laws can be applied for space, because more or less the Outer Space Treaty is untouchable. Yeah. So this is something which people, I actually wrote a paper 10 years ago, but people still don't believe it. I always thought, why don't we base our new frameworks on the Antarctic Treaty, lawyers are sometimes very like this. And but it is more and more discussed now to understand, how you have frameworks which can be amended, and which really have a way of not being rigid, still polycentric, but which allow, for changes according to how it needs to be fit, because we have always new findings, we have always new changes, and so we have to be much more flexible. And so this is something I think we can learn and discuss a lot with social science community on Earth, which is working on these topics.
So just one other follow-up question for me. Really interested in what you're saying about environmental assessments. A topic that we've been considering doing some work around next year is really trying to understand the existing indicators and frameworks. Because as you say, we have measures for the debris population, we have measures for the active satellite population, we have space weather data, we have many data sets, but is there a repository, the sort of environmental database for space where data sets are shared, where researchers who are working on those topics are able to work in I suppose, with the shared protocol in a way that allows information, as the previous speaker was saying, to be turned into actionable insight, instead of just being lots of disparate data sets around.
I just want to say one word, because with our council, we just published a short paper. It's called Space Situational Awareness Data and Information Sharing Principles. And it is actually done by DeBello, who is really on the source in the US, and his team. It really looks at, how do you say, at how SSA service providers actually should really work with other SSA service providers. Yeah. So you normally always think that sharing between SSA providers and spacecraft operators is really essential. And there are significant benefits also when the providers, for instance, share information about themselves. And I think there are many little nuances where you can start small, and establish a framework for dialogue and collaboration, and develop so that, for instance, SSA providers develop interfaces that allow them efficiently to, for instance, to take data from spacecraft or operators. And so there are some small hints of real experts. I'm not an expert on this topic at all, so I'm really exploration and deep space. But I think they have made it very simple in order to look at some things which can be easily achieved and can be a starting point. Yeah, and I think for deep space exploration, we don't have really environmental assistance, and we have many space actors which want to send a lander to the moon and don't even know the surface. Yeah, and they don't know really the landing sites, or we have really to have this transparency and knowledge exchange about what actually happens. We have to have safety zones, because imagine there is a lander going and the next lander is 100 meters apart and doesn't land on the good place. So you have to have a safety zones. You have there are so many things you have to be interoperable, and this is not at all developed. This is discussed.
A little bit of space traffic control for,
yes,
well, or even moon traffic control, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, lunar traffic control. Such interesting topics, and that we could, we need to do a whole nother conference to share knowledge about all of that. I just really appreciate it. People have found a number of the papers. They've posted the links in the chat. It's been really great.
I cannot look at the chat.
No, it's fine. It's great. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to let you go so we don't interfere anymore with your day, but definitely so delighted to see. We know all the work that's going on through COPUOS and COSPAR and the World Economic Forum. And just really, hopeful that actually the work that we do at GNOSIS can be supportive of that. And I'd be very interested to take up a conversation with you about this question of the environmental data sets. Where are they for space? What are the core standards? And just to say to your point about making a start and having a pragmatic steps forward, like the SSA data sharing principles, we are going to be concluding day 2 tomorrow of our conference with Richard Del Bello and a number of other speakers from around the world talking about exactly that.
He will talk about
that. That's the whole purpose of that session is to try and move that conversation forward. So thank you so much for the trailer for tomorrow's conference, and I wish you a very good rest of your day. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And I'm sure that everybody wants to join me in saying thank you very much. And I just want to end by thanking really all of the speakers today. It's been a really fantastic day for me. I've learned so much. I'm not even going to try and sum up, but I think some of the key themes that have come out over the course of the day have been really important about sharing evidence, sharing expertise, and being able to share data, I think, is another key theme that's come out in a way that makes a compelling case for decision makers to be able to take what are complex and difficult decisions. Also, a really important theme about international connections, working across borders, and forging those collaborative partnerships. Mentions of a lot of initiatives that people can get involved with, which I would wholeheartedly suggest people do link up. And, harking back to really Aarti's leaving us with that now, we're doing a good job now of having the conversations, and how do we move from conversation to action? And my final thought is, as Pascal has noted, taking some simple steps, establishing frameworks through collaborative dialogue, and just in a sense, not being overwhelmed by the complexity, but to look at each individual aspect of this and take simple steps to try and move from just talking about the problems to designing new solutions, which we have also heard a lot of today, people who are doing a lot of innovative work on designing new solutions. I would like to just flag that we would welcome anybody joining GNOSIS through our website, through our LinkedIn. Here are some of the topics that we're going to be addressing in future knowledge sharing events. But I'd also like to propose to everybody who has joined us today, if you have topics that you would really like to see brought into our future program, please do bring them in and share those with us. And finally, I would like to thank everybody for joining us and sticking with us. It's a long and jam-packed day, but it has been very, very interesting for us. And a very big thank you to all of our speakers for taking the time to share their insights. And a very big thank you to our sponsors and supporters for making it possible for us to put this conference on. With that, I'm going to wrap up, hopefully, more or less on time. I'm checking over 1 minute ahead of schedule. So I hope that many, many of you will be able to join us tomorrow. We have another jam-packed program looking at many of the things that came up today, from circular economy to the dependencies between our space activity and the Earth's environment, hearing the voices of some other stakeholders, and quite importantly, another big discussion about data sharing and how to accelerate progress in that area. So thank you very much, and I will see all of you tomorrow.
Thank you.